Wah, neta ini bukan kena kemana nih? Pas. Kita ngeplank ke kanan nih. Kurang ngeplank. Kirinya. Kabur apa kita ke sana?
Using grapple.
Kita balik. Iya, jadi si anjing. Untung anjing. Ini diras. Balik.
Grappling.
Low banget. Oke, jadi secret. Apa ya? Baterai. Tim. Break. Kalau banget. Perangnya tuh ada pun auto champion. Kiri itu.
Here I go.
Iya aja. Noise. Jadi. Noise kita NN yang di sini guys. Tadi rukun. Pas Bapak Dim. Nice.
Using
Satu lagi. Kata. Saya press ya. Noise.
grappling.
Ini saya streaming.
Ngerinya.
In game mana?
Di Inggris mana beres tak? Menang tak?
Ini LA hanya jagoan di sini.
Anjir. Mana aku upland?
Beda deh. Namanya ngaran nama sih.
Kesek noing mengarana anjing. Galak lain ku tekel.
Lain Lil Bell iya kieu.
Mau mak.
Lil Bell.
Beli deh mana?
Itu lain. Bisa naik deh. Ayo what?
Ya, is dead.
Lewus ini.
Nah, Lil Beo.
Lil Bell. FTL itu real.
Ayo apa? Nge-share ya dia. Dia in game, dia in game. Yang tina origin. Head Ranger karena.
Kumana usna?
Hese kalah kalau mbak. Kurang copy paste kena lasukan. Orang ketik lah. Head Ranger Z. Alay anjing nu boga akuna anjing lieur karan teh. Iya kau yang ngisi sih. Ya teh.
Ini loading. Oh emang akunnya iya nih,
akun teh bener.
Loading anjing. Eueuh anjing.
Where? Tina origin ayo. Mana mah eta? Ieu Steam-nya mana nya?
Iya Steam iya mah.
Coba nu si Mang eta EJD Mang.
Kopi di chat.
Oh, gaskeun. Ayo teh. Tuh aya aku nu maneh berarti butuh to, nu maneh to.
Fancy ah. Wah, ini masa game kan naik.
Aslina?
Ringali.
Moal ditaikeun lah koe.
Ulah main.
Mana sih Anton aja?
Mana? Kita berteman. Berteman.
Nah kumaha, abi asup lah kumaha anjing.
Gala-gala. Wah, ieu mah akuna.
Akun kieu GB tau ya. Pukul-pukul anjing.
Nah, gua inti tak. Oh, euy aing ieu si Hoya. Buka asup ka sini. Eueuh ini kalau malet berarti kudu reload dulu.
Butut akuna tau, ada?
Emang butut.
Mulai deh akun toh, jual deh ya. Lil Beo.
Nah, anjing geus ieu gilo weh. Salam.
Ayo. Ayo. Gelo ya nggak cover lagu anjing sayeunana 1 juta anjing seharina gila anjing. Mana apa? Zidane Zidane. Gila anjing kunaon sih udah teh. Bangsat Ronaldinho.
Nying iya nih, budak Jogja.
Saha?
Budak Jogja ya. Orang Jogja awas. Semoga aku kasihan.
Ya, parah.
Apex coin di mana itu?
Hah?
Coin di mana kemarin?
Mulai apa koin? Di Citempu.
Pasar malam.
Di Discord global.
Murah di mana?
Murah mah SPB. Mari di Jogja pi.
Kan di Imak kene.
Oncan.
Oke pas lebaran.
Kenapa ke Jogja mana? Lek jadi klip deh.
Mudik ya.
Anjing
Iya,
mudik
jadi
siapa?
Naik motor ke Jogjana.
Edan anjir.
yuk ah.
Anjir cetik deui goblok. Lah, udah pada main anjing.
Naon?
Iya, repenan e-sport tapi belum live aja.
Have you been here before?
Dewa
Bali
dua kali,
United.
Dewa 2 kali champion anjing. Repenan sekali champion.
Iya tuh nempo ka hijinya.
Belkun buat kabadag gitu anjing ngawakna ya.
Dewa United.
Nah, ini namanya ya na.
Hah?
Aku nu mana?
Si Belkun tuh anu badig-badig nih.
Tim sarua anggar.
Di YouTube.
Naon live na di Twitch. Di YouTube gak ya sih?
Belkun, si Belkunan kene nih kremna.
Belkun X. Maksud
Resnan di mana eta Resnan?
repenan ti Indo. Tapi timnya tim India cuman ini Indo anjing. Kan Southeast Asia anjing yang masukna. Fat Monster anjing gini banget.
Minum baik. Dikit-dikit.
Mana eta live-na delay nya?
Usahaan orang.
Heeh.
Ya pasti aya delay saya tik. Cuma lamun di ultra kan saya tik pisan anjing. Cina stream snipe anjing. Parah si Murpi can ngasubrek parah nih.
Wah,
Teuing
parah.
anjing, teuing lah, males lah.
Gak usah temenin.
Parah anjing teuing lah, males anjing. Tapi kan udah diajak nge-boosting deh. Nges di boosting parah dijual. Aditya Kurnia. Geuleuh gitu anjing. Nge-komen geuleuh gitu guys. Saha Aditya maneh? Tok.
Hah? lain isi ya.
Saya tak.
Ini pro player.
Powered up and ready to go.
Aing tanya. Iya.
I got this thing in the box.
Aduh anjing. Mau menang sama anjing. Bunga master lah.
Menang.
This is your champion.
Tapi BP mana kan geus level 100 ya. Akan nu premiumnya can kabuka. Meuli ieu langsung kabuka kabeh.
Bisa 110 nak.
Kabuka aing gak buka langsung. Aing level 85 sih. Kabuka kabeh langsung.
Beresin atuh lebar seberapa poin deui anjing.
Jadi kumpul
That
sih
was
sampai
something, really.
9 kayak di ieu di warnet.
Naik modal Apex Point lagi.
Pasti.
Let's check it over there.
Jeung nyirawak ye weh.
12 ya. Dengan hawa euy.
Capek nya. Capek sare wae. Tim di
Enemy spotted.
Capek.
Might be something good there. I'm going over there.
First blood.
First blood on the enemy.
Nah nih akun iya nih ditaikkan ke master. Susah gitu tuh akun.
Round one.
Peraturan di
Countdown.
Oh boy, that ring's far.
kurang menyediakan dia tuh
kopi wae mah nya.
kopi
Alik.
Sano si Arif nu si Patih.
si kayak itu Lil Beo
Lebel.
sama haram akun si Pati ini.
Parah anjing. Menaik Patih.
Ya relek aja.
Oka bawa ngantuk aja mun aku ngantuk teh.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Di luar itu jalan mana?
Bangsat.
Sending out my decoy.
Lah,
Anjir eta.
geus di dinya deui anjing.
Healing. Watch my back.
Oh, look at you.
Tertipu.
Get bamboozling.
Kebakar anjing mereka.
Up in the chimney.
Goblok ketawa Sasha. Di ulti.
Grenade.
Taking some damage. Enemy shield cracked.
Ini kayak kabeh
Recharging shield.
Kena tuh ya ulti. Sakit.
kayak gigi eta.
You're on the chip.
Bau itu tuh.
Kita ngalungna ka mana sih aing aman
Heeh
iki.
anjing.
Giving my shield to recharge. Bam! To the... Bam! I'm running out of ideas.
Ulti langsung mana ke hareup teh.
Throwing Arc Star.
Frag out!
Ya kostik bang bajingan eta. Di kiri aja. Cek.
And they're hitting me. Broken enemy shield.
Aing langsung pajukeun heuh.
Sok mana
Ya
ulti
bener
langsung
ya.
orang ke kanan heula.
Tak izin, tak
Healing
izin, tak
healing
izin.
heula.
Killer escape deployed.
Rek kabeh tah.
Broken enemy shield.
Teka dulu naon anjing.
Fire, friends. Shield cracked. Down.
Goblok aing teu ningali naon sumpah.
What? Last guy's dropped.
Teu bisa ningali aing.
Selalu OP nyatanya guys. Nyatanya hero-nya.
Giving my shield.
Psikopat anjing.
Just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
Healing. Watch my back.
Get out there and bamboozle.
Izin anyar geus keluar.
Non?
Manyar.
Heula izin anyar.
Terus
Saha aja nanya. Si
Recharging shield.
tangan nanti
Ngestal.
Jamaludin.
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 Asin atuh anjing Jamaludin.
Bambang.
babang tampan.
Extended heavy mag. Shield cell here.
Itu kali titik.
La ilaha illallah, hujan badagi mah guys.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 2.
Grappling.
Care package incoming. Let's get to the LZ.
Dadah.
Hujan.
Iya, waduh geluduk badag be.
Waduh.
How about this way?
Bisa gede badag. Oh iya, ayah luar dah.
Solid copy.
I think this way. Start shots fired and they're
Iya.
opening fire.
Ulti tak
Ampun,
luar
ampun.
kan. Nah, kan.
Give him my shield to recharge.
Kan tong otak tong otak.
Nembak naon aing.
Give my shield to recharge.
Cacan panas.
Parah.
Ditembak dia di tawar.
Bangsat. Aing kira horizon aing.
Spotted. Double timing it. Make it 2.
One
Oh,
sec.
baterai kan.
Ayo.
Kayak
Give my shield to recharge.
baterai ABC.
Getting shot at.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Recharging shield.
Yang
Give him
tibek
my shield to
gay.
recharge.
Pena gancang anjing padahal nembak seberapa kali.
Cabut tahu ayah kata.
Enemy over there.
Bam to the muzzle. Sending out a decoy.
Ah, ya.
Reloading.
Jago.
Jalan dia tah. Cek Erik mah.
Let's move this way.
Anjing karena hulu tuh ada 8 genap ini.
Reloading.
Ayo dihajar.
Kawan itu.
Ya, kumaha teh. Abang kage bunsin.
Using the decoy escape.
Ali kage bunsin gitu aja.
Gay bullshit.
Nah cicinya ini namanya oh kata. Jika season sabar sih anu itu.
Kill leader. Watch
Cicing
this.
kena teh candi buff teh. Multi teh kalau
Can bulu.
cicing aja.
Ngus teh pantean.
Di Jogja nih warnet atuh, loba warnet meureun. Kan balikna dikelitih kade.
Hostile over there.
Jauh.
Lah,
Solid copy.
multi tadi
Dari sini baru.
komit ya tak? Bisa difokus tak? Bisa difokus tak?
Sending
Sok
out a
bisa
decoy.
rek. Hiji dua tilu. Bengit. Ini kata ya kripto anjing kripto iya.
It looks small.
Tes maju gitu?
I think this
Ya
place
ada.
needs a little more. Getting shot at.
Pop in the chimney.
Di. Oh my god, cok. Dua orang.
Shots fired.
Bokong aya deui bokong.
bangsa. Sial lah, anjing aing kunaon sih?
Meki anjing.
Ya Allah aing di end anjing multi. Cuman buat nge-end saya anjing.
Kill squad. Jago iya.
Wingman god anjing.
Hes ya.
Ngeres ya ya. Anjing wanita
Kalau
tak
bisa
goblok.
anjing. Sampai.
Alik.
Tango near me. Eyes up.
Itu siapa?
Healing.
Hold your applause. I'm initially. Okay, please clap.
Ambil lalu pergi.
Aku kiri kota kata
Mantap.
kalian aja.
Jago banget anjing wing ini.
Sial goblok aing si bool anjing bangsat. Sebelin anjing.
Penunggu eta penunggu di dieu. Sisa 2 eta mah nih. Ya tang.
Alhamdulillah.
How about this way?
This way.
Kayaknya di jero itu.
I am going to save the day. Maybe.
Giving him the chimney.
Looting aman.
Maman.
Bamboozles for the fools. That was better in my mind.
Havoc rifle here. Takes a sec to warm up, but very powerful.
Iya tuh ya.
Real light ammo here.
Tapok mas mana.
Give my shield to recharge.
Cek HD ya wingman aja.
Ngeri euy, Wing Chun guys.
One more minute.
Kabur aja sana.
Tar ketir kemana ya tak?
Kayak emas nggak ada yang ngambil, ambil.
45 seconds. Ring's not too far. I'm okay with that.
Ngaget keep sih juga dia ya di rumah tak gerak. Dia tak gerak tah. Di tembok titan anjing.
Explore this way.
Got an Evo shield here. Level 2.
30 seconds remain.
Tembok
The
titan.
ring is nearby. Optics here. Close range.
Musingin anjing TP-nya. Eta ini tadi dia tuh.
Let's explore this way.
Not too far from ring. Got 10.
Oh itu ini. Enak atau dibokong.
Heard that.
The ring's moving, friends.
Kita nih makan sah sih? Ada sniperan nu mana sih?
Di kanan tuh nemakan itu tuh. Nemakan itu jeung nu dihanap ya aya juga.
Oh iya. Dek di surprise mandar padar. Kage bunsin lah tuh, kage bunsin.
Care package.
Lah terbang sih goblok.
Y'all learned this. Just watch your backs.
Opening fire.
Kelas lah. Pathfinder nak parah.
Bamboozle third. Something like that.
Crack 2.
Dead enemy shield.
Aman
Bangsat.
push.
Reloading.
Yeah, sending out a
Turun saya tak.
Evo shield here. Level 3. Give me a sec. Recharging shield.
Iya nama kita.
Attention, delivering replicator.
Recharging shields. Replicator incoming, friends.
Itu guna.
Barang.
Ih, jalan mana ya?
Crack tah dia, crack tuh.
Fire, friends.
8 genep ya.
Target over there.
Guys.
downed enemy.
Give my smoke out. Using a Phoenix. Looking it on last.
Champion mejan mah kayak ieu herona.
Auto win.
Auto win. Tapi kan menang Kepi kan.
Banget. Terbang aja terbang anjing. Dua ada biru ungu.
Kemana nih? Nah, kemana segitu zona nih?
Lah,
Wah, apruk. Itu yang perang anjing. Join dulu ah.
ngeris goblok tuh.
Oh, hidupin.
Goblok anjing.
1 minute before the ring closes.
Ayo orang naik dia, naik dia.
Ayo.
This way.
Cuman naik nanti.
Iya naik lah dia.
Let's go this way.
Capruk Bandung anjing.
45 seconds. Ring's
Gua
not
di
too far.
Cokota.
I'm okay with
Oh,
that.
itu di luhur.
Aman lah tah.
Bam.
Tah.
Enemy over there.
Shot fired, and they're hitting me.
Nah, anjing kayak kanan.
Recharging
Udah 8 dah.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Ayo lo.
Bamboozle.
Aja lang.
Something like that.
Cracked an enemy shield.
Paena kok ai.
Anjing serugi goblok. Aing ngedemek bangsat.
Seconds. Ring's basically knocking on the
Ya naik kan jiblan tukang.
Reloading. Enemy killed. I took care of it. Don't worry. Sending out another me. Damn it, he's good looking.
Naik ka di tah eta. Step na tah.
Warning, ring movement in progress.
Getting shot at. Broken enemy shield.
Wantut sumpah wantut.
Reloading. Enemy taken down.
Care package incoming. Let's get to the
Nanaonan
LZ.
tenang anjing.
I killed
Dadah.
an enemy.
Good job.
Petna mana nih? Hei, grapple macam apa?
Recharging shield.
7 kali tiru 2 hiji, solo hiji ya. 2
Itu
hiji.
balas tuh tadi solo
Oh bener, Pathfinder nah sih Pathfinder.
No bamboozle.
Hostile. My marker.
penungguna lah.
Recharging shields.
Si anjing ngeset aing usah belah gini. Saporek.
PK mana? PK mana?
Bebas ayo. Jurus ya ayo.
Beginning ring count.
Mereka dia.
Enemy spotted. Ready to fly on a
Itu
zipline.
ngomong-ngomong.
Ya Allah, lurus tuh, agak bunsina. Ayo jelema dihanap.
Enemy over there.
Danap.
Oh di DJ Rocky ya ya. Kalau lain sih santo gini. Ayah bener ayah.
Danger close.
Pekat ini taga.
Hostile over there.
Enemy over there.
Long anjing sih gue. Gede kayak
Decoy. So wait, how do I know that I'm not the decoy? This is
Ini 80 pingsan.
offline lain. Bang Alek.
Udah. Saya 2 squad. Penok.
Company out there.
Jadi anjir loban.
Lobak gitu anjing. Nah kata tembak-tembakan.
bam goes the boozle.
Give my shield a recharge.
You got
Iya, ketipu dia.
Look at you. Reloading.
Only 30 seconds left on the clock.
Tiluan.
Giving my
Send in a decoy.
Tak kiri J harap 2.
Popping smoke.
Wah parah bisa nih lalu. Hajar mah.
Ya kan. Rek.
Mau bisa nih anjing.
Apa ya? Jadi.
recharging
Bakal lagi baterai.
Zona jero deh.
I'm here.
Give me a sec. Charging.
Wow, Akbar. Jero itu zona.
I'm gonna use the Phoenix kit.
Give it up a sec.
Anjing, gila cepaya anjing.
Damages.
Give me a
Ini
sec.
tetep aja.
Recharging
Belum
shield.
kira ya.
Di Valti.
Taking a knee. Patching up.
Pep ah, ayo charger apa tuh anjing? Nurun kah? Siapa kemana goblok? Aduh, banyak peluru anjing.
My decoy.
Ya,
Anjing tuh boga bomnya.
Countdown.
Ngapleng tadi.
ih, pakai nih, drop deh. Si anjing ditabrak goblok.
Got my boozles at the ready.
Autis.
Yin nu nahan panto 2 jelema. Amun boga bom hancurkeun panto ieu.
Kalian yang lah.
Hostile right here, right in front of me.
Itu kan bisa aya.
Bamboozle for the foozles.
Sah koin baturan.
Makasih kakak.
Grappling. The ring is in close proximity. Less than 1 minute.
5 kali tilu. Mabel. Akan
itu
di
perang.
ulti didinya.
Ya pernah nanya.
Tahan kene pantona
Multi tadi pernah nah. Kan bisa dibokong tuh lewat dia, lewat di koin mana kira-kira.
Kare.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Putting lead down range.
Mono nyampe syarat. Oh, bom pisan lah.
Peluru lain tuh ya.
I need light ammo.
Tang happy.
I need light ammo.
Ya, step tukang.
Using grapple. Great.
Iya, zona
Already
di dia,
inside
orang.
the ring.
Oh iya di orang.
Firing. I broke enemy shield.
Rek. Ka tengah eta ka tengah hanapeun mana? Dia juga di
Danger close. Only 2 enemy squads left. It's gonna be a soup.
jodoh emang jodoh.
Whoa, they just
Bangsat.
died. What's up, boss? I'm the new kill leader. Okay,
Giving my shields a recharge.
firing.
Fire.
Opening fire. Bam to the bam.
Karena apa gitu?
Out of ideas.
Come on in.
Itu bubble kan. Jadi kabur.
Using the decoy escape.
Anjing. Iya, wanit sumpah wanit. Dulu.
Dulu aing 45 doang.
Oh man, we lost one.
Saya tahu enggak?
And they're hitting me.
Anjing, ngeselin.
Pay attention, gang. Not far from the
Tabrak,
ring.
Cok.
We got 30 seconds left.
Ini bisa naik.
Shield to recharge.
Iya, bisa dia. Pantau harapan tuh kalian pantau.
Sip, malam.
Full heal sih gue.
Tinggal sorangan deh ya.
Hah. Lewat belakang,
Iya.
lewat belakang.
Iya, siap. Iya.
Sok.
Shotgun mana? Siap.
Sok.
Ada KB. Itu menang kill aing anjing.
Banget anjing.
Oke, iya hewe OP ya.
RP Warret anjing. Jadi lobaan gitu anjing.
You are the Apex champions.
Alik, joget alik anjing. Ah, guys, master mana tok? Nah, ini.
Tapi 30.000 damage.
Nah, akun atuh.
Tinggal 30.000 damage. Teuing aing teh boga deui nu platinum nayan boga.
Aya kejaran Herlung Bangalor.
I ranked up. Good for me.
Kagak nahan kieu anjing.
Anjing 10.000 guys, ada 10.000.
Ya, cupu ini mah masih platinum. Kumaha tuh?
Rek make ngajaran akun Herlung mah Bangalor. Platinum saya net salah mah.
Sok. Steam lain?
Origin.
Anjing
Ayo Origin.
pakai VPN. Ganti password deui.
Aya Origin teh. Oh nah ya. Iya. Ajaran heula. Kudu ke VPN. Nah, saran selengit eta. Ah, nyeri kieu tongong. Kan siagami atuh aya wah. Akuna Steam lain eta.
Apa?
Kolakna mana? Lil Beo, Lil Nas.
Kumaha tuh, guys?
Oh, Origin mana eta?
Aya origin. Aya ngan ieu make VPN.
Bisa tuh login now. Bisa kau yang nginjemkeun ya. Akun streamer kan kade. Akun anyar sih, cuman boga streamer gitu maksudnya.
Streamer.
Bisa ngajak-ngajarin Helum Bang Alek.
Kalau bisa teh abusna aing ka origin. Salamnya download VPN.
Valkyrie's got
Ci kurang nginjem kasih ya aja. Neon U.
Ci bisa ya meureun. nggak korek kan.
Amto dibere wingman begang menggila aja. Wingman.
Besipon.
Besipon anjing ke besipon.
PHO ini. PSI. Ya, yang tidak bisa pakai. PSI PHON PSI
PSI.
PHON Besipon.
Besipon nakashot. Naon sih tete PayPal.
Here for like another 2 hours maybe.
Nanti bisa.
Maulana Ahsan. Besipon.
Coba reload Google-nya juga nih.
Grenade though. Please hit. Oh! Ah! Double kill! Go! Bayonets out! Ah, mais il aurait rien. Ouais, easy. What's the name? Well done. Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. where am I going? Three kills though, not bad. Oh my god, that's fun. Oh, it's this guy. If I just report this guy, to be honest. So edgy and funny. So edgy, man. You're so cool, man. You're so different than everybody else, man. People just don't understand your level of humor.
Excuse mah live streaming nete game naon we sakayang anjing sakarep. Sakarep bae. Oh, anjir gede kehujan. Masih Anton lagi kemana nih?
Log di log.
Oh.
Redam kini sudah pijar istimewa. Entah apa maksudnya tentang ujung cerita kita tak bersama. Semoga rindu ini menghilang. Konon katanya waktu sembuhkan. Akan ada kala kita sepertimu.
Teori-teori tentang guru kan gue nggak tahu ya. Akhirnya ditanya dong, interview ya apa tugas guru gitu. Gue cuma tahu dua, mengajar dan mendidik. Terus skill apa lagi yang kau punya di sini? Saya anak band. Wah, cocok. Halo, nama gue Ali Akbar Fikri. Gue biasa dipanggil Ali.
Ya anjing kita harus strike azor jadi guru aja.
Bekerja sebagai guru
Cek, cek.
pariwisata di SNS
Hey bang.
Tenis Medan Jakarta. Sepanjang 2003 sampai 2019, gue adalah seorang gitaris dari beberapa band seperti Real Project dan Slay Dancer. Menurut gue pekerjaan utama gue sih anak band. 17 Agustus 2019 gue menyudahi itu semuanya karena ternyata gue jatuh cinta sama murid-murid gue harus nemenin. Kayaknya kalau sebelumnya gue pikir manggungnya di panggung beneran, sekarang gue manggungnya di pendidikan.
Muka Google Delila ini.
Aktif yang 2013 sampai
Pakai VPN ya, Tak?
2015 tuh gue aktif di dua band yang
Oh,
saat itu
tuh
lagi
pakai
hype
VPN.
banget ya, di Real Project sama Straight Answer. Dua band ini goodness-nya terjadi di tahun yang sama. 2015 buat gue tuh tahun paling super. Bulan Januari gue tur sama SA itu 14 hari 12 show 5 negara. Indonesia, Singapura, Malaysia, Thailand, Jepang. Habis Jepang itu dari SA itu gue harus cabut fokus di Real Project
Kayak
itu.
ucar kan?
Itu oke karir gue.
Akun orang pakai akun ya.
Gue pikir dulu
Bang Alek.
namanya juga masih di usia-usia 2 dan posisi gue masih aktif banget ngeband. Gue pikir ini
Akhirnya
tuh
kayak Bang Alek kumpul baik.
sebenarnya gitu. Gua
Bang.
kayaknya nyampe
Yang
tua
penting
nih.
sama abang.
Tapi
Anjay.
ternyata efeknya ketika kami ngeband terus manggung jadi tour, jadi apa, ketemu banyak orang. Akhirnya
Paling
jadi-
isukna
ketika
kabayan.
di jalan gue ngeliat
Ulah,
banyak
tuh.
hal yang itu lebih ke tourism relate ya. Di kepala gue ini teh ceritanya akan kepake di masa depan, tapi buat apa gue kagak tahu gitu. Yang dulu gue pikir gitu, ternyata kepake sekarang.
Bang Alek.
Sebelum gue ketemu murid-murid
Kata
gua,
password pohon lain ya anak
orang tuh
nickname teh.
senior gua, dia bilang bang kayak lu
Kata password. Nah,
belajar deh. Ditambah 2016
Kela.
akhirnya gue lanjut di
oh deh aing passwordna alam lah. ID-na.
makin tajam
Oh, langsung connect ya?
Hah?
Lain ya VPN.
Kela aing poho passwordna ID-na.
Kudunya akun. Biasanya nyen akun VPN. Gratis sedang. Tip phone.
Ya akun aya. Iya ID-na. Nu handap ID-na nya nurun passwordna. Kukira kita akan bersama.
Helm Bang Alek.
Bang Alek.
Mau nyoba helm GB.
Coba Tebogo.
Wah itu udah kan udah prodan udah GB.
Peti Paindah udah belum? Peti.
Jadi belum.
Kenan Peti tah.
Yang mana yang ID-nya?
ID-nya yang bawah, maksudnya yang atas.
Iya Nagecan.
Jesus!
Verifikasi kode lah nih.
Aslina. Henteu ah.
Verifikasi kode tuh. Kemana tuh?
Mana makan uyu tuh? Awas sakirana eta perip mah. Di urang aya bisa sana teh.
Kode ulah.
Eueuh, teu make sana teh. Terakhir urang dipake mah. Cik orang login kata.
Tuh aya tuh. Mimiti Gmailnya tipe PS.
Oh, anjing bener diganti ya nanti jigana di perip kan ya.
Karena mau nginjem kasih ngantuk anjing oh
Iya makin orang we ya, orang make ieu bisa dah. Makin nu plat bieu bae. Yot nu no hair luman.
pegang makan mana?
Oke, iya ya.
Yang skinnya banyak ya.
Gue anjing tuh skin lo. Head Ranger. Kita na 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 na. Tah.
Saya vape kode.
Oh, wow, tuh perip aja.
Yang di Diana bacaan kode.
Nah, hanya itu tuh kode tuh make eta.
Kudu verip. Login verifikasi.
Nah, anjing.
Iya akun saya, iya saya.
Eta
Saya di mana?
moderator
Emailna?
urang. Nu moderator urang eta.
Email. Emailnya aya di mana?
Oh.
Ya.
Nah, asing nah anjing. Iya.
Asli iya tinggal bacaan lagi login verifikasi.
Pada pakai VPN gitu piraku anjing. Ya nu aing nu ieu geus login ya. Anu anak, anu yot 23. Kalau Akbar, ya udah.
Ngantuk terus off aja cek jam teh.
No. Si Jain kala orang nginjem si Jain. Cak, uga akun diamond teh itu. Punya akun diamond enggak? Crafting metalan slow badeui wae si Mang eh. Akunna Steam nu mana eta nya?
Hah? Bisa Steam bisa kayak gini.
Kuduna tadi teh ulah dimenangkeun langsung, mana mau lah menang kepi kuduna mah.
Teuing anjing. Modal kan mah pelot aingna.
Sakit otomatis. Cari slot apek, pinjem akun auto win gitu. Dali bro, mana? Pinjem akun auto win. Joki gratis gitu.
Yeah, I'll come get you. I'll come get you. You're going here. There.
Iya. Kalem.
Nah.
Mesti ngantuk.
Masih ngantuk. Aing inget wae eta pas mana ngechat ka aing pas main di eta. Inget wae aing atuh ya Jik. Ada yang cek mana tuh?
Ngomong naon gitu.
Mana ngechat kira-kira. Ayo sih ngantuk ya Gawi, masih plat 3 sih ngantuk. Terus saya kirim screenshotan. Iya, warga Apex damage-nya 1300. Nah, itu sama Golin damage-nya 1100. Eta damage 300. 0 KP, 0 assist, 0 knock aja. Ngantuk. Terus mereka kadang-kadang screenshot genep 100, damage 500, genep 10. Anjing cabruk. Tega bet ya guys ya.
Nanti bisa nih. Reset password kan? Hah? Udah reset password. Reset kok ini masuk tempat. Ah, aduh, anjing. Di hack tuh anjing. Kudu ka email nah tuh anjing. Tahu ya pangetakeun pang reset. Tuh kan.
Ini si TV nggak klip aja.
current leaderboards. But as we take a look at what happened on the other side, it was Revenant Esports. We talked about them. Indonesia stand up. You just took down the
Ing,
number
main dia
one
lila.
tournament right now.
That is a huge scalp to take. Very nice guys. Came and said hello to me yesterday. Very awesome guys, and it's great to see them having some success and representing
lagi.
their area
Iya.
and the nation. Empire now looking to act.
Les lagi main, pulang.
Itu bisa.
Tuh bisa nih. Udah reset password. Ternyata email. Aku email sorangan teu boga anjing. Email sorangan teu boga anjing.
Ayo nah, nu ieu perip anjing sakitu nu ieu teu di perip sah. Teu make
Yang nuyot.
lain ah. Dua anak gitu make perip ya, urang login biasa we masuk. Urang ieu akun batur mah tara di save ieu. Ya di Discord orang saya, di Discord orang nu boga akun Adam, Andre, Avi, September, Dragon Torch, Eden, Ginger. Goblok.
Jeung bronze bisa tuh.
Bisa. Paling kayak dituduh cheater. Udah yang mulai skin iya, red no iya, voice from the past.
Lila anjing main biasaan.
Main biasa, main arena tuh.
Lila anjing mah tidak ada kepastian.
Saha eta mana? Di saha?
Si ngantuk nggak ada kepastian.
Streaming bronze alik.
Nah,
Mere.
kalem semua. Kita dulu. Mewah.
Ayo Minecraft rame naon sih? Coy, orang cuma main Minecraft aja.
Hah?
Minecraft rame itu gitu. Coba main Minecraft aja. Anjing si Krilik dia ku iya aja. Di SM. Lah main si kentung anjing si iya anjing Krilik. Oh, pakai ku si kentung aja.
あいつなんかさ、やばいよ俺のステン。なんか上から急にね、飛び降りてきて、先生のヘッドが飛んできたの。 か竹本だけあるから大変だ今散歩系外に行きたかったな
Can anyone? I'm not even gonna do it. I'm gonna bet. I feel like it's gonna turn super wrong.
Sekali.
Anjing iya baru dak NA ini live iya no teh watch party KB anjing hampir KB anjing. Cani nggak Twitter Imperial Hal suka marah-marah anjing si marah anjing. Imperial Hal.
Orangnya pindah lagi shot.
Siap. Zak Melzo.
Udu HP Xiaomi Xiaomi HP kan oh iPhone HP ini iPhone Aduh MA Made Udu HP Xiaomi HP kan oh iPhone HP ini iPhone Aduh MA Made Udu HP Xiaomi HP kan oh iPhone HP ini iPhone Aduh MA Made Udu
Ganti password cina.
HP
Nah ganti password cetak ya.
Ini dia mah mau main kudu pakai VPN terus ganti password.
Ini galak bisa nih berarti internetnya.
Xiaomi HP kan oh iPhone HP ini iPhone Aduh MA Made Udu HP Xiaomi HP kan oh iPhone HP ini iPhone Aduh MA Made Udu HP Xiaomi HP kan oh iPhone HP ini iPhone Aduh MA Made Udu Mat.
Jadi bagi. Keluarin tuh di ujung tuh stop.
Orang pintar bukan IP-nya 4. Orang pintar bukan yang 200 IQ-nya. Orang pintar adalah orang yang pintar-pintar merasakan perasaan sahabat. Kalau kawan tak punya mobil, jangan cerita mobil. Kalau kawan masih ngontrak, jangan cerita kita rumah baru. Kawan tak berbini, jangan cerita istri. Kawan tak berlaki, jangan kita cerita suami. Kawan tak punya anak, jangan kita cerita anak. Jaga hati perasaan orang. Ini penting. Nampaknya simpel, sederhana. Ini tak ada dalam kitab. Ini hanya bisa dirasakan orang yang lama berkawan, lama bersahabat. Halus perasaan di dalam. Orang
Because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you over again. Don't make me change my mind. Because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you.
Modern Warfare 2. Alay, saya tak.
Ya, untuk
Anjing ngeri ngarang Dead Slayer anjing.
ini gaskeun lah. Iya,
Ada mending tiru di online usaha ya.
No aing.
Online usaha.
Senjata dipakai.
Oh.
Kan saya tuh gawe.
Crazy then will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, will you be there holding my hand? I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman mind, kryptonite.
Is it desire? Or is it love that I'm feeling for you? I want desire.
Yo, you ready? My father taught me this. You ready? Hold on. My father taught me this. Hold on.
Is it desire?
Wait, hold up. My father taught me this. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Laurel.
Right, like say that, like. My father taught me that shit, you know what I'm saying?
My father tell me that shit right there.
Ini nggak pakai iya.
Jones Bo.
Better find me before I find you.
We fought. This makes you brave and no coward. Honors us with victory and life.
Ini tadi setting.
This is awesome. I'm the jump master.
This didn't have to be here. You chose this fate. Roger.
Here we go. It's a long drop. Fun.
Madu, madu udu.
Solid copy.
Ini? Oh dia.
I'm going over there.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown. Focus, people. We have to get inside the ring.
Nah, pakai bloodhound aing ini.
Masih dipertanyakan ya guys ya.
Attention. First blood.
On 301 here.
First blood. Tastes like victory.
Madu.
Kagak ada skinnya nih siapa ya?
Udu.
Watch out for
Senjata
the new
anak.
kill leader, friend.
Masih ya toh?
Masih.
Extended light mag here.
Ya Allah.
Kita di Salpagi loh banjir.
Hayu. Haha ya.
Shield cuma 4.
Shield cell.
Iya.
Aing bisa kasih 2.
Oh ini ada.
Ultimate accelerant here.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3.
Craftingannya sampah ya nama.
Mana?
Craftingannya.
Oh. Madu.
Optics here. Mid range. Shotgun
Pakai ini enggak? Wingman enggak?
Pakai gua. Mana pakai?
Bisa.
Eyes up. Crafting.
Racun.
Candy coba aja di deket.
Kalau.
Kurang.
Rings next door. 45.
Udah ready nih guys.
Ayo.
Nih scan ya.
Lah,
Jauh.
mau kabur aja.
Solo itu.
Dikejar.
Ayo sana aja lah enak mas.
Solid copy.
Anjing pas kata.
Enak mah nge-TP. Pada jogging ya?
Jogging.
Beres sih kan ini.
Cara kill feed aja.
Mastiff here.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
Si anjing rusuh.
Anjing beres. Ke ngalut.
Tewe.
Scanning the area.
Saya jauh kan.
Jago anjing.
Asli nak.
Marking our surroundings.
Bungu hiji.
Almost dead.
Giving my shield.
Dulu bos.
Lari Ipin.
Kajero eta nya.
Wah pulang semua. Goblok. Mantap pisan aing.
Jerokit.
Healing my wound.
Orang gimana jago anjing.
Scanning the area.
di bawah. Sakiji. Crack tuh, crack bawah.
Lo, horizon. Knock, horizon.
Low banget. Nice. Satu lagi mana ini?
Iya, dalam. Flash.
Minta asup, anjir.
Low, crack, 45. Nice.
Ngoblok ya, ngangan we.
Membagongkan.
Coba anjing pakai eta teh.
Meresahkan ya guys ya. Madu.
Watch my back.
Mas nggak tuh? Pakai.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3. Half the squad remain.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3. Ammo up.
Ya saya ngehirupan ini.
Gimana ya?
Ngehirupan jadi dirinya anjing. Lain kita nggak sama dirinya. Wah.
Halo, ini pada lapar ya?
Nggak ada. Ada di
Nggak sising nih dia.
baterai lah.
Hampir jatuh ya guys ya. Wing. Wah. Ayo di belakang muka iya nih. Nu di dia tadi.
Datangan deui.
Ngurut bieu guys eta, ngurut perang bieu. Madu.
Marking our surroundings. Trust in the All Father.
Lagi Pin.
Gaya AC tuh. Plus 50 plus.
Kok nggak mati ini?
All Father, give me sight.
Nembak naon.
Kemana datang ke portal?
Iya nih tukangnya songok.
No, 80 IJ plus, sumpah 8 IJ plus loh. Lah.
Ya,
Ya turu guys. Sakit ini darahnya ada nih. Si TP.
Nah. Ini ngelobaknya. Ih, halus sih. Pakai etang nih.
Yoi.
Tahu OP itu mah.
Congrats, you bloody light.
They said legends don't fly.
The winner's out there
I
looking
like to
for you.
rise to the occasion.
We'll find you if you let it. Introducing your champion.
Just wanna give a shout out.
Mana teh naon ka luhur?
I love you guys.
Panap. Ngantuk.
Yes, made it through.
Ngeri ngaranna ya. Dead Slayer keren aja.
Dia kosong aja.
Let's do this.
Gas.
Dia kosong ya. Ini dua nih.
Paling drop diri guys.
Down there. Good times are shorter for
Di dia izinnya.
Tuh perang anjing nih langsung perangkan gitu aja.
Nih ngetabrak gak tuh?
First blood. Oh, that takes me back.
Dicing
Mozambique here. Ain't the size, it's how you use it.
Si Maggie mah lemangna ganjangan kena make shotgun ya daripada atuh make senjatanya. Ngebut.
Itu namanya patut ganti.
Marvelous.
Ngebut
news.
dia.
We're in the next ring.
Nice. Champion's out. Meat wagon's having one hell of a day.
Tetangga udah beres ini.
Ayo dibantai.
Beres tetangga ini. Panah ya ini.
Nying panah tuh.
Crafting. Give me a sec. Stabilizer here. Level 3. Helps reduce muzzle rise.
Panah makan gitu kan nanti.
I bloody want it.
Ke iya ini aja loh.
Gotta hop up here. Hammer point. Crafting. Do not bloody disturb.
Got him.
Benang. Itu benang.
Let's check out this area.
Dicing.
Roger.
Tangan mah.
Ayo.
Yeah.
Jiru
Champ's
tadi.
dead. We call that an oxymoron.
Kripto bukan kripto sih tak.
Actually, just a moron.
Oh hilang. Oh itu di bawah dulu, di bawah.
Hostile spotted.
Nice anjing.
Mounted an enemy.
Langsung instan eta. Salapan genep anjing.
Kill the
Balennya
net.
balennya.
Nice choice.
Naik kalau. Bangsat.
Gotta drill some sense into you.
Hier, krek dua nana.
Coba kalau anjing.
Tarik kita. Mana?
Halo di luar.
One second, we got this.
Long.
Stuck to the last one. Get stuck.
Itu doang.
Taking a knee. Patching up. Patching myself up.
Wingman here.
Taking a knee. Patching up. Shotgun bolt here. Level 3. Patching myself up. Healing. Watch my back. I need an extended light mag.
Ada.
Care package coming in. Extended light mag. Level 1. Use that. Ammo up.
Iya, Kraber kita dicopot.
Lawan Kraber disiapkan.
Iya. Iya, kayak lah dulu. Kraber ya.
Ngeres ya tuh anjing. Ini anjing. Hei, Cok.
Kan ngapun, cewek. Hati guys.
Knock deh anjing.
Ini nggak canggih lompatan. Mati matchnya.
Tuh ini tadi juga lompat tadi.
Yau cuy. Indo.
Cuy.
Ya tajam buat finish like. Finish.
Iya, kapan aja oke. Ya di ulti.
Batuk.
Healing up. About average, eh?
Nyumbut tidinya anjing.
Siapa rek ngemper anjing kripto terus teh kaustik yang iya. Haram sekali anjing.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Got a live one out there. Champion eliminated.
The champion fell.
Gibi solo. Anjir, goblok, jago.
Anjing salah-salahan doang goblok. Nah.
Not till we've won.
Mengantuk aja. No.
Ngantuk guys, ngantuk.
efek ngantungnya malah ya pak.
Tematik iya anjing. Pack. Oh ya event tematik pack juga. Baru tahu.
Baru tahu ya.
Pakai kuyang kan.
Anjing berem gitu aja. Pasti nyala gitu marah. Tak ini bakal berem dah. Ranger merah.
Tahun ya. Ranger ungu.
Ranger ungu.
Ini skinnya coba anjing.
I was created for this, I think.
Wherever we go, I'm at home in the
Do
rain.
not falter. The weak will be excised.
Direk
Nama
cicak.
kayak eta anjing.
Ranger merah bos.
Wah,
This is your champion.
Ranger merah.
What is your name? Cicing mana tuh anjing mana tuh cicing. Nah, cicing gitu.
Exceptional. She's going to gloat about
Wah,
moving here.
Anjay, merah tuh tinggal lihat tema lagi. Jadi satu guys. Iya satu. Jadi dia tiga anjing. Jadi kosong boy.
Let's go here.
Ngebantai tuh.
ikutin
Oh,
aja
ini
yang
dua, iya
kita-
dua. Iya dua. Iya
Eh,
jadi
tadi
yang
anjing.
hiji anjing. Stick together guys.
Sky and landing near me.
Lane fences. Fence them in. And fence it.
Jadi ngendok nih, ngendok. Coba di. Coba di. Ya ini.
Flash. Flash deh.
Shield is broken. The enemy shield. I downed another down. Trouble.
Datang nih si Pati ya. Anjir asup habis. Astagfirullah.
Anjing.
Oh iya nih.
Ya, kalau udah sumpah. Anjing reload aing dari shotgun guys. Hiji deh diam.
Adversary near me.
Sah sampret deh Mas Lina. Ayo. Jangan ngantuk, ayo.
Phoenix sudah aing ah. Sabar sabar.
Resala ada siapa tah?
Tangan jangan tangkap.
Ngeres itu.
Shield cracked. Reloading.
Goblok sih ya.
Goblok iya.
We routed that squad. Hardly a challenge.
Recharging my shield.
Kalau saya ngares di dia, saya udah kuat aja.
Panik. Gimana bangsat banget anjing.
Extended light magia. Level 4.
Bangsat banget.
Healing my wounds. Syringe here.
I need help. Repairing.
Miss Queen gini guys ah.
Mau,
Gak serata iya nih.
mau kaya gak? Itu ngebantai yang itu kalau mau kaya.
Got an extended sniper mark here. Level 4. Fence in
Kalau
position.
shotgun juga nggak punya.
13 aku mau gak?
Di sini nih ada nih biasanya.
Crafting siapa crafting boy?
30 seconds to enclosure. We're so close.
Nge-crap siapa nge-crap? Gimana kemana tuh? Lewat lu di kana ngana nih boy.
Soalnya buka.
Kelak.
Defeated an adversary.
Ini tank Phoenix.
22 dong.
Cracked an enemy shield.
Ih kan dia nyamper ke si anjing gitu. Masuk kata masuk. Goblok anjing pressing macam apa itu goblok.
I got you, friend.
Blok.
Pressing macam apa anjing. Paling finish salah saya tak. Aing udara, ayo baterai.
Kata kemana ya tak?
Goblok aing kira reka finish. Turun deh dah.
Ajak ulin si bang.
Akhirnya kapilih si datang anjing mah seuneu bangsat.
Ajak ulin anjing.
Masih jiwa anjing.
Enggak ada gede mah kaya tuh.
Auto ketar-ketir anjing. Bawa Phoenix kah guys?
Nggak ada.
Recharging my shield.
Wait, I have crafting to do.
Just topping up my shields.
Flatline here. I'm crafting.
Here. I'm crafting. And fencing. The fence is complete. Putting down the fence.
Who's ready to fly on a zip line? I am.
Ayo.
Scanning for the next ring. Check your mini-map.
Extended light magazine here. Level 2. Hop up here. Boosted loader.
Setakin pal bapak.
Mana eta? Gua zona anjing.
Ayo perang ya. Hadap.
Ya, ini perang tah.
Iya dah.
Okay.
Itu tuh, Pak.
Half the squads remain. Let's keep winning.
Tebrang mal, tebrang mal.
Dekat.
Iya tah.
Dekat, mana dekat dia ada.
Tah musuhna di tah. Dek di imah luluhurna. Ka di tah.
Iya, hareupeun pisan.
Oh shit.
Hanapeun iya. That's nice. Nice dia.
Anjing. Aduh anjing keculik banget. Kalau kita. Allahu Akbar. Kayak ulti iya tuh.
Jadi bisa gerak. Sabota lah, habis sabota.
Pertama. Aing lah, paling goblok kita aduh anjing. Shit man.
Let's regroup here.
Anjir, aya jelema di didinya. Astagfirullah. Istighfar. Wakil.
Replicator in.
Di gua ada tuh.
Jeruknya ayo.
Oh, kita ke selatan katanya. Eta anjir deh eta anjing. Masa ada granat tiba-tiba anjing. Iya. Ngetrol anjing mulutnya ngeresna. Anjing ngeresna juga platinum parah anjing. Di mana wae anjing teu ieu.
Terbantai lah.
Kayak deui guys.
Juga nyobain ngelut. Solo macam ya?
Oke.
Gas di dia kan?
Gas. Bisa tuh ratakan aku Mang Anto.
Jodoh.
Baba Yaga.
Nying wanian dia.
Wanian.
Solo anjing, solo ternyata.
Dua, aing ngali dua. Ting aya tilu, ting full tim, ting dua. Mas kajero doanya tuh.
45 seconds until
Krek.
enemy shield is broken. Fini.
Siapa armor atau siapa anjing?
Wah goblok cepat anyar anjing. Sepak cepat anyar. Anjing.
Setting the fence.
Aing aman.
Iya, gerenya. Kalau mau healing lah. Ayo wah.
Datang tukangnya tak?
Sometimes you lose, sometimes you don't.
Enggak ngotak anjing. Enggak ngotak. Nggak sadar mana tuh?
Sekali lagi.
Yang nggak jual orang, ini ngapain nungguin craftingan?
Kagak tahu gue.
Ya udah crafting shield. Why?
Oh si Bimo bete coy. Bimo PD anjing gitu.
Why? Edep.
Kala. Jigana. Ya anjing teh ditinggalikeun ya nana videona. Teu bisa ditinggalin ka tukangna.
Maju dep gua jampet.
Lain tang, ini casual aja. Tuh lihat aing.
Jauh di black hole temen gua kesian banget. Gua maju dep. Ya kan temennya lagi nge-heal. Kagak Dep, dia lagi nge-heal Dep, sabar dulu. Lagi nge-heal temen. Ya kesian tuh kan. Ya kan. Uyo.
Aduh.
Jing, goblok orang kaya Herubla udah dibeli semua anjing.
Si Bimo.
Auto beli Herum ya mengnya.
Identify yourself, cause I'm the best. Got you on my side.
Correct. I am unstoppable. Success.
Saya mau orang lah.
Ayo.
Wow.
Suguhan kopi mah. Alik gayana edan.
Ada gayana ini. Ayo squad diurang astagfirullah. Istighfar. Dikejar guys.
Malam guys, belum dapat senjata guys. Holy shit.
Low banget. Pathfinder.
Yang bener.
Bot itu mah bot.
Give me a sec. Recharge my shields.
Cek lagi tuh blodan. Bukan?
Arc start out.
Flash.
Dibilang juga.
Seperti bot. Ditibek.
Give my shields a recharge.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Pasti wingman yang langsing gitu.
Ada deh. Mau mana wingman? Mana?
Orang make.
Oh, oke.
Reckon I could make use of that.
Kamu lo bayar.
Light ammo here.
Mana?
Recharging shields.
Happy ammo ya 100 mau gak?
Mualah, Mon.
Heavy ammo here.
Ini nge-kill Mimiti tadi teh ini. Lu sapan masa kuat.
Backpack here.
Ada perang tah di mana tah?
Nanya baterai.
Give me a sec. Recharging shield.
Oh di dia nih.
Joker over there.
Sesepuh.
Do not interrupt a craftsman while he conjures perfection.
The ring's far. She closes in a min. Pedal to the metal, fellas. New kill leader out there. What a go-getter.
Ada mas tip gak guys?
Kepikiran mas.
45 seconds. Ring ain't close. Oscar Mike, ladies. Cover me. Craft.
I need boosted loader.
Hang on a tick, I'm trying.
Oh, ada yang nyeksem tuh.
Bantai lah, mau gak?
Oh, shotgun ammo ini.
Bisa nak. Bisa nak. Granat-granatan guys. Kita main mercon.
Quick ring update for you. We ain't in it.
Half the squads are left. Let's smoke them.
Gimana maksudnya?
Di scanning beneran, scan room atau beneran?
Optics here.
Ayo.
Range. Stand back. Rupturing this hold.
Serving them a knuckle sandwich.
Standards. Barrel stabilizer here.
Oh, lalu.
Perang kene teh?
Iya anjing perang. Oh di situ dihadapna anjing. Oh nemakan manuk anjing. Makan manuk.
Packages likely shift the delta in our favor.
Solid top.
Oh musuh sana manuk we.
Launching me knuckle cluster.
Jeep. Si anjing jeep ini tukang anjing.
Bingung ya?
Nah, ini anjing.
Jelema. Nggak ada gorin Najib. Ayo Okten.
Spotted. Danger close.
Kemana eta? Naik deh kalau eta? Ini tadi lur.
Serangan di nyata. Mabokong. Oh, itu bener kan? Duo ketang duo.
Nah, berarti di luar solo anjing.
Di luar solo. Hai solo tuh. Cuma tuh.
Di luar nggak bisa kalau loncat kanap. Di bawah orang ya.
Serving them a knuckle sandwich.
Krek. 77 plus.
Itu tangan mana kat?
Juicing me shields.
Cracking enemy shield.
Crack juga.
Reloading.
tag. Recharging shield.
Valkyrie crack pisan tadinya ta.
Gimana?
Reloading. Contact.
Kabur.
On it, mate.
Putting lead down range.
Stand back, knuckle clusters firing.
Bangsat mantul anjing ulti aing.
Enemy spotted.
Cluster ready.
I broke it.
Shield. I'm using a Phoenix kit, fellas.
Jadi.
Itu cabut anjing.
Reloading.
Kejar.
Confirmed. Another notch on the belt.
Si Oktan kejar.
Iya, mana mah dia orang?
Kuy main. Ngapain atuh?
Evo shield here. Level 3.
Healing. Watch my back.
We have expired. Healing my wounds.
Healing. I'll walk it off.
Di the cake ta anu muka itu.
Ya.
Kayaknya kotakan.
Non?
Kotakan. Iya kotakan iya. Tadi ulti orang mantul kan tank anjing.
Healing. Watch my back.
Mana ya?
Launching me knuckle cluster.
Ke zona juga na.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster.
Oh itu.
Copy.
Healing up. You'll be right.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Try close. Hustle up.
Launching me knuckle cluster.
Replicator being delivered.
Here comes a replicator.
Target spotted.
Ada harapan mana ya tak?
Berat.
Taking a knee. Patching up.
Oh iya, sih.
Onto your god pieces. Motherloads drop.
Kebakar. Iya, lo anjing dah.
Healing up. You'll be right.
Spotted.
Gitu anjing.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster. Give me a sec.
Sianan ku Sipius.
Kapan ya, ta?
Seriusan
Wait.
anjing.
Spotted an enemy. Deploying me knuckle
Dita.
cluster.
Roger.
Terbang anjing.
Mun benang atuh. Oh ditembakan deui hakan anjing.
Ayo kejar.
Healing up. You'll be right.
Please kuluna keur nge-healing teh kuluna bisa taktikal kuluna mah ini. Iya tuh bisa taktikal. Ayo terbang guys, di guys.
Joker over there.
Heard that.
Abang.
Also over there.
Ayo, datang.
Stand back. Knuckle cluster's firing.
Mana? Granat dia kan granat. Tampung granat. berbagai macam jenis granat tampung gue.
Iya nih.
Ya mah ringnya di mana di dia nya?
What do you say we move
Atau nu di dia sih? Oh.
Adilah.
Ya.
Solid copy.
Buka pisan anjing itu mah.
Kerta temakan
Oh
ya
iya.
ta.
Ayo jadi yuk. Ya agak piye ya?
I suspect we will find something here.
Harus beli cek.
Tuh yang buka iya nih.
Deploying me knuckle cluster.
Oh, sekarang
Looky here, lads.
Mana nggak ada?
Inside the ring.
Iya no, charger rifle di dia tah.
Oh ya tadi di luar.
Solid copy.
Hati-hati guys.
Mana
Pae, siapa nih pae?
ya anjing open low. Ulti aja teh.
Come on in. Old Painless is waiting.
Cacat anjing. Cacat dia aing anjing. Kabur.
Launching me knuckle cluster. Broke that enemy shield. Deploying me knuckle cluster. Healing. I'll walk it off.
My shield will recharge.
Tadi atau mana? Bisa?
Look.
Kita ngejar mana HP-nya?
Help. Mantap di.
Every scar tells
Tapi kan itu.
Nyebrang.
Aing ditinggalkan.
Nyebrang gitu anjing.
Let's grab all my
Ditinggalkan. Aduh.
Healing my wounds.
Oh iya.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster.
Modal ini. Sumpah modal.
Apa gini aja?
Dia udah dapet jawabnya.
Introducing a new variable. Gas trap deployed. Shields are recharging. Administering. Beware. I've added a variable. Taking fire.
Ayo. Anjing ditembak orang eta.
Ya udah jam 4.
Udah jam 4 guys. Algs guys. Aduh.
He's got 15% extra damage for the fortified passive that you've got to get through, and it allows him to make plays like this.
Ini kita sekali lagi. Tapi enggak kita nggak jadi. Pulang deh.
Look at this
Lah.
right here. Look at his health. It even gets lower. Hold on, let's get a
Lah, parah.
Gets even lower. Look at that one health, and he somehow finds a way to stay alive. Can we just zoom in on that, just so you guys know? That is how much health he survived in. The difference between winning and losing. And look at this. Gets the shield swap off immediately, and with a devotion in your hand and a turbocharger at that, no wonder these guys are hyped up. That's the value of Algs gaming, but also the value of their lineup, because they're bringing one of the most lethal in-game legends to the in-game more often than other teams. And they've got one of the best players in the world with Skittle Cakes, who's on it.
Wow. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Rain Day. And you know what? One of the many things I learned from you are those in-depth analysis. Thank you so much. And well done on that telestrator here. Now, gents, we've got we had a big day yesterday, Bart. We had 18 matches that these players were playing. That was a grind. Today, however, it's a little different.
It really is, yes. We have more arrows. I told you I was afraid of these arrows. Look at this to me. We have a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. The important thing is you want to stay in the top of that top 10. Otherwise, you could be in trouble. If you're winners, you're going to losers. If you're a losers, you are leaving the building.
You're absolutely right. Here's all you need to know, gang. Okay, here we go. Top 10 from winners, they go to Sunday. Top 10 from losers round 2 also go to Sunday. So you could either be, Genome, you could either be playing twice today and really making your way to winners, or once and finding yourself going home.
Nobody wants to be in the bit.
No. We talked about it yesterday, right? It's like that 1 life, 2 life kind of situation with the double elimination bracket today. So if you lost one of those,
Dia coy nonton repenan lah cuy.
in that bottom 10, the bottom 10.
Nonton Dewa anjing. Nonton Dewa e-sport.
As you can see, grayed out. We've already done day numero uno, gang. We're on number 2. That bracket starts 11 a.m. CEST. All of these are CEST.
Keras ya anjing. Keras pisan anjing ya.
PM. If you want to join us tomorrow, and why wouldn't you? That final kicks off.
Itu kan grand final anjing.
CEST. That's the big kahuna, the time when everything
Dewa Dewi.
comes
Dewa
together.
Dewi.
And at this point, I mean, Evan, I gotta ask. We're here. These players have been through it. What do you think they're all feeling now that the bright lights are on? As we see the winners bracket, this is their first round.
Well, I honestly think there's a couple of IRL kind of things happening to them right now. One, players are finally getting adjusted to the time zone. I know that as a North American traveler, this is my first good night of sleep last night heading into today. So expect TSM NRG maybe to bounce back a little bit in this winners bracket. But I think there's also this element of how do you trust yourself in such a constantly moving environment with such limited time to make adjustments. Do I sleep? Do we grind and review tape for 2 hours and stay up till 3 a.m.? These are the questions they've had to answer themselves, hopefully guided by some good and mature coaches to make the right call. But ultimately, there are a lot of challenges that are off the game, too, that they have to deal with.
There it is. Welcome to LAN, everybody. Let's take a look at who is going to be playing in our first round. That, of course, the winners bracket. Look at that face, gang. That is face of concentration. Genome, let's talk a little bit about who you have here in our winner bracket. There's so many to look
Jing,
at.
keras ya,
Some great APEC talent here, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Reignite,
Action main.
Dewa,
Iya, keren deh.
as well as Sutaraiku all made it through. I mean, Rainbow was talking about the coaches, right? Some of our APAC team, they don't even have coaches, right? They got to do this all on their own.
Iya sih, iya.
It's very impressive that they've been able to make it this far.
Optik anjing keras pisan wah anjing.
Karena bau panjangnya si Sisa.
Kena QD. Sa.
Mana? Dewa teh ngana naon?
Dewa United, Bastian.
And I will say, real quick, before we head off from the winners bracket, I see two teams. I'm looking at Reignite, I'm looking at Cloud9, and there are certain teams that have made it to this winners bracket that were dealing with
Siapa mah di lower bracket anjing.
and that IRL stuff that Rain was talking
Oh,
about.
mana TSM oh iya.
TSM kemarin apa wah anjing. Hoki anjing tak menang.
Really in the mix in the high parts of the table delivering, and again I think you could say that communication-wise they're acquired taste, but they seem to have their subs slotted into that very nicely indeed, and just roll with the punches there. So that worked out for them quite well, I think.
Absolutely. So here is the bracket. Let's take a look at the losers bracket. Speaking of rolling with the punches, and Rain, we talk about this being in the losers bracket, but if I'm being honest, I don't know if I want to be in this lobby.
The loser bracket.
I do not want to be in this lobby. Any of these teams here, and I see.
Iya teh can mah game mimiti teh.
Game awal.
Game awal mah nu menang iya Optic Gaming.
Keras anjing Optik aslinya anjing.
IG International, one of our top teams, CLG. I mean, there's so much firepower in this losers bracket as well that the top 10 teams from here.
Hardeki ta goblok keras pisan cok.
Almost as exciting as the winner.
Ya, iya si Hardeki ta.
Absolutely right, and I will say every team has proven
mana sih
themselves just
Rusianya?
here, Genome. And yesterday, the way they have been. Hey, there he is. Look at that hair.
Anjing kayak ada di sana atas ram gitu anjing.
Team Hardeki, they call him at some point here. It's my pick. Anyway, Genome, real quick, we're talking about the losers bracket. There are, as we mentioned, some of those teams that are just absolutely going to slay. And then the teams that got to that losers bracket and winners were based on point totals yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very similar situation.
Pirang.
The amount of points you get throughout those 6 games determines.
Tuh, kenapa kadip mohe anjing awewe gitu. Gila gitu anjing.
That's kind of just it, right? And I think the
Wingman kerasnya anjing.
Parah anjing siapa anjing.
Between the bottom 10, the bottom 20 and the top 20, I think we're going to see
Optiknya kamu diharapkan gue eta anjing. Kan si sensasi Hardeki unggul sorangan anjing. Dan nabrak si Lutana teh. Diculik anjing hiji-hiji bah ku si Hardeki anjing. Dipakai farmingan kill anjing.
Oh, mana lu.
Hey, if you want to get the most out of your Apex Legends viewing experience, might I recommend the Multiview? I will. I'll say it right now. Take a look at the command centers down by that Twitch follow button. This is what your screen could look like. You get the POV of your favorite teams, your favorite players, and guess what else? In-game comms, y'all. And not just that, but we've got 2 things debuting here at the ALGS LAN, and that would be our Twitch extension. And one of those things is a stats subpage that you can have as a substream here in the multi-view. Not only that, that's going to give you up-to-the-minute stats, I should say, and you'll be able to be the pro viewer we know, we love, and you'll be literally in the same category as our data, as our stats. You're going to know everything as we know it. And of course, something else to remember, if you see a little bit of yellow around your favorite team, that means that's our fight indicator. it means that a fight's going down. So maybe you should find yourself over in that area, watching it all unfold. A huge thank you, of course, to Multiview for having that. Having that is amazing, gang. I mean, Evan,
yeah.
it's a
Accepting is bubble fight na anjing.
It is, especially if you're trying to
Si Sweet yang share decknya mirip
you
ya.
know, I obviously love teaching people, but I also think when you're watching a tournament like this,
Benget lagi
if you
saya
want
kita.
to improve your game, even casually,
Bukan juga Justin Bieber si Sweet mah anjing nah.
it's one of the best ways to step up your game.
Korea Alliance. Saya ker panglurna ya Alliance anjing.
Teams are approaching fights. It's something that you would never be able to find in a singular stream of your favorite player. Not to say that I don't love watching Asu, I don't love watching Hal when they're streaming as well, but there's something different that you can learn that this provides.
Right, straight from the horse's mouth. Gotta love that. Well, they have made their way through the groups. Now they face elimination. But who should you keep your eye on in that multi-view? Let's go to our analyst to find out.
Loba bacot anjing lama.
It's always such a hard question because there are literally the best of the best Apex genuinely in the room right now. Rain, I'm going to start with you. Who has your heart today? Who are you looking at?
I got to go with Optic. I think the Green Wall, we highlighted them, but I think also the fact that they have proven that they can show up not just online and totally shift the balance dynamic of North America.
Ya, lanjut Ima nih. Balik lah.
Yo, hati-hati coy.
They have taken over this region. Now they're doing it with an addition of Noct, losing girls to TSM. Not only the Perseverance to bounce back to be so successful on land, that's why I've got to go with them today.
Optic are good, but you know what's better? Playing off meta. 4-7 have got they went deep. They had some really nice results yesterday, despite the composition they have, which is unorthodox, putting it mildly. Of course, people like Alliance have been absolutely nuclear, but the 4-7 guys, they are up there. They're about 4th or 5th place in the overall board at the moment. And again, we just got fences all over the place. We've got fences for days, and that's what I'm here for.
Alliance Yuki.
Guys, but, really, there's no one else you need to look at today apart from Alliance. These guys are so far ahead of the pack right now. The only team to crack 200 points yesterday. And look, Huckus, Yuki, and Vibes, just indomitable performance on day one. Huckus, he was first in damage overall. Yuki was second in damage overall. They were second and fourth in kills. You know, they had some of the highest kill games overall as well. Those guys getting up to 8 kills a game. I have to say though, Rain Day, the only one who beat them was Skittle Cakes with a 9-kill game.
That is the way the cookie crumbles. Fast math here, gents. Well done. Of course, we'll keep your eyes peeled to find out if any of these teams will be on the playoffs finals day, fighting for their lion's share of the $1 million prize pool. Well, speaking of predictions, speaking of keeping your eyes on teams, right now is the time, gents. We're going to talk talent predictions. It's sometimes my favorite and worst thing ever, but here we are. Rain, I'm going to start with you. You went with Team Empire, the team comp to beat.
You know, I'm a North American sounding guy. I live in North America, LA. I kind of lean towards North America in my eyesight, but I said, let me avert my eyes to the other region that has been performing so well here. Alongside all the others, it's EMEA. And I think Empire, they're a team we haven't given their, flowers to yet. So I want to just highlight them, say I believe in them. I think they're a great team fighting team. I think they're underrated despite proving with points that they should be in the conversation of best teams here.
There it is, Bardoff. You went E6.
Listen, I've got big legs, and Rain Day's always following in my footsteps, okay? I picked them on the first day, and they absolutely smashed, so we know what they've been doing for a while, okay? I've gone with Element 6, had to go with a UK man. They, again, we have mentioned in the broadcast that they are another team who are often under the radar as well. Don't have that brand power just yet, but they're always running around with gold armors and purple at the very least, and they're putting in work. They're being consistent, they're getting their points on the board, so I reckon today they may give the biggest surprise of all.
Absolutely. Finally, Team Liquid, Genome.
Yeah, look, these guys, Huckus is, the coach, Hodzik, has been behind these guys for a long time, and I've just, seen him around the venue, and every time you look at him, he's got this look like he just knows.
Yeah.
Like, he knows how to play the game, and honestly, he was actually one of the guys that I looked to in terms of his, videos and streaming, and that sort of thing, when I was really trying to understand the in-depth, the behind-the-scenes kind of stuff, how you play pro-level Apex, and so far he's led them to third place so far, and I think today against this high-level team, that's the kind of Apex you need to play to get ahead.
100%. Well, that Apex we need to play starts right now, which means it's time to throw it over to Fallout and Vicky Kitty to take us into game number 1 of our winners bracket. Gang, over to you.
Let's go. Kate and the Desk, thank you so much. Fallout here alongside Vicky. Listen, if there was a Greek team, I'd go for them as well, James. I don't blame you for supporting the UK boys. But one big shocker in that list, no Alliance. And I'm not going to lie, I was actually going to pick Alliance. I thought everyone else was going to pick Alliance. So I'm like, I got to change it up a little bit, but then none of us do that. Maybe we all had that logic. I don't know.
I mean, what happens to Alliance? I mean, there's so many teams coming out here from so many different regions that we haven't been exposed to until we are now at this LAN. 4 out of 5 teams qualifying into winners from APAC South, APAC North showing up, 4 out of 10 teams making it into winners. I mean, this is fantastic to see after the results that we saw in the group stages yesterday.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you're starting to set the stage. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Wink. This man has ultimate swag. I don't care. I drop all my predictions. That guy's winning. 100% a fact. Not even a question. No, but jokes aside here, it's amazing. And you set the stage so well. The regional breakdown. I just tweeted that exact stat line out. APAC South, 80% of their teams, 4 out of 5 APAC South teams have made it to this stage. This is the winners bracket. And while we can't get ahead of ourselves, because it's not the championship yet, right? This is just the winners bracket. This is just group stages into the first round of the champ bracket. That's pretty darn impressive. Regions like APAC South are being put on the map here and really proving that they can play with the best. They maybe deserve some more slots to qualify for LAN competitions like this, Vicky. And here's the interesting thing. Built into the format is exactly that. Teams that perform at playoffs and LAN events will earn more spots for their region in future qualifications, which I think is brilliant.
It's beautiful. I love it. Those top 30 teams, and that's what a lot of these teams are also looking for, you know, just to find out more information on what's happening with champs. And to break down further from what you were saying, a lot of eyes were on North America, were on EMEA, but only 4 out of 10 teams made it into the winners bracket in EMEA. And when you take a look at North America, 7 North American teams out of 10. Looking great here for North America, made it into winners. I know we were looking at them earlier on in the group stage day, looking at a bit of a lackluster performance, but they really ramped it up as the day progressed. And I'm expecting NA, just like what Rain Day was saying, talk about some jet lag, talk about traveling to LAN. I mean, that's what comes when you have this competition in person. But these players got a good night's rest, they know what to expect, and they're here on the stage to perform.
Well, here we go. Map number 1, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat. Blow it up right now. Let us know who you want to win. We got to jump on board with America's finest here, at least right behind Optic. It's Team Liquid. They showed up yesterday. I was heavily critical of this team based on their Pro League performance, which was average, above average at best. They were one of the bottom teams in terms of overall kills. They were one of the bottom teams in terms of average placement, but they showed up yesterday, and it's on the back of this exact player, Nocturnal, the longest lasting player of this team, the rock of this team, the IGL. I'm excited to see what they can do. On the flip side, it's Alliance. Yuki, the male model from China himself, was literally in a reality TV show in China just 2-3 years ago, moved back to the UK, pursued professional Apex, got picked up by Alliance after playing with Nasty, Scrafy, and Dell. I'm excited to see how Alliance performs today because they dominated yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, just looking at the person.
Ah, ya, huevo. Voy a llevarme el 30-30. Voy a llevarme el 30-30. Ok, aquí azul. ¿Tienes dorada? Ahorita te doy por una morada. Vámonos.
Ini sama nih. Barrel 2 mau nggak? Boleh, bawain aja. Nggak bisa, tuh ambil aja deketin. Oh, yaudah. Telat nggak sih kita? Jauh banget tuh udah.
Bisa kok nih. Bisa kok.
He snuck in. Guess who another one is? It's TSM. A lot of us, including myself, picked TSM. Predictions from talent to pick TSM today, which could be scary because TSM performs best in moments like this when they have to show up. Maybe they don't do good in group stages, but when it matters the most, winner go home or winner get knocked down to losers, TSM always seems to perform. So we'll keep a close eye on them. And then we just saw Sutaraiku as well. Sutaraiku, Australian team, really impressing yesterday. But take a look here, Vicky. We have a southeast pull to a Dome or Lava City-esque finish.
Yeah, I love looking at this graphics too, so we can break down so much, not only from the POIs of our players, but also looking at where that next circle is going to be pulling. You can already see a lot of these teams, like players who are taking some damage here. PKMK, though, now trying to run away from Luminosity Gaming, who also already has the information for that next circle. You could see the beacon on their mini-map right there. They're seeing players with their quick rotate. They want to secure a spot already inside of those buildings, right close to the Dome, but players are in some trouble here as PKMK just has only shield cells to heal up, has that med kit to potentially get away, but you already already know other teams are in the area to try to go in for that third party.
This is insane. I mean, look how fast these rotations are. Everyone immediately trying to get to the southeast. Teams that are known to drop towards southeast, get in there quick. STK dropping tree. They looted so fast. And guess what? STK, Sutaraiku, one of the 3 teams to win 3 games yesterday alongside Optic and Empire. Very, very impressive. And off the rip, Walton's going to get a knock here. Luminosity's very own. Mexico is down, but Ganjamin is popping off against players. Unite joins the fray.
This is the third party that I was talking about. So
No
many
way.
teams have already quickly rotated. Talk about high-octane action off the rip. Luminosity Gaming now trying to shoot back. And Amigo was able to get that first knock with a grenade, but now they're getting pinged from behind here. Hopefully they could actually hold them back with that lava just kind of separating them. Players was trying to get away in this situation too, but they were just caught in between so many teams. Now Rejects being another team making their way over to this next circle. Unfortunately, losing out on Jung-hee here. Reject now having to heal underneath this dome. But what action are we seeing off the rip already, Fallout?
Absolutely. Reject drops Fragment west, by the way. So the fact that they're already here in this fight with teams that drop southeast is crazy. Team Empire joins the fight. You know they like to fight. They're the most aggressive team, formerly known as the Major Pushers. They're not afraid to take any fight. Rocking the Bloodhound, only team in the competition, still playing Bloodhound, which is my favorite legend. You love to see it.
Same. This is why we're on the desk together, Fallout. That's that synergy that I love to see. Love to see the Bloodhound. I mean, absolutely. Gotta support the Roller Boys out here. But also, Team Empire is that team that has been rocking the Bloodhound, has been rocking different compositions. We saw the Mad Maggie yesterday in the group stages. NRG now looking at all the chaos from afar, saying, hold on, let's rotate. We have the information for the beacon. Let's rotate out here. I actually was able to talk to Sweet a little bit to figure out what they wanted to do, because we saw them take out the Watson later on in the day when they were having a bit of a lackluster performance at the start. Today, they said, we're not going to try out the Watson. We didn't feel like we were in practice here. We want to try out the Loba, and that's exactly what we're seeing so far on World's Edge.
Yeah, Loba. It's kind of the NRG special as of late, but hey, again, they didn't perform yesterday. We'll see what their vibes are like today. Let's go ahead and jump into our first listening of the championship bracket with NRG.
Get on, Rocker.
Get on. I could go this direction, over this.
There's a team on here.
Go to the left one. Go left, go left, go left. Keep going left, hard left. Team out.
Are we going deeper
Here,
left?
here, here.
Okay.
Deep left, deep left. Need a bubble right here. Bubble here,
Bubble.
bubble
Yeah,
here.
bubbling. I'm ulting this team.
Yeah, ult them now.
We need to run to the...
We need to run into dome, into dome, into dome, into dome. Take hard left. Nope, the whole lobby's looking at us. I'm gonna go down here. Batting. Wait, no, team on the left too. Fuck. We just got too greedy.
There was a spot that was open.
RG eliminated already alongside players and others. And guess who it is? It's TSM alongside Optic joining the fight. Reignite, perhaps taking a deep breath, a sigh of relief, because NRG was absolutely aping them. TSM keeps them alive.
Fallout, you were asking about how the vibes are feeling for NRG. Well, they're feeling 18th place in that first game.
18th place and a little unconfident. I just sensed a little, I mean, obviously they're making plays, they're making calls, but not the confident NRG we're kind of used to hearing.
I'm wondering here what's going on with the mindset of a lot of these players that kind of scraped by in the group stages yesterday. We saw how close the overall leaderboards were looking like. Alliance playing the edge. Alliance having such a performance yesterday. We heard it. I believe the only team to hit 200 points overall with their group stage performance. But now you can see them just trying to wrap around the edge. They don't want to get caught in the chaos. With this circle, breaking down the circle, there's just so much action going down here, Fallout. But where that circle is going to be pulling, we see it sometimes end up a little bit outside of the eggshell by Dome.
Yeah. Cloud9 channeling their interfere. Yeah, they're going to take their time in this rotation. They love playing edge. I was chatting with Alberlelli and Naughty this morning over breakfast. They prefer these far pull zones because they can play edge, they can take their time, they can loot up, and they can take these fights. One thing I want to point out, though, Vicky, very important, this is the highest level of competitive play I have ever seen, and I've casted thousands of games of Apex. I've never seen a faster rotate. I've never seen teams so competitive in striving for God spot, best positioning that quick, and as a result, we saw 3 squads get eliminated that early because so many teams rotated to dome that quick.
I wonder here if this means that so many teams are already quick with adapting after the group stages, looking at these team comps, looking at the fact that they want to hold the god spot, holding onto some of these buildings, looking at where the circle's even pulling towards Dome. Look at this. We have a lot more Caustic out here in this lobby for a reason. It's going to be difficult to push onto a team that's holding onto some of these buildings already with those barrels. Team Liquid taking some shots at that team from far away that wants to try to get that beacon scan over by Harvester, but they're not going to overextend. They're just putting in some pressure, and they're looking great in terms of their Evo Shield charge. You saw them taking their time over by the Replicator as well.
Yeah, these are our edge teams. Cloud9 dropping all the way north in Climatizer. Team Liquid all the way northwest in Skyhook. They're going to take their time in rotation and actually get a chance to chat with Nocturnal and get his perspective coming in to the playoffs. Let's listen.
Top 3. Let's say us, Energy, and Alliance. It's a little bit too late to just, you know, throw a Hail Mary and do you really want to risk it in a 6-figure tournament? But teams, I don't know, land nerves can definitely hit, definitely up some upsets for favorite teams. You know, people are out of their comfort zone and, you know, potentially, not to throw the accusations out, but definitely people are looking out for certain teams to just see if they do well and live up to their stories. I think outside of NA, probably Europe, obviously. I think they have the most experience, the longest standing of just being a terrifying region, honestly. But honestly, I think NA is just going to take it.
Well, you know, I would have agreed with you coming into the competition. Europe always self-proclaimed to be the most competitive region. Only 4 European teams made it into the top 20 here in the winners bracket, which is surprising. NA with 70%, but APAC South impressing the most. 80% of APAC South teams, 4 out of 5 qualifying for this lobby.
It's beautiful because we talked about the different sort of compositions that we see from all these different regions. Look at those Watson fences set up. Look at this already. Alliance is looking at this like, what is happening over here? Meanwhile, on the other side, though, Element 6 taking some shots at some teams that are trying to rotate away. Element 6 trying to fully send it, though. They see one Strangler here. They get the knock onto Sharky. Unfortunately, they can't get away in time. The rest of the team's actually inside of that building.
And Sharky is only going to have a great knockdown shield. So goodbye to that. Goodbye to Sharky, the recent pickup of this Reignite squad. Former teammate of Zeros alongside MT back in the EXO clan days, who dominated the early ALGS online tournaments in APAC South. Had a chance to cast a few of those. Well, obviously Jen Burton burst onto the scene as one of the best players in the world, joined this squad, and now Jen Burton not competing in this competition, unfortunately not able to play. They're playing with a substitute in JMW. However, on the Element 6 side, 2 Brits and a Frenchman. It's Nags. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen with Element 6.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be like at least one spot free there. You know, like we have like flows there and stuff like that.
Could
Like
be a team on the left. Yeah, it's a team on top already. Have we played logo on the right?
Yeah.
Just
I
come
mean,
here.
they just res and they wanted to lava. You don't want to play from lava side for now?
Yeah. I wanna play from the left, yeah. If we can, I want cave ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
there's one team here. Let's go. Team Come on to the me. hill here. That spot is favorable, we know that. We have Volt as well, like, Nag's gonna farm. The thing is, like, do we check cave or no? I'm down.
I mean, you guys probably stay like here and then I'll go check, you know?
Okay. Go.
I don't think we should all try to check.
Okay, go for it. We should still be close to you, I think.
Yeah.
Web together? Yep. Probably riding on it. Careful. I don't see anyone. Probably riding on the left, careful. Yeah. I don't see anyone. I'm opening. We have golden person taking gold.
I'm making it clear. It's free right now. Yeah.
Take the gold bag as well. Nice. So you can we set traps up now? Yeah. Traps behind and on the left.
They're fighting behind us. Fuck, I'm like freezing, bro. You wanna rat this or not?
No. Can we set traps up here? We need to keep rotating, I think. Okay. I hear a crypto drone on the left somewhere.
There's a guy literally on that rock. It's so
yeah,
hard.
no. I'm thinking right now on where we can play. Because we just need to find the Valkyrie spot and we Valkyrie here. Yeah. Whoa, we told you already. Yeah. What the fuck? Pop Phoenix is one side. Is there? Oh, someone take it, fuck. You have Phoenix now?
No, I got a Phoenix.
Bring it here then. Oh, we're good. My bad. Come, look Lava City side. Yeah, I've got 4 seconds on my Phoenix. Yeah. Yeah, they keep on top, they stay on top. Where we gonna Valk from, do you think? I don't know, bro. This team is staying here, that's the problem.
But if we'll go from the right side and end up walking up.
That's what we're gonna have to do anyway. We can maybe stop at your fight.
Wait,
Me.
Yeah.
Go in.
They're getting shot on, this team's getting shot on.
I'm with you.
Give it flash, give it flash, give it flash, give it flash.
My bad.
It's fine, don't get beam now, don't get beam now.
I don't fucking eat this.
Well, no one checking the back.
Go look the back, Yeah, I'm watching. Give his white!
He's white still? This is the team that res then.
I'm not with you. Can we just move up and try to get that spot somehow? But I don't know if it's playable. On my left.
They're pushing.
We need to take this fight.
Cracked one.
Are they pushing?
I think so, I'm batting quickly.
I need to know for the Costicle.
No, they're not.
Can we just rotate? Yeah, I'm coming. Come, we can't stay here.
Can I heal? Yeah, I need to heal. Draw me cells.
This team is coming back with white shield again. Come and skip heal.
If we shoot, we're gonna get pinched.
We need to kill them. Top 15, 3 KP, come. Oh, bro, he just fucking triple-headed me.
Did that you give you?
Yeah, it's my Gibil. I'm popping about. I'm 1. We need to Valkyrie, right? Valkyrie, yeah, come. We need to Valkyrie. Heal up. Okay. I don't have time. Just go. We need to go for that spot, I guess. I'll put in again. Go for that spot. You think we can play their bottom floor? Let's try it.
Well,
let's go to EP as well, just try it. Play bottom floor here, yeah? Bottom floor here, I'm a ping. I'm gonna pop find me on the other side. I'm popping. Fuck, I'm pressing. Guys.
Can we maybe go inside them?
We have gone back, just go there, bro.
I'm trying to.
We're gonna need to get inside, we need to get inside. Okay, ready?
They're fighting here. I just got beamed, bro.
Inside. On me. Can we chill here a second and heal? Okay, buy time. I'm just full healing. KP on the right. I'm dead. Careful. Go just help me.
I can't, bro.
Where are they, Swinny? On you, on the spot we were playing.
And that listening right there shows how truly competitive these lobbies are. E6 tried every possible option and had no options. Ultimately, they get taken out on the high risk, high reward Valk ult rotation as we saw 2 teams take to the skies like 2 ships in the night.
I mean, Fallout, we knew already how many teams were in this area so quick off of the first 30 seconds to 1 minute. And now look at this Team Empire, another team having to play this by themselves. Ranches may not even be able to get to Cleave here. Team Liquid finding some beamage here. They have some real estate as well that they're sharing with another team, but even right there where we saw from Element 6 just K-Swinny unfortunately getting caught off guard, split up from their teammates. It's so difficult to be able to have this position but gets that nice crack.
And this is darn impressive from Team Liquid. The max rotation from Skyhook, and they still find themselves favorable positioning right now. The fact that they are inside Dome, one of the buildings, and got this POI is pretty darn impressive. Of course, Gilderson's on Caustic, the controller god, one player in particular who I'm looking out for as a early MVP of this tournament. He can keep performing the way he has been is fun. He's gonna get some good shots.
Look at all these nades just being tossed in the direction of Team Liquid. Nocturnal having to heal up with the Phoenix here, while at the same time the rest of Team Liquid are holding back 2 squads at the same time. It's actually insane how much action is going down in here. All the caustic gas as well, blocking out their line of sight.
Give me Dewa, bro.
Does drop trials uncontested, so they will always leave with good.
Bang, kapan giveaway banget sih.
North America. If you dominate North America and get trials, you're going to dominate likely international region and get trials as well, especially in the lobby with 7 North American teams here. So Team Liquid, well looted, well equipped, and well rotated, well positioned, well everything. Team Liquid just playing that good.
And they're going to stay here too for a bit. The Kraber though, Sutu Raikou, the only team that was able to win multiple games back-to-back here in the group stages yesterday, looking to keep up their performance here as Bullet still has 9 more bullets.
Mana Dewa anjing?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough rotation.
Tadi tinggali Dewa, gila anjing pelit aja.
Look at this, it's actually literally on the edge of World's Edge here, so it's going to be a tough rotation. Alliance, I believe, is best positioned.
Adier meninggal. Goodbye, Adier.
North Korea, sorry,
Anjing Alliance goblok OP parah anjing.
For now, 4-7 eliminated earlier. I believe Unite
Nah,
might
man.
still be in, but look at Alliance.
I mean, a pop-off team that had such a performance and they're still continuing on.
Edan anjing.
Getting knocked twice, Nocturnal.
Ngeri Alliance anjing. Oh, Liquid Dawn, cok.
As well, putting in some of that pressure. Vaxxon's getting away now.
Dewa United still alive, bro.
I mentioned last Korean team, I believe, in the lobby right now, alive, and Alliance is just farming. They are playing so well, picking off.
Anjing naon, eta naon.
Yesterday, Alliance cannot lose, cannot miss, and it's being led by Yuki, the Chinese UK player who's so incredibly talented and also very good looking.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, right now, Yuki is
Cloud9.
just happy to have all these players coming into his line of sight, cleaning up Team Unite as they get escorted right back to the lobby. C9 also playing for their lives inside of this truck. You can see all the Nox gas all around as Dua United on the edge of the circle.
Nice, Dewa United, bro.
Alliance is looking around, not knowing what's going on.
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump right into a listen-in with Alliance as things are heating up here in the southeast side of World's Edge.
I won't have my ulti for late game, we have to get now. It's fine, it's fine.
Any Otaxels for vibes?
I've not seen.
No.
Is there anybody outside the map? Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure though. I think that's you can fly up here. You can fly up here. We want to take outside the map if there's nobody there, okay? I'm checking this box real quick. There's nobody here. Take it. I found an ult Axel. We'll help you. Yo, I'm playing out here. Come gas.
Okay, come.
We need to hold behind us first though.
Ganggu ucing teh. Imperial Hall, cok. Menggokil anjing.
They get fucked trailer here.
Come back, Akis, come back.
Yeah, no, I'm just in the Oregon trailer. I'm fucking them.
Dia Dewa, cok. What the heck?
Make space on us. Yeah. They might land outside the map. They're not in outside the map.
I got cracked. Gonna pop back.
Pop cell. They're not in. They have to come up. They have to come up. They're not in.
Yeah. Popping cells. Look behind us. We're okay here.
10 cells here. Dropping armors up.
Yeah.
One arm is up.
TSM sisa Imperial Hall doang anjing.
Kill right.
Wah, TSM wipe ke-8.
Nice.
Dewa still alive. Anjing, ada optik goblok.
Okay, good.
Oh no, Dewa. Oh shit.
Yeah. That's okay.
They're dying.
Ya, Dewa kena anjing.
We gotta swing right after the caustic ulti.
Dua Alliance anjing ngerehenkeun anjing.
Tell you everything you need to hear. I don't know what will. Their communication, some of the best I've ever heard in Apex. Alliance is on fire. Shame on us talent for not predicting this team. I personally did because I thought everyone else would. That's how good they're playing right now.
They're showing up. We were talking about it before, right before we jumped into this game, and look how they're holding the edge of the circle here too, even calling out the position when they were knocking out those Watson fences. Alliance holding by the edge, now moving in for the opportunity. They get the crack here too. We already noted TSM, they're out. Sutaraiku, they're out. Team Liquid though, they have the Kraber in their hand. They have one bullet left, and they have 123 damage. The double knock with the wingman Nocturnal.
You are a savage. 7 kills total for Team
Gelo
Liquid.
anjing.
Nocturnal proving why he's the most underrated player in all of
Harga Apex sudah dijual belum makanya?
with the Kraber playing out of his mind, and now we have 3 squads left. Optic Gaming eliminated in 5th. We got Cloud9, Team Liquid, and Alliance, 3 of the largest, most reputable orgs in esports, competing for a win to kick off Championship Saturday.
Anjing C9 pasti dibantai sih, di pinch parah.
They are sandwiched between Team Liquid and Alliance. Alliance, again, we just have to highlight how insane their performance has been since the group stage. Here comes a Nox grenade, though. That's fine. Abraleli is going to definitely take that. He has no issue. He's on the Caustic himself. Alliance just playing off of this rock, but they're going to have the high ground here in this position.
That's right, and I don't even know who has God Spot. I don't even know who has the best position, because Cloud9 is center zone. And certainly that trailer is you have to be comfortable.
Aduh, Alderani,
They are getting cornered and sandwiched by Team Liquid. Team Liquid wants to push off this damage. They want to play off this. They're going to push C9, but they got to be careful, because if they're the first to the fight, Alliance is going to come in.
Ulti!
You can only imagine the amount of option coverage that these Nox grenades are also going to cover, forcing a lot of these teams to actually isolate.
Nice ult, anjing.
I like the mobile respawn beacon attempt from Nocturnal there. Maybe thinking to put it down for some makeshift cover.
Si itu kakak multi anjing ya nana. Kostik itu nana padahal engkekeun anjing.
By Team Liquid, that's going to be a disadvantage for them in this late fight. Utility already taking advantage of. Ring is closing. It all comes down to this final fight here. Team Liquid trying to do what they can to be the last to the party if they possibly can. On board of Nocturnal, healing back up. They should be able to chill for at least 5 more seconds.
Look at this positioning from Alliance here too as they move up. Hockeys was the one that was taking that more aggressive approach here. Yeah, here comes the old Nocturnal is down by the way.
Ice on Nocturnal and Hockey of Alliance pulling the shots here. The dome comes in. The late dome helps
Liquid rata anjing. Cloud9 lawan Alliance terakhir. Anjing, pasti ngeri anjing. Graceful. Rata lagi Caustic. Anjing, Caustic goblok. Goblok anjing.
You gotta be kidding me.
Goblok Caustic every day.
With Graceful as a substitute comes in with a dub. Zach Mazur's watching from home and proud of his boys.
Jago anjing.
As Alberlelli says, I am still king.
I am astonished. I cannot believe what I just saw. They found an opportunity. It was the caustic tick damage.
Wow, you gotta be kidding me. 3 members of Alliance alive. On high ground. They somehow throw that away. Team Liquid looking in astonishment, but you gotta be proud of their top 3
Sholat dulu guys.
High kill game
Tata
from
kucing
them.
tah nitip aing tok, nitip kucing tok.
Graceful. The IGL of Kungarna
Nitip kucing aing.
barely does not qualify for this competition. Perhaps a blessing as he has a chance at a piece of the $1 million prize pool. Stay Naughty, the Greek warrior, controller player from the United States, performing so well. And then Alberlelli. Talk about Alberlelli. People forget that he is still the reigning champion of the back-to-back LAN competitions. People forget that he was on that TSM dynasty. You can't forget now. Alberlelli is still here as the king of North America.
How are they looking so calm, so collected? I'm shaking for them. Their positioning Fallout inside of that truck, they were sandwiched. What are you doing in that situation other than hold your cool, hold your position? At the very end there, it was so close, playing off of the knockdown shields. Look at this, finishing with 6 kills and first place, taking those 12 extra points.
Absolutely. Alliance right behind them. Well, guess what? On top of them, they got a couple more kills, which means they will be in first in the standings. But look how neck and neck this is. And then a team we didn't really see much, but we got to talk more about. It's Reignite. 12 points total, 7 kills from the boys from down under. The Aussies plus JMW representing their sister country in the United Kingdom. He comes in, substitutes for a player with the biggest possible shoes to fill in Jen Burton, arguably the best controller player in the world, and Reignite in the top 4. Optic Gaming rounds it out in 5th.
How is this game number 1? How are we starting off the action like this? So quick at the start of our day, Paul. I mean, if the players weren't awake yesterday, they definitely are now. Now, looking at the second page, though, 100 Thieves, one of our more consistent placing squads yesterday, now falling in that 11th place spot. Overall, in the lobby, 2 kills, though, so they're going to be able to obtain that 2 extra KP here. AD Raccoon now coming in with 3 KP themselves. I mean, we saw how many teams have already made their quick rotations off the first 30 seconds to the first minute of the game.
Exactly. Players playing with a substitute in PK, MK, also from the CIS, not playing with Artico. Our heart goes out to Artico in Ukraine. But of course, the players, aka EMEA God Squad dynasty of a roster, arguably the traditional TSM of EMEA alongside Alliance, the 2 kings of Europe. Unfortunately not performing there, but guess who did? It's Graceful from Sweden. Hometown hero, Graceful performs, and again, this team so interesting. Was talking to them this morning, and they actually gave Graceful IGL responsibilities on this team, and he joined 2 days ago. He fills a co-IGL role with Alberlelli, who calls the early game rotations and Graceful calls the late game calls, which is so impressive. It's interesting because Zach obviously fills that co-IGL role, and they trusted Graceful with that responsibility.
That's actually so incredible to hear from Cloud9, especially with their performance in game number 1. Look at the follow-ups to the support from both Graceful and Alberlelli, with Stay Naughty taking so much damage, or rather putting down so much damage, 3 kills on top of it. But they had their priorities. They were able to hold down and lock down that truck with their composition, with the 2 big boys out there, the Caustic, the Gibby, and it's so important there too because they also held down to the dome at the very end there. So what an insane first game here. Yeah, it wasn't as frag heavy as we see from Alliance, but this is Alliance that we're talking about still.
I mean,
yeah, oh, absolutely. Still, they were able to still get 6 kills right there. Team Liquid with 8 kills, Alliance with 10 kills. I mean, what a first game, Fallout.
My boy, Pari Guzuli, aka Stay Naughty, performing with the 1.3k damage controller god from the United States. But hey, what a hell of a game number 1. What a start. We gotta take a quick breather. These players are getting ready for game number 2. It's right around the corner. We'll be right back.
Kalau dah alhamdulillah dari bisa-bisa nyimpan heula iya anjing. Tong anjing. Bisa-bisa.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Greek. I'm gonna be honest, man. We are having a blast. I hope you guys are having a good time too. We are on 6 to 7 hours of sleep. I had so many pancakes this morning. I had at least 3 pounds of bacon. This guy had no joke, chat. We walk up on his tray. This guy had 6 shots of banana smoothie, and they don't put it in like a cup. They put it in a shot glass, and he had 6 shots of banana smoothie, and he was ripping it like he was tequila.
You know, that's how I like to start my morning.
Not gonna lie, it's kind of gross.
A nice banana smoothie. How is that gross?
Just banana?
It was banana smoothie.
But like just banana is disgusting. No?
You're out of your mind.
I feel like just banana is gross. A banana, like a strawberry banana, is good, but just a banana?
It's healthy. I'm the epitome of health.
Dude, you look like shit. Where's the health?
That's because I slept 3.5 hours, and there's still remnants of hand sanitizer in my retina.
Yes, but Greek, that's exactly what I'm saying. You just slept 3 hours. Where's the epitome of health?
That's where the banana.
You get your vitamins from this YouTube ad that you bought, Kachava, and you think that that just helps you. You literally say that you are the epitome of health, but you get your vitamins through a shit you bought from a YouTube advertisement. And you're such a boomer that now you come to me saying that you're obsessed with buying advertisements you see on Instagram. You're about to buy a toothbrush that sprays water while you're brushing your teeth because they showed you an advertisement.
Si anjing di ini
and then made it white through Photoshop.
Di
They're
roasting.
revolutionizing the dentistry industry.
I don't think they are. I really don't think they are.
You still never threw out those chicken nugget bites that are in your room, marinating more than the Alliance ass room.
Oh, chat, I'm gonna be honest here. Sweden just doesn't have garbage disposals. Do they throw the garbage in the rivers? I can't find a garbage in this whole hotel. I've walked around 15 times.
$135 on the Hound.
Sia marah-marah. Bahkan pun menolak. Goblok. Scar Station. Postur.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Day 2 of the ALGS playoffs here live from Stockholm, Sweden. Game 1 was a treat. It's going to be hard to top that, but something tells me we will.
I mean, this is the winner's bracket here, Fallout, and this is what I'm expecting from our champ. I mean, at the start of today, I was thinking about so many storylines, wanted to go into that first game to highlight what was at stake here.
Like I
had so many notes prepared, and then winner's bracket said, hold my cup real quick, because we're going to go and we're immediately going to rotate. 7 teams already in that next circle. It was just absolutely insane. So much action in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. And there's so much to break down there. We have a few minutes. So, gosh, that game 1, a lot to analyze. You know, what's so interesting is a couple things. One, how fast every team was to rotate. We talked about that. But as a result of that, we saw something we don't often see. Usually early rotate teams mean, well, you're early to rotate, you're going to get the apple. But instead, you got 3 other teams third-partying you because they were also there, and a lot of early game action we're not used to seeing.
Players, energy. What happened in the middle of that rotation? They were not expecting all these teams to already quickly rotate in less than a minute because so many teams wanted to prioritize that God spot, that final circle positioning. We were talking about it before in the game, looking at the composition, so much caustic. So a lot of these teams, their priorities are to secure the buildings within Dome. A lot of these teams predicting that it was going to pull outside of the eggshell of Dome 2. That's why we saw heavy-hitting teams like Alliance already situate themselves to clear out the entire southern side of that last circle, and it was insane how frag heavy they were.
Exactly. Alliance is the next thing I want to talk about here as we take a look first, though, at the comparison of the GOATs. Imperial Hal, CEO of NA. Hardeki, CEO of EMEA. Here's a side-by-side comparison. Average kills so far this tournament. Well, advantage, Hardeki, 1.7 kills per game, 916 damage per game. Insane, by the way. Hardeki right now in the top 7 in overall damage with 17.3k damage. It's the second easy on stream, by the way. It's called Prep. I'm just kidding. Highest damage match, 2.4k in damage. Repping the Ashe. Hal's been repping a lot of Horizon, typically the Wraith Ashe player, but rocking Horizon this tournament a lot more often.
We saw the swap actually yesterday. It was later down in the day actually, where Hal actually made the swap over to the Horizon. Maybe seeing a lot more success here, looking like they feel very confident still with that team comp. I'm interested to see how quick that they were able to adapt. What made them realize that after the lobbies that they were playing in the group stage section just yesterday. But you see usually a lot of people comparing these two players, so it's fantastic to see them now in one lobby.
Exactly, and neither, to be honest, neither team really performed to their expectation in game 1. So I'm glad maybe you're previewing, foreshadowing what's to come. All eyes on CSM and players. If you don't know Hardeki, you definitely do now. He's arguably the best player in the world in terms of individual skill, performance. Meanwhile, heading on down into Apex. Now look at this guy. My man rolled up his sleeves just to show us, you know, the guns.
Yeah.
Maybe the pistol, I'll call it.
Oh man, I love this. I love this. And I love the personality from a lot of these players that we get to see here for the first time on LAN. First time that all these different regions are facing off against each other.
And then we've got to talk about him. Paris Gouzulis. Stay naughty. The 1v2 wingman clutch. You saw it in the outro replay as we went to break. I didn't see it from his perspective. None of us did. We were wondering how Alliance lost that fight. Well, it's because of him. He clutched up, simply. His first LAN competition. You think there'd be nerves. You think maybe, just maybe, he won't perform in the same way he does online. Well, all of that is out the window. He showed up big time.
It was just insane the way he played the barrel for some extra cover. There was even the dome before it went out, before he was able to even strafe around the barrel. The dome was still out there, but the fact that he was able to utilize the gas barrel since it was already deployed there and it was already letting out the gas, they were so fixated on trying to take care of Stay Naughty. That was just such insane play to ignore the gas, take the actual extra, take damage, and still go down. Stay Naughty, what a beast to be able to stay alive in that situation. He had no shield, he had half health. He was just a headshot and a body shot away from falling into second place for that first game.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we were starting to talk a little more kind of an analysis breaking down that game number one. The second thing I was going to mention was Alliance. They actually feast off of that southeast zone because they can come all the way from Thermal Station. No G2 in this lobby, so they get it untouched. As a result, they're in first place here. But they love that far, far south rotation, riding the edge of the map behind every team, getting there quick, and they got what they thought was the God spot to close that out. And they had what should have been a win, another
Alliance tak terhentikan anjing. Alliance yang liquid.
Instead, Stay Naughty clutches up, and that's what you love about Apex. High time to kill, the opportunity to make plays. It's not the first shot gets the first kill. It's not the 2v1 always wins. You can clutch 1v2s like we saw Skittle do yesterday and Stay Naughty do today. As we take a look at Alliance, the male model from China himself, Yuki on the right, Hockey's the coach of this team, the analyst of this team, the IGL of this team, the brain of this team. He does it all in the middle. And then Wipes on the far left, the support player. So soft-spoken, doesn't care, doesn't want the limelight, just wants to play his role, and he plays it so well. Right behind him, Chef Pontus, the overall chef and manager of this team. Look at Yuki. This man knows how to act in front of the camera.
He knows. He's posing. He's posing.
He hears me right now. You hear me, don't you?
He's got to let you know Fallout. It's like, yeah, I am the real model. What's up?
So true story. Someone on the competitive Apex Reddit, shout out to competitive Reddit on Apex, by the way, posted a clip of him on a Chinese dating show doing yoga. With the Bachelorette, basically. It was like the Bachelorette.
Is there anything that he can't do at this point?
Honestly, no.
Wow.
Honestly, no. It's a brilliant clip. So for those that don't know, this man Yuki does it all. Meanwhile, Sweet Dreams, not the start they would like, and NRG not showing up the same way we thought they would. This is a team that performed online for many, many years. It's always been inconsistent, a lot of highs, a lot of lows. But so far, Rocker and Nathan, the young guns, their first LAN, I believe, not showing up just yet. Let's see if we can turn that around.
Just talking about NRG, I know I mentioned it a little bit in that first game. I couldn't dive into it just because it's so much action already happening at the start. But again, I got to kind of pick at Sweet's brain, figure out why they wanted to give the Watson a try. Well, he said he wanted to give a Watson a try on land despite not having to practice her up until they were already in Sweden. But they didn't want to give her a try anymore going into day 2. They already figured out what composition they feel comfortable with. But again, like you said, and like we saw in that game 1, just not the start that you really want to have, not even having any.
Let's go, Dewa United.
If you're feeling comfortable today.
Guess what, everybody? Game number 2 is here. Dropship is flying across World's Edge. Let's jump right into the action. Yet again, game 2 of the 6-game winners bracket series is live. And I'm excited to jump on board likely with none other than
Pakai Seer anjing.
Why are they like
Are
this?
you
And the Maggie? Oh, I can't. It's so hard to
What is happening?
I honestly, I was thinking about this morning too when I was making my own team breads. I said to myself, Team Empire is such a favorite team of mine because I'm in it for the chaos. I love the BM. That's just the type of person that I am.
Are they trolls? They're literally just trolls?
They were having so much fun yesterday. They were having so much fun with their
trolling
comps
everybody yesterday.
Yes, we saw them
Animation
canceling the animation. I mean, come on, man. I'm here for the BM and the friendly competition that we got. The tactical crouching here, Team Empire, they're here to live for it here. But they're here with the Seer too, the Mad Maggie. I mean, we've never seen this before in the ALGS capacity.
Literally, this comp has never been run before in ALGS, I don't believe. Seer, Mad Maggie, and Wraith. Would have never thought I'd be saying those 3 legends together in a competitive Apex tournament, but here we are. Team Empire, for those that don't know, is a team that likes to shake the mold of meta. James Bardoff talked about Impact North running off meta. This team does it better than anyone. They run a Gibraltarless comp and do it with success. We saw them bust out Bangalore yesterday. They run Bloodhound, they run Seer, Mad Maggie, Wraith, Ash. Doesn't matter, they do it all as Team Empire from CIS looking to represent. We got a northeast zone here. It's gonna be ending towards Respawn Village on board now. And I'm looking at TSM making a quick rotation.
Yeah, TSM looking to prioritize that beacon. They're already going to run into that next squad right there too. But you talk about some quick rotations already. It's looking like a very similar pacing to we saw in game number 1. Unite is going to slowly make their way over to also have the information of that beacon. Those APAC North squads that run the crypto are going to be able to get that information without having to overextend because they're going to have the drone just scan the beacon for them here. TSM has dramatically changed their playstyle after the performance yesterday to a much more passive approach where they want to secure these buildings. They're going to take their time. Look at this. How is on the Caustic? We were talking about it game number 1. Caustic everywhere. It is like I am having a nightmare. Bardoff is actually probably in the back doing cartwheels. Meanwhile, me, though, I'm just living out a fever dream. I mean, this is not what I want to see, but this is actually what we've been seeing successful with in terms of the compositions for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, well, Hal says at TSM, if you can't beat them, join them. We're going to run the two big comp that's been so popular in APAC South. Very popular in North America. SSG was one of the first teams to kind of popularize it, and they're not here today. They didn't make it, barely. Did not qualify. Meanwhile, the team has been running it for quite some time. Here's Team Liquid, Gilderson's on Caustic, Fun on Gibraltar, and of course Nocturnal on Valky. IGL of his team, dropping Trials, getting the gold shield as a result. Alliance, well looted. They're going to take their time on Thermal, and Alliance likes these zones. They get to loot, and then they get to get the resourcing and the utility that they want to take edge fights.
Now I want to pick your brain a little bit here, Fallout. Seeing the compositions that we see with these Caustics, the barrels, sometimes even the Watsons, if you're looking at APAC North, I'm wondering here how drastic these EMPs are going to be in deleting these Caustic barrels. Players, though, already in a fight, already losing out on PKMK, who has not had the best day here. And this is going to be a tough start here for players as Hardeki is trying to hold back that door. The Art Star is going to knock him.
And he thought he could get that shield bat off, could not do it. It's all up to Leogri. Let's see what Leo can do. And again, the absence of Artico is felt on this team. Talk about the role that he plays, the impact he makes. Leogri is down to 2 HP and somehow is going to survive.
Elevate now. Going to be able to clean up, reignite over by the other side, though.
Zero wants smoke. I love this. From Zero. Goes, gets the free kill.
Ganteng
One
anjir.
kill point definitely helps. And sorry to cut you off there.
Oh, burger, nice.
On reignite, you have to note is, I don't know how, last game they ended up top 5. I don't know how. They came all the way from Lava Siphon. They were the last to rotate behind E6. And they still were able to find themselves in good positioning. Reignite continues to impress. I've been so impressed by this APAC South Australian team.
Yeah, JMW actually getting 4 kills, Zero with 3 kills. We saw Zero pop off yesterday with the Kraber so many times. Not only just cleaning up the rat, that wasn't the crazy performance, but the other times with the Kraber that was just so fantastically consistent in landing those shots.
That's what I say, is just imagine. They had Jen Burton on their team?
No.
Imagine what they'd be doing right now.
My goodness.
A year of teamwork, chemistry that they would have on top of the
This is why we need champs, Fallout. This is why we need champs.
Oh, Jen, I can't wait for you to be back, brother. I can't wait. But for now, it is what it is. We got what we got, and we got a Reignite team that's still performing here, putting APAC South on the map. And the crypto ult's gonna, or the EMP's gonna come through. APAC North contributing with their crypto.
And that's what I was talking about before. That's what I wanted to pick your brain about, because we could talk about the map rotations forever, but these EMPs are going to delete the barrels automatically. They're going to delete these domes if you use it too early, and that's why sometimes these third parties from these crypto squads are so deadly, because not only do they grief you of your own space because you don't have that dome anymore, but then now you're out in the open between and pinched between multiple squads.
That's spot on. And you know, it's interesting. I wonder if NRG is still running Loba, because if so, they can go swoop, take on some shields, and chill with the Loba Black market. Because, you know, for those that don't know, maybe you're new to Apex, when a crypto drone flies nearby, they have an EMP which knocks down your shields significantly. So players will actually drop their shields to avoid taking that damage and having new shield cells. And as a result, a black market from Loba can steal those shields, which are then up for grabs as items on the map.
We mentioned that because we've seen it happen before.
Yep.
We've seen it happen to solo queue goats from the EMEA region. Shout out to Shiv, the Bangalore master himself, who dropped that gold Evo, got swooped up by a Loba squad off to the other side of the lot there. It's just so funny to see here. That's why we talk about how important these different compositions are. Luminosity Gaming, though, they're going to be able to get beacon control, get that next set of information before they make their own rotation, too. Love watching this team and the progress that they've had throughout the Pro League. You know, formerly known as Scry, they have been picked up by Luminosity Gaming leading up to this tournament, and it's beautiful to see I believe our only all-Mexican squad here perform so well within the ALGS.
Our only team from Latin America really representing, and yeah, that's a great story we got to tell. Ganjamin, a lot of criticism, a lot of speculation online about his performance. He came in and silenced everybody by performing here as well. Despite them not winning a ton of games and really popping off in the overall categories, he was third place in overall damage behind Yuki and Hockey's with 18.5k damage dealt yesterday. He is showing up just like he does online. I've been so impressed by the young Mexican player, 18 years old, just joined this team 6 months ago, and has performed.
Look at this reject holding the inside of this building. They have the crypto. Didn't get to see if the EMP was online just yet. I believe we were taking a look at Dogma, who may have the redeploy online. You see the ultimate accelerators, and that's going to be important. You see him scoop it up. He wants to get that EMP online, as the squad playing underneath them does have the caustic barrels set up to cover some of that extra space. But look how many teams are within this area alone. Look how many crypto drones are actually scouting out in the area. It's congested skies, not just from the redeploys, but from these drones too.
That's right. And we're going to take a quick look over at Cloud9 here. If you watch Cloud9 scrims, if you know their play style, well, whenever they like to play edge, they like to fight on edge, but whenever they get a northeast quadrant zone or a upper right quadrant zone, they actually like to early rotate instead. But it looks like here, despite that kind of being in their playbook, they're going to opt instead to chill in epicenter, just south of Climatizer where they drop and out of zone. So they're technically going to be playing edge here and gatekeeping the teams like 100 Thieves, Team Liquid, and others that might be late rotating over from Skyhook.
Highlighting the weapon loadout that I just saw from Alrelele here. Not only rocking the Caustic like we saw in that last game there, but he's got the Devo in his hand. He doesn't got the Turbo, but he's got a pretty stacked Devo in his hands here as 100 Thieves now up ahead from that team that we were just watching. 100 Thieves wanting to take this high ground positioning, looking at where the circle is going to be taking us here, though. Look how many squads are taking up real estate in this area. We do know that there is a beacon there, but you can't just overextend and go for the beacon unless you have the drone that can just do the work for you.
Yeah. What a story with 100 Thieves, in particular Anmu from 100 Thieves, from being a completely underrated, unknown player, amateur player on the team called Bottom 20, because they would laugh at themselves as a Bottom 20 team, to winning championships, to getting signed by 100 Thieves. We had a chance to catch up with this success story in Anmu from Illinois. Let's listen.
I think what fans can expect, they can expect to see a lot of Gibraltar. They can see, I would say, a lot of Val, probably about equally as much as we would see Gibraltar. And every team kind of has that flex character, whether it's an Ash, some people play Wraith, some play Crypto, some have a Caustic in there, so you can kind of expect really anything with the third character, but I would say the main two core players you're going to see most on every team is going to be a Valkyrie and a Gibraltar. Throughout the split, pretty sure I played Ash. I don't think all three of us have even switched our character. We've mostly been on the same core comp the entire time. Hey man, match point, man, finals, you might see some Caustic every now and then. You never know.
All right, a little insight there from Anmu. Might run some Caustic, and despite that Caustic, Gibraltar, popular comp in North America, he still runs Ash.
Oh, absolutely. You saw what they were saying here, too. Anmu is talking about how they don't really move away from this composition, feeling very confident with this. Even on to Stormpoint, where we talk a lot about how some of these teams want to go for more of that verticality, but they have that with the Ash here, too. You saw those wingman shots being put down as Alliance are actually kind of in the middle. Look at the Mad Maggie. We know that that's Team Empire now, trying to actually contest Alliance over by the other side, rejecting
Alliance, coy!
Lost out on Dogma.
Bunuh Alliance.
Right below them and decides, hey, let's take this fight. Let's take it with confidence. We know it's an APAC North team. They're running Crypto, but guess what? Hal joins the fray, perhaps a misplay, and maybe TSM forced them into the fight. I don't know, but TSM is going to profit.
Yeah, TSM rotating from Frag East now over to the spot. Not too far of a distance for them to actually come in, but the Arcs are knocking K-Swinny, looks like, on the bottom of the building. Having to play on the bottom and not having your own real estate here while running the Caustic is so risky, because we already saw how many teams are in this area alone for a while.
Look at this, the Reject wants the fight. They know they have a 3v2. They know they have numbers.
Yo, LG di luar.
Dome behind them is cover, but that is not a good enough dome shield, because guess what? LG is right behind them, and they know there's so many third parties. They're going to get these kills, but they're going to get knocked as a result.
Easy KP anjing.
Gaming moving in. You're trying to find the opportunity. You're trying to finish up this fight quickly here. Hal finishing with Jung Hee too as Ganja Man wipes out the squad. Reject is out of here now. You see, oh, Optic is moving in from the north now. The bombardment coming in. They're going to respect that, but they're looking out at everything happening.
And I'm sorry, but that was such a misplay from Reject. Why push a 3v2 when you know there's 9 other teams within the vicinity? It's late game or mid game. That is not a fight you want to take. And guess who's going to succeed? It's Luminosity. They somehow get one of the best positions in the game. And we also have quite a few teams.
The stick with the Arcstar too, and the quick get out. I mean, Team Empire, they're here to ruin everyone's day. They get the stick and then they immediately boot out because they see the situation. Look at the Seer ult too. Now everybody in the lobby knows that there is a Seer out here, and they have the intel on how many teams are in this area, which is just Luminosity Gaming in that building.
That's right. Have the information. Again, this really off-meta, interesting, questionable, arguably, pick of Seer and Mad Maggie. Will it pay off? And you know, I was thinking during my predictions this morning, maybe Team Empire, you gotta start putting respect on their name, but I decided against it. Ultimately, you know why?
Ooh, nice! Play skid!
Lobbies that maybe have lesser tier, and they're really good at farming lobbies, as we've seen. But this is the best of the best. These are the best 20. I call them gimmicks. I'm gonna call it what it is. I don't think it's gonna work here against these teams. Maybe I'll be proven wrong.
You gotta see here. I love it.
Nice. Rest. Kena satu sama gua. Ada yang kena sama gua.
Nggak tahu.
Nggak tahu di mana.
Iya dia tuh nggak tahu. Gua nggak ada beacon. Cari beacon dah kalau ada. Play for beacon.
Bastiano.
Ada nggak, Pes?
Sabar, gue lagi healing, lu nggak lihat?
Mamar itu enggak tuh. Gak ada menyabikan mereka ya?
Nggak ada. Gue bisa bikin, tapi
Hah?
di sebelah
Bisa bikin?
sana. Ini karbin banyak Bob, ammo
Ada
ya,
apa
Bob.
kali bisa Bob di
kanan ya?
Bisa nggak? Bisa nggak tuh? Nggak tahu sih.
Ada yang terbang Bob, ada yang terbang. Keluh.
Agak lu di kanan lu kan.
Balik Bob.
Balik. Kalau ada kalau nggak ada weekend. Santai.
Bobel ya. Ada ultimate guys, kalau bisa kita ambil ultimate semua. Terus kita pergi keluaring. Nggak ada Bob. Gua baterai banyak Bob nih, gua drop 2 buat lo.
Nggak sih kalian kalau usah nyari weekend, Teh.
Lu tadi mah nyantai aja, Bas.
Ya gua ngebokok kan gua udah pintu bawah. Gua ngebokong dia di tangga.
Iya, gua gak bakal bisa masuk, gua di ulti caustic di gas pula. Cuman cara gua masuk bantuin lu lewat sana.
96, 22 gua hit berapa tuh?
Iya, gua lewat bawah gak bisa, Bas.
118.
Gua awal tadi udah di gas caustic, kena di ulti pula anjing. Makanya gua naik ke atas, lewat lantai 2 nggak bisa juga di blok, lewat lantai 3 jadinya.
Tadi kan lu mau di-push sama dia, ya kan?
Iya, cuman gua balik aman gua.
Iya, karena gua yang nebein bodoh.
Balik lagi ke tempat semula aja, Bob, balik.
Iya, balik ke balik aja lagi. Pintu bawahnya gua tutup semua tuh. Oh, bikin ini crafting ya, pantas lah. Nanti aja ngerasnya kalau ada timing mah. Nanti karena dulu.
Anjing, gocek dulu bos.
Mati langsung yang dirasa nggak?
Level zone.
Ada orang Bob dalam ini Bob, ada orang dalam itu.
Iya.
Nyantai, boleh tim belakang. Iya. Ada orang lagi Valkyrie kanan. Ini dua. Mereka. Aduh, mereka body ungu, body merah anjing. Aduh, udah baterai dia.
Tuh zona bagus banget coy, anjing lah kena dan enggak tuh.
Sabar Pis, gue bisa crafting kayaknya Pis. Yakin lo? Ada yang dekat Bob. Ringnya sakit gak sih? Sakit, ringnya sakit banget.
Ring 34 di Bob, ring 34 yang 4 kali tag.
Pis, liatin gue Pis.
4 kali tag, yang 4 kali tag kan kalau Bob.
Anjing sampai tahu yang gitunya mereka. The best anjing.
Pis, kita stay dalam aja.
Dalam. Oke.
Woi. Berapa aja nanti ada replikator turun sini? Ada yang terbang Pis? Iya, atas kita, atas kita. Depan di atas kita. Di atas
Tadi. Aduh. Bob.
Sabar Bob.
Bawa
Gua percaya dia drop. Coba dia terus aja.
Fakta pin. Tapi itu gua blok kok, pintu satu blok. Satu lagi blok, belum masih ada dua, harus nonton.
Udah, depan kiri lo.
Kiri lu, Pes.
Wah, woi. Lari Bob.
Sini satu, one more kok, chill.
Sini. Ya ampun.
Backpack Apes, Mamar. Dia web ya.
Naik
Balik, bisa dilawan, Pis. Balik lagi.
Waduh, kestak lagi gua. Oh my god.
Lari lah, Bob, lari dah. Lari, Bob. Last man lu kalau sama. Lari aja.
Kenapa lu fighting anjing?
Burger bangsat.
Ada tim lain tuh. Di kiri lu tadi.
Iya,
Gua nggak tahu.
Jalan polos banget lagi.
Iya, gua nggak tahu itu demi Allah. Gua kira di depan. Main yolo jalan polos banget. Nggak tahu gua di sana. Serius, main. Nggak fokus amat kayaknya. Bukan nggak fokus, gua nggak tahu. Nggak ada suara di sana.
Dia emang diam doang deh. Karena Muhammad nembaknya ke situ tadi. Masa lu nggak lihat?
Nggak ngeliat. Gua kira di samping Muammar banget. Makanya gua urus aja ke sana. Di samping gua gimana kalau ke samping gua nembak ke kanan dong.
Rumah sekolah gua aman gak, Bob? Digas gua kali lo.
Aduh, mau ebet lah.
Sini bisa ditembak dari jelas, awas lo.
Ayo, plaskin.
Ngelamun anjing.
AFK aja deh, Bob. Menurut gua sih daripada lu nanti ketahuan solo. Tuh, kill. Bis. 1v1 kali deh, Bob.
Nyayur anjing.
Oh my
Itu
god.
bawahnya Bob, lantai 2. Yang kiri kelihatan tadi. Itu bisa low end tuh harusnya.
Dari sini bisa nih.
What the fuck? Ya anjing disampah.
Dia kali itu ingin anjing.
Disampah Cloud9 anjing.
Ultimate sih Bob, ada ultimate dah. Ada nih, mana-mana.
Ada.
Bawa sih.
Bawa. Buat apa bawa anjing?
Gak usah ya. Bebas deh selalu.
Bebas deh selalu.
Aduh.
Oh, gas gua.
Karena ultimate balik nih. Saya ulti dah lo Bob. Gak akan bisa walk up lo, ini mah pilih gua. Kiri lo. Tuh tembak lo. Gibi ya Bob.
Maju dia tuh, maju dia.
Tarik kali belakang dia Bob. Mungkin ya, atau dah.
Oh, dia bubble.
Atau depan lu aja kali, di sebelah dia aja, sebelah kanan dia aja kan. Sange kali bang atas nih. Baik. Mati Pak dia, nice.
Mati dia kayaknya.
Atau iya kena satu dia.
No! No!
Oh
no.
my god, nice try.
Ah, konten. Sumpah gua goblok gua enggak lihat banget itu.
Teams nearby, and quite a few squads remaining in this lobby. Reignite and Burger, Apex North South being some of them.
Bagus banyak killnya anjing.
By everyone from every single direction. They have no chance here after that dome was taken down, after he just ran out. They get taken out of the lobby still. Look at this position from C9. This is exact position that we had seen before from our heavy-hitting team Alliance that got ahead of themselves.
But you can't count out 100 Thieves. We've been keeping an eye on Cloud9, who's been performing, but quietly on the northern side of the ring, 100 Thieves has been farming, and they are going to be in a great position to win this game here. Burger's Jaro goes down on board of MT, the former member of the Dynasty EXO clan from Apex South. JMW, substitute for this team for Jet Burton, last alive for his squad. Zero is knocked. Can he get the res? We will see. He's going to be left as Caustic, and he'll get picked up here by Stay Naughty.
Stay Naughty cleaning up Zero, who was knocked right there too. You see, JMW is still alive, but just barely. The information after losing out on that shield crack there gets a lot of these players going. 80 Raccoon now coming in for the opportunity. Gets the crack with the Mastiff.
That's right, Korea is here. Karanpu back on this roster after taking a little bit of an absence, a backseat to Selly in Split 2. But Stay Naughty says, hey, Naughty, hit your shots.
Wah, ada tip anjing.
Very hard himself.
Nyayur dia mah.
So on board of the 100 Thieves now, though, they are been the best spot to win this game.
And they actually took the same spot that C9 just dropped from. Now C9 having to climb up from the low ground. They got to look to their 6. 100 Thieves is going to move into going for the third party. They got the vote in the hands of Backswamp.
2 squads left. 100 Thieves is going to farm. They push up on high ground, and they clean up Cloud9 unless they can pull off a miracle. Great shots put in, but the bait and switch comes through. And 100 Thieves is your champion of Game 2.
Love it. I love it. They're positioning on the high ground, looking at all the action, rotating without getting contested on their 6, while still holding a great position right over C9. I gave up that same spot that they were holding on the train tracks.
Wow, C9 got very hungry for some kills. I would have loved to have listened in there to understand what their comps were like. They probably knew that a couple teams were in shambles, wanted those kills, but that's the thing. You gotta be disciplined. When you know those kills are available, you want them. It's like the shiny toy in front of you. Give up those 2 KP so you can get 3 or 4 or 5 KP and 3 more placement points, 5 more placement points instead.
And look at our champs from game number 1, C9. They're talking, they're trying to see what they can use the path.
Oh,
can see how passionate they are. I mean, absolutely. They're just looking at what, let's run it again. Let's figure out what we could have done better after that game. Should we have given up that position? I love to hear what's going on with some of these coaches, just looking at a lot of our players now. But we have to talk about consistency, because this is game number 2 and the second time that we see C9 in the top 2 squad.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they're hard themselves. That's the C9 staple. A lot of people listen to Cloud9. A lot of people watch the streams of Zach Mazer and Albert Lully and see them arguing all the time and think, what are these vibes on these teams? Why do they yell at each other so much? That is called discipline. That is called fire on any top team I've ever been on. Especially, back in my competing days, I played with Nick Merckx. We would argue, we'd be at each other's heads non-stop, and people thought we hated each other. No, we were good best friends. We hold each other to that standard. That's what Cloud9 does, and it's exactly what you just saw right there. They got second place. They got 19 points. They popped off, but they wanted to do better. That's why they're hard, but at the end of the day, Cloud9 is dominating this lobby right now.
I mean, 10 kills out here, second place, 100 Thieves taking the dub with those 12 extra points, and then 10 kills on top of that, leading up to 22 points. 80 Raccoon coming through. We saw that building. Yeah, we saw a lot of the action happening in No Name by the beacon, but we saw so much action also happening by that building in Frag East, where it was just all APAC action.
Third place. So, like I said, Tech North and AD Raccoon with Parka, Abu, and Kanfu filling in for Selly, who had injury. It was not COVID related or anything along those lines. It was injury. So Kanfu joined the team as a substitute. Played with them in Split 1, and they dominated in Split 1. They placed in Split 2. Doesn't have a lot of score point experience, and they're a good World's Edge player. See how they will fare in this last game of World Edge. A good start for AD Raccoon, who we found out after the broadcast yesterday actually had some disconnect issues, which is why they were on the bottom of the leaderboard some days yesterday, but they still qualified despite that adversity.
Now looking at the second page here too, look at Alliance. They gave up the God spot that we were highlighting that C9 took from them. We even heard it in their listenings that the team that they beat, that's the spot that they want to secure. We saw it was empty and their eyes just glimmered with excitement. We even got to hear what they were saying when they were putting down pressure on every single direction. But after giving up that spot, C9 did the same exact thing that Alliance did, gave that spot instead over to 100 Thieves. So it's just kind of bring around the rosy on those train tracks for that game number 2.
That's right, yeah. It's crazy to think the Alliance rotating all the way from thermal station still found the best position in late game. And they're going to want that game back. They're going to look back at that film and regret that push. Again, the same thing, they're hungry for kills. The Alliance is known to do. Hockey is not afraid to play aggressive. What makes him so great, but that's a double-edged sword.
But we'd like to see that player players to come back stronger for game number 3. That was last game on World's Edge before we move over to Storm Point.
Absolutely. We got one more game World's Edge, followed by 3 games of Storm Point. So as this is almost the halfway point of this series so far, we have a chance to kind of breathe and break down the action. What are some things you're seeing so far? Some themes and some
Team Empire still going at it again with the strange compositions, but having fun. I can't say I agree with it, but I want to see results from the team. Even though I may not agree with it, it makes me happy to see because it gets me excited. I love to see that type of energy from Team Empire because they could be innovators. For all we know, yeah, we heard it from Onmu. We see a lot of Gibby, obviously. We see a lot of the Valkyrie. Actually, looking at the stats that we had from the group stages, more Valkyrie than Gibby, actually, in terms of pick rate. And then seeing that moving away, and then you look at Team Empire, you look at them trying out the Bangalore into Bloodhound. You see them trying out the Seer, the Mad Maggie. I like that theme from our teams, but then something to highlight overall in the entire lobby. This is the winners bracket. These are heavy-hitting teams. Top 10 want to stay in that winners bracket, but then the bottom 10 will have to face off in the losers round 2 bracket. Today, it's not like yesterday, where it doesn't matter where you're going to situate yourself. All those points, it's not about the seeding. It's about being in the winners and then being in the losers bracket. But today is the day that's so important for the teams that find themselves in that losers bracket.
Yeah, that's a good point. You got to set the stage here on Saturday. Everything yesterday is erased at this point, that's for sure. Biggest team for me, North America on top. Cloud9 dominating this lobby right now. 100 teams to win. Team Liquid you saw in game 1. Obviously, Alliance performing in game 1 as well. APAC North, a lot more quiet. APAC South, despite having 4 teams qualified, the largest representation with 80% of their teams qualifying, fairly quiet as well. So we're going to see going into game number 3, Optic Gaming as well. All eyes on those teams and those regions. We're going to take a quick break, though. Breathe a second. When we come back, we will have game number 3, our last game on World Edge. You know you love it. We'll be right back after this.
Jam berapa teh?
Energy drink. Got you, bro. This false advertised forever. Now, game number 3 is going to be super interesting. A lot. Can we put up the scores, dude? I mean, for the love of God.
Do your job, man.
Do your job, man. We have Cloud9 in first. I'm not trying to be biased here, but I think we're all happy to see 100 Thieves in second. We have Reignite in third. We have Alliance in fourth.
Where's the gold chain?
Yeah, Nate Shot, give me my gold chain.
Hashtag where's my chain?
Nate Shot, it's actually disgusting. I've been in the org for around 6 months now. I don't have a gold chain. You're yet to take me to the Gucci store. We've hung out a bunch, multiple times. Every time you see me, you gather up and say, nice week, you're a good dude. And I say thank you, Nate Shot. But now it's time to stop being nice, and it's time to give me my gold chain and what I deserve. Now, Team Liquid in 5th, Daewoo in 6th place. Actually, unexpected. They're kind of quiet while they're doing their thing over there. Luminosity in 7th, ADR in 8th, Team Burger in 9th, and Optic Gaming in 10th, as we see TSM in 12th. Energy, I believe, is going to be dropping all the way down to 19th place, and this is a storyline you can't write. 19th is NRG, and Players is 20th.
Do you know where Players lands on World's Edge?
I have no idea. But Players has 0 points through 2 games, and Energy has 1.
Yep, E6 though, right there too.
And
E6,
1 point. K-Swinny, 1 point. Reject, 3 points. I mean, I'm more surprised more than anything that Players isn't last and that Energy isn't 19th. It really is unbelievable to me. You never really expect that at all.
Yep.
That is not what I was thinking when it came into World's Edge the first 3 games.
But we say it time and time again.
Yep.
You know, you need just top 10 to make it.
Yep.
The bottom cutoff right now in 10th place is Optic Gaming at 11 points, and we do know that a win is 12. So even 1 win with 1 kill will bump you up to the top 10. All it takes is 1 big game from any of these bottom 20 teams, and they can easily find themselves in the finals lobby tomorrow.
So that's why it's not really a big deal overall through 2 games. When you're looking at like 4th and 5th games and the points start to create a big gap from 10th place to 11th place, that's where you start to get worried a little bit. Right now, Energy has a big game. Maybe gets first place, 16 kills, 15 kills, right? They're all the way up. They're back in the top 5 right now. They're locked and loaded. They're good to go. And they're almost guaranteed a top 10 after 1 win. Now, do I think it's going to happen? I think it could happen. But I'm going to be honest, man. Energy is just, I feel like, just struggling to get something going early game. They just need to get over the early game hump that they're going through. And it's the same thing with Players. Make it to the late game, make it to the mid game. If you actually get there, then you'll be good. And I think it's the same thing with TSM. You see these big names, these titans of Apex that are NA players and also EU players that are not making it towards the end game. They're getting stuck at 9th. They're getting stuck at 10th. And that's where the gap overcomes. If you're a coach of Apex, you really got to understand, hey guys, we're doing good getting to 10th place. But 10th place to 5th place is 1 good play away. And if you can't make that jump, you can't get to that 5th place, then guess what? That's on your decision making and playmaking. Tech in the chat with a very hot take here. 96 Tech 96, the Circle Earther here says NRG stands for not really good.
Let's
Tech,
go!
Not only a rocket scientist, but an acronymist.
What?
What? What the fuck is happening?
Karena nggak tahu ya, ini perbedaan cowok dan cewek ya. Cowok tuh lebih suka pakai Tokped, sedangkan cewek lebih suka pakai Shopee. Padahal Karena dua-duanya bagus-bagus aja, tapi nggak tahu kenapa bisa
Kind of big storylines is Optic Gaming not performing up to snuff just yet in World's Edge. They're a great Storm Point team. Expect them to bounce back in the second half. And APAC North, APAC South, relatively quiet to the other regions in the grand scheme of things. Those are some team storylines, which we've talked a lot about. 100 Thieves with a dominant win just this last game here. Scurry on the far left. Vaxlon, the recent pickup from this team, former CLG in the middle. And the leader, IGL of this team, so humble, so kind, so well-spoken. It's Anmu from the Midwest, from Illinois, on the far right of your screen here. And what a performance we've had from this man so far. 1.75 kills per game, 1,000 average damage. He's the first player I've seen with over 1,000 average damage per game. He is performing.
Actually insane. I always take a look at Anmu with this performance. If he's got the wingman in his hand, if he's got the Hemi, definitely be wary because Anmu is going to claim heads whenever he has that weapon load. I mean, just in general, he's just such a heavy fragger as a player.
On the flip side, we got Cloud9 on the far left. Stay naughty. He stays naughty. That's for sure. He's been playing naughty all day long, playing angry and playing so well. E6, the UK boys, plus the Frenchman, K. Swinney. But guess what? Enough of the main stage. Let's jump into gameplay because game number 3, our last game on World's Edge is here. Blow it up in the chat. What are your predictions? We want to know. Tweet at us using the hashtag ALGS. I will read some of your tweets live on stream. If you tweet at us, at Fallout with 2 T's is my Twitter, at Vicky Kitty is Vicky's Twitter. Let us know your thoughts. We'd love to hear them as we, of course, are kicking off game number 3 here in Sweden. And again, we talked about some team storylines. Vicky, if it's okay, let's take a moment to talk about some individual stats and storylines as well.
Yes, absolutely.
So a couple important things to note. Coming into today, so far this competition, top 5 in damage. Alliance Hockeys with 22.2k damage, then Yuki with 18.9k, then Ganjaman of Luminosity Gaming. Anmu's right behind with 13.1k, and then Skittlecakes from Optic in 5th. So Hockeys is performing in that category, but not only that, he's first in assists with 38 assists, and he's second in kills with 41 kills, only behind Noct, who is all the way in 10th in damage overall. So again, in terms of overall impact, the measure of impact that Hockeys has is undeniable.
Because then you have to highlight, that's the amount of damage that he's just putting out in total between the assists and between the KP that he's able to obtain for his team. He's not only covering his team with some of that suppressed fire, but also following up by also being a heavy fragger himself. Now taking a look at where the circle's taking us. I love the diversity of circles, by the way, that we've had so far. We usually look at World's Edge. We usually look at a lot of these circles pull south. It hasn't really been the case this time around today. This is our final game, again, to reiterate, on World's Edge before we move over to Storm Point. And NRG, they're going to be able to get a beacon scan, maybe if they don't have one by staging, maybe over by landslide, if they do have the opportunity to rotate there and see that they are in that next circle, so they can start making their moves ahead of time.
Absolutely. And I'm interested to see how Alliance plays this, right? Reason being, well, I talked to G2 yesterday, I mentioned it on stream. They actually don't like these southwest zones near Thermal Station because they kind of feel like they're just twiddling their thumbs when they rotate. And it's you know, you don't get the best loot, you can't fight on edge. Alliance is a team that is known to like to fight on edge, not afraid to early rotate if they can. So I'm interested to see how Alliance plays this differently than G2 here from Thermal Station. And by the way, in the Battle of Thermal yesterday, Alliance certainly dominated. They actually surprised G2, dropped on Thermal, and beat them 2 out of 2 games.
Again, we got to highlight, too, Alliance being the only team in the group stages to, I believe, to have hit over 200 points should really highlight how amazing they were able to perform yesterday. They're looking to replicate that today. They've already been able to be consistent, minus that last game that we saw, so maybe they're going to humble themselves after they gave up their position to try to farm some kills, as a lot of those teams were forced to actually funnel away from that circle, away from the circle being by their back. So now Alliance just going to make this rotate, see where the circle is going to be going before they make their next move. Also to highlight so many of these crypto drones in the mini-map to tell you that some of these APAC North squads are going to be able to get that beacon scan and quickly also rotate. We've been seeing a lot of quick rotations just off the rip of these maps.
Yep. I'm over to Element 6 now and Skyhook. They're splitting the Skyhook loot quite a bit diluted, with 100 Thieves and Team Liquid dropping Northern, Western Skyhook and Trials, E6, West Skyhook, 100 Thieves, East Skyhook. And 4-7 actually drops just to the east of that. So very interesting. A lot of teams dropping on the northern side of the map here. And they're going to have to rotate on their way down. A lot of teams that play Skyhook on these southwest zones like to actually ride the far west edge and work their way in. One team we got to keep a close eye on this game, it's NRG. They are underperforming this tournament without a doubt. So far, they're underperforming. Well, the zone literally ends right on them in staging. They can get God spot. They can get the best positioning. We'll see how NRG does. in this competition, and here's where they're positioning themselves. They're actually going to predict the northern pole here.
We're talking about quick rotations. We saw Sutu Raikou, who shares the other side of the thermal station section, actually take the balloon out of there to rotate away. You saw Alliance creeping up on them. We see NRG, like you talked about. Sweet is on the Ash. There is no more Loba play that we were talking about from this team before. Team Empire, though, also want to be able to at least scan a beacon to at least see what's going on. They didn't have the opportunity to know where that next circle was going, so now they're on the Bloodhound. They're back on the Bangalore, and they have the Caustic out on the field.
Yeah, here we go. Team Empire is actually running Caustic, Bloodhound, Bangalore here. They say no more giving front. Here comes the push. This is the Empire kind of at their core gameplay. They love these Bloodhound scans because it allows them to get all the intel they need to take these pushes, to play with aggression. Will they get some kill points, though, is the question. Oh my gosh, and this is actually some friendly fire here. It's CIS, Team Empire, versus CIS, Hardeki, and the players' squad. For those that are watching from Eastern Europe, Privyet, welcome. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast so far. CIS European Apex is dominant.
And I got a question on Twitter here, wondering any thoughts on players they were dominating in the EMEA split, but not performing so well right now. Unfortunately, having PKMK here, we could see that he's been getting bullied a little bit within the last 2 games. Players, unfortunately, overall are in the bottom 20th place, right behind Energy, not even picking up any KP so far. So I'm expecting them to play this really slow. Yeah, we're seeing the Caustic barrels come out, but look at their minimap. Look how many crypto drones are just trying to scan ahead, wondering here with these EMPs, they're just gonna delete those barrels. So what can you do in that situation if you get caught up with an EMP when you're getting third party? But another stick on the Arcstar, make it 2, get the knock on the easy flash, who's not having a good day.
Oh my god, Sweet, you're a monster! He connects for 400 damage in a matter of seconds. They clean one, Duo United, and they immediately phase breach out. That was the single-handed best team clip, sexiest 10-second clip I've ever watched. That was amazing.
That's it. Sweet is done. Sweet is done here. He's here to perform now.
Yeah,
they clean up that team so quick, and they quickly reposition too. They don't risk it. With the phase breach, they immediately go back to the position that they were able to situate themselves in, and they also have the beacon scan, so they know where that next circle is going to be pulling next.
Wow, impressive from Sweet. The fact that he switched to Ash immediately told me that NRG is pissed. They are done with Loba. They're done with the utility. It's time to slay, which is what they're known for. You have Rocker and Nathan on your team, 2 of the best fraggers in Apex in North America. And by the way, we always say that, Sweet's just as good as a fragger. So you have the best pound-for-pound fighters in the game. It's time to fight.
Yep. 100 Thieves now with a phase breach of their own, getting onto the high ground here. The bombardment being called in. Reject now. Gonna take onto the high ground with the grenade follow-up too. The Arc started trying to cover so many of these entry options. The EMP now coming in. This is Reject's green light to fully send it onto this team. 100 Thieves now. 2 of them taken out, only 1 left.
We're highlighting North America, and so far it's gonna be APAC North shutting down NA. Ooh. The previous winners, Vaxlon, is the last alive.
Energy moving it for the third party, trying to find the opportunity. Vaxlon trying to get away from both NRG and Reject, but Reject have the high ground. Omnu gets taken out. Yeah. Still alive though, as Vaxlon is trying to at least find the safety of these crates. Look at Reject, he's letting it happen right now. He's letting him, trying to full focus him, pressure him out into the open, and now he's gonna be able to fully send it on the Valk. He can just move right back to the high ground if he needed to.
Yeah, Reject says, give me that high ground, give me that spot. They take it right from the hands of 100 Thieves, and they take out 100 Thieves from this lobby, barring something miraculous from Vaxlon, who's going to be down to 2 HP. The long-range
they took it from him! They took it from him!
The kill. That is, again, the bread and butter of NRG. Kill points, high kills, high aggression. NRG with 4 already.
Love it. Reject now with that information. They know that NRG is in the area. Yeah, that wingman scooped up that KP, but they were able to take 2 players out.
As a controller player, I'm so mad right now watching this happen.
Hey, you know, I'm already used to it at this point. It's all okay here. You gotta just go in for those quick shield swaps in case you're in the thick of it too. Reject just looking at where NRG was rotating from, but it's quick to note. They did exactly what they did before when they fully sent it onto Duo United. They immediately repositioned after they cleaned up that KP, and they wanted to secure that train cart. They're not gonna put themselves out in a state where they're going to be at a disadvantage and be prone to getting third party.
All that sweet Skyhook East.
Oh,
got another fight going down here. NRG is not stopping. I think that's them above them, right? That's NRG again.
They repositioned right back to where they were, and they got another stick with the Arcstar. I mean, do they miss?
Yeah. Skynade's gonna come through from Sharky. This is NRG versus Reignite. NRG's gotta be careful here. Reignite's a very talented team in terms of individual mechanical skill. And oh my gosh, the quick charge rifle, 65 damage shot. JMW calls for a reset. He's gonna get knocked here. Backs out. Zero, the longest lasting member of this team, is the last alive, and Nathan and NRG are gonna capitalize once again. NRG farms the lobby. It's time to wake up the sleeping giant.
All right, Nathan, you're disgusting. You're clicking on heads. You are cleaning these players up. It's insane. And like you said, another phase breach. Just get out of that situation.
I think I saw someone pushing though. Rocker on the bridge. I don't think that was NRG because they phase breached out. We'll see. NRG already with 6 kills. Very impressive. 5 or 6 players right now with 0 kills in this lobby. Never thought I'd say that, but truthfully, PKMK seemingly underperforming for this team because this team is underperforming to their standards. Players is known to absolutely dominate lobbies with Artico on this team, and they're not playing to that same level necessarily with PKMK, although it's obviously tough to substitute for a team last minute. They're doing their best.
Really good highlight right there, too. And that's why we've been seeing players struggle a little bit here. This is such a heavy-hitting team, but they're still just trying to find their footing. They know that that's probably Team Empire on the other side. The only team that has been running the Bangalore and Bloodhound to fully send it. Yeah, they don't have the Gibby, they don't have the dome. So they're going to just situate themselves inside of that building and just rely on those cosmic players.
Part of that is like, that's our boys. Those are our boys. Those are our boys. You know, like, we fight them, you know? So obviously, no collusion happens in competitive Apex. All is fair in war here in competitive Apex. But at the same time, you know it's them.
You gotta give them a tactical crouch to say hello every so often. You know what I mean here. Players are just gonna hold on to this building, trying to slow down their own gameplay. You see them without their Evo shields because, as we saw already before, the EMPs are going to come out. We talked about it with a lot of these caustic compositions. What does that mean for the barrels? That means that these barrels are going to get deleted. So you want to watch out if you're getting pushed on by a squad, if there's any crypto drones in the area looking for that opportunity, the third party after the EMP.
Yeah, that's right. These things slow down here a little bit. We asked for some tweets, told you we'd shout y'all out again. At Fallout with 2 T's on Twitter, at Big Kitty on Twitter. Use the hashtag ALGS. Let us know your thoughts. Ralphie Otero, aka Mag, said, love the energy from Big Kitty and Fallout today. They're full and perfect. Appreciate that. But also said, I'd like to say though, Fallout, it isn't a gimmick when teams use off-meta legends and is kind of defending how brave it is for Team Empire. I completely agree with that. Ultimately, I do think that the Seer pick and Mad Maggie pick took it a bit far into gimmick territory, especially because they've been doing so well with off-meta picks. Repping, Mad Maggie, Bloodhound, etc., Bangalore, etc. So, I think they did take a risk, which I respect ultimately, and by all means, not knocking that. We definitely want to promote off-meta decisions and bravery here in Apex.
I'm living for it. I love the chaos. Please bring it in our direction, and I love seeing it work here too because it can't even say anything here. Just looking at a lot of these teams. It makes these teams wonder what's going on. Is it the team that we're thinking it is? They're the only team rocking this composition, but it also forces a lot of these teams to work around those compositions. Like the Seer, when you see the ult, a lot of these teams don't want to even take up that real estate. They actually want to respect the Seer ult instead, but what that did for Team Empire was deny them the opportunity to get a safe beacon scan there too, which is why they were playing off of the under part of the bridge. Actually had somebody mention that too, and it was very true. So now we're taking a look at Alliance, who also slowed down their own gameplay. They're holding on to that choke point over by the high ground, but look who's on their 6. Luminosity Gaming is now making their way over to Alliance. They're about to get into a skirmish right now, wondering if they want to take this or hold another choke point. This choke point that Alliance is holding right now does allow them to have the bit of a high ground that they could approach in case that there is a beacon on the other side of that choke point that we sometimes see above that zip line.
This is going to be interesting. Luminosity coming from a launch site, that far south rotation behind Alliance. We said earlier, I mentioned how Alliance plays this compared to how G2 kind of tends to play these thermal station southwest zones. Alliance finds himself perfectly positioned. Sometimes it's kind of luck. The zone's going to pull your way. This time it does pull south, right to Alliance, holding choke. It's a great situation for Alliance, but it's a tough position to be in. High risk, high reward, because you're going to see pressure from the south and the north. We will see. What if Ganjaman? We've got to show some love and support to the Mexican who's been performing so incredibly well. 18 years old. Brand new to the scene, burst his way on as an amateur player, and that's what we love about ELGS. Anyone watching, any of the 100,000 plus people watching right now can be in this competition in the future. It's open circuit in every region. Anyone can compete, work their way up the ranks, and make it here. Ganjaman is a living example of that. Top 3 in damage overall. Played so well online, is playing well here as well.
Yeah, talk about the Challenger Circuit. What's at stake here? You know, your boy Nick Merckx competing through the Challenger Circuit himself. You know, we got some familiar names. No-Go out here, Team Sheesh with Wig all over by the secondary string. Been doing such a good job with your Greek boy out there, Mr. Greek God himself. Here comes TSM, though. Their barrels get deleted immediately. They don't even have the chance to actually shoot the one that was right in front of Hal there. The EMP coming in, TSM under so much pressure on the low ground.
Yeah, this could be an early exit again for TSM. It's going to be very interesting. Verhulst goes down on Reps and Hal. The duo in zone, but under duress. Let's jump into a quick listen with TSM.
Bubble in 7 and I'm gonna rest, okay? Bobby now. Hey, want me res you, Okay, we're good. They wasted everything already. We gotta make this fucking drone. Is there any other safe spots? Not really, no. Can we check the other side of this? Like, no. I have no cells to guns. Dropping me 4 cells. I dropped me 4 cells. I dropped you 2. We're good now. They wasted everything. They get costume up in here. Look here. Look below. Valk 1, Valk is 1, dead. Thirst the Valk now. What is Pete on the ground? Thirst him. I got him. Nice. Be careful. Yeah, no, Evan, you need to use your head here. Like, don't just run around like that.
We just have to hide, guys. We have to hide.
I'm 8-1. Energy died. I'm 6-1. I'm 8-1.
Get traps down non-stop. 7-3. I can drop with that. Dropping 1. Grab it.
Wow. So TSM from a defensive bombardment raining down 1 knock, able to turn it around and actually pick up 2 kill points.
Lovely here. Luminosity Gaming, though, we saw it from our perspective. Alliance are right ahead of them. Now they get the first knock as Sanjiman gets himself back into the game, healed up. They're coming through, trying to find these different off angles, not trying to funnel themselves in one direction. So that way, Optic Gaming now coming in from the other side as Alliance is in this fight here. Alliance being eliminated. The Kraber coming out in the kill feed. That's going to be Fussy getting taken down. Luminosity Gaming now seeing that Optic Gaming came out on Alliance's 6. See another opportunity to get 3 more KP here. Let's see what they're going to do by that choke point. Team Liquid in a fight too. So much action happening on the outskirts of the circle.
That's right, Team Liquid, the standout team and performers of day 1. Second in North America behind Optic Gaming, find themselves in a fight. Gildersons, the young 18-year-old still in high school. And they're going to be taken out here to C9. Cloud9 continues to perform, but they're looking scary.
School's back in session. C9 now moving in. Stay naughty, popping the shield back here too. Trying to get in. Graceful dancing around the dome, but he jumps right into his own dome. Hopefully he's Elevate actually having the high ground advantage, finding the opportunity. They have the health advantage on top of it. Tier 2. Vid now trying to close things up, but missing some of those last shots.
No way. Elevate, the lone South American team here, was looking good, but Reject comes through again. APAC North with the aggression, despite running the fairly defensive Crypto Watson comp, are playing with such tenacity.
Love it. I love it. And now they're going to be able to scoop up some of this loot before they make their move, because round 4 is closing in here, Fallout, and you have 3 seconds to make your next move. 4-7. Another one of our teams here rocking the Crypto. They're playing off of the low ground here. They have the Crypto and the Watson on top of it all. They also have the Kraber in their hand here.
It's so interesting, Vic, because we called out APAC North, underperforming games 1 and 2 outside of a nice AD Raccoon 3rd or 4th place finish game 2. But so far, this lobby, this game, it's been APAC North. Reject dominating, 4-7 alive, Unite alive, and I believe AD Raccoon should be in it as well. STK, Sutaraiku from APAC South. The Aussies will find themselves at the top of this choke, the north side. You need to know what, keep their head in a swivel.
This choke is insane. You have Sutu Raikou, you have Team Optic, you have Luminosity Gaming, you have Team Empire. They're all infiltrating this spot.
Look
now another team moving in. Look at this. This is actually insane. E6 popping off. Unite falling down. Team Unite gets eliminated as 4-7 now make their move to follow up off of the EMP.
That's right. The kill feed lights up like a Christmas tree. On board with 4-7 though. The Valkyrie came through and they decided to land on trailer and end this team. Saying June gonna get knocked. It's all up to Justo with the Kraber. Staying patient. They know he's staring right down the barrel. He connects, but not for a headshot like he needed.
Look at this wall of knockdown shields here. They were able to crawl towards him. They knew exactly what to do. The Arc Star's getting taken out here. Just playing right behind us as some makeshift cover. Here comes Team Burger, though. AD Raccoon, they're seeing the action from the inside of the trailer. TSM now moving in for the third party. They see so much opportunity to clean up this KP.
And TSM is salivating right now at the opportunity, but Hal goes down early. I don't know what happened. if that was a misplay or what, but Hal does go down. They got to be careful because Team Burger's nearby. And we know 4-7 is alive as well. Hal gets quick res, and he's back to the action. So just like that, TSM flies in. TSM connects for great shots, and just like that, TSM farms up and gets himself 4-5 KP, and he's not done yet.
Team Burger saw TSM in their line of sight. They saw Hal getting rested. They still wanted to take that fight over to the side, maybe thinking that they had enough time to clean up that team. Now they just gave up that real estate. They gave themselves up to TSM.
Massive game from TSM. The black and white needed to do it. Game 3, backs against a wall, all the way down in the standings. You gotta place top 10 if you wanna make it to the championship finals tomorrow. Win and you're in. You get to relax for the rest of the day and watch. Lose and you gotta grind through the losers bracket. It all comes down to these last 4 games, but TSM doing what they needed to do. And they love those fights, Vicky, because they know that there's that giant mountain between them. They're not going to get thirded. No one's going to work all the way through that choke, and they can take it without risk getting flanked.
That's such a good point here. They want to have their backs covered here as the circle is closing in, but they have to worry about Element 6, who are holding the edge of that circle.
Yeah.
TSM could be put into a position where they're going to get sandwiched by Optic Gaming. The caustic grenade here, the Nox gas getting put out right before the dome was actually called in here. The bombardments are actually trying to protect them.
They're all
here
in.
comes Reps, though, with the dome to close in that space. They have to watch out. Optic Game's to the right.
Nice flank for Burholz. He connects. Burholz popping off with a Spitfire, but Reps goes down. Burholz to 50 HP. TSM farms. They're going to shield swap quick, but Optic Gaming's coming.
Optic Gaming now finding the opportunity. Huge cracks, double cracks with the grenade cleaning up Imperial. How TSM gets eliminated by the hands of Optic Gaming.
The green wall enters Apex, and it is standing strong as Luminosity Gaming flanks wide left. Now it's Luminosity's turn. Yeezel doing what he can right now to get some great shots on Optic, and he's going to do it. Gotchaman swoops in with the car. Hits so much damage. The damage leader from Mexico is performing.
Optic Gaming is out of here. It's players. We highlighted PKMK. He heard us. He's the only player left alive for players. Right before this game, they were sitting in 20th spot. But can you do it? There's still all 3 players of Luminosity Gaming up and alive.
Swarming in like sharks in the water. They smelled blood, and Luminosity puts Mexico on the map for the first time this weekend with their first win. Mexico doing great on the main stage.
Crazy, taking the final game that we have here on World's Edge as well, Fallout. We have different winners coming out. Game 1 with C9, Game 2, 100 Thieves, and Luminosity Gaming to close the chapter on our first map of the series.
And again, goes to show, just because you're NRG and Alliance, you get the zone pulling your way, does not mean you're the best position team to win. In fact, there's no correlation between zone being near you and wins in Pro League. Instead, teams that rotate from far away tend to win a slight amount more of games. Very little correlation there, but Luminosity proved it. They came from tree, they worked all the way south of zone, worked their way in slowly but patiently, did not take any risky fights. And as a result, they're able to farm the last 3 teams, get 7-8 KP, and win the game there.
Talk about their journey, actually, going from tree to that choke
Launch
point.
site to tree first, sorry.
Right, and they managed to go wrap around to that same choke point that they held for so long. We saw Alliance. They saw Alliance. They were poking at Alliance. Optic Gaming sandwiched Alliance. They both cleaned up the team together. Then we had so much action happening south of Optic there. We saw TSM. We saw Team Burgers, AD Raccoon. So many teams fighting in that choke point just so that way they could force their way into that space. But no matter what team managed to win through that choke point, you were going to get sandwiched no matter what there. Optic Gaming had the opportunity to go in for that third party. Yeah, they cleaned up that KP, but Luminosity Gaming were in such a good spot where they didn't have all those teams fighting right behind them. And look at this, finishing off with the dub and 9 kills on top of it all. But let's highlight the fact that players were able to play that with PKMK, the only player left alive on players as a rat.
That's a great point.
For that entire time to get second.
Yeah, ratting out to second place is darn impressive. Nothing to be ashamed of. The 0 kill second place finish at least gets them a few points, but it's not enough. Look at TSM though. 11 kills, most in the lobby. 16 points overall will certainly help them, but it's not enough. They got to perform on Storm Point. Optic Gaming, I thought they were well positioned to win that game. They end up getting 3rd place and 14 overall points, which is much needed for them because they only had 6 or 7 before that. But we do know that Optic dropping in the mill is very good on Storm Point.
Yeah, I just love this. I love seeing the process that we're having. A lot of these teams just really come up. Even the teams winning, getting this dub with 9 kills. Some of our heavy-hitting other teams actually just wrapping up so many kills along the way on top of the dub. And Optic Gaming, too, with those 7 kills.
Look at the far right of your screen. It was all APAC North and APAC South.
Yeah.
So, obviously not great performances, but APAC North and APAC South placing top 10. You got to put some respect there. Reject, though. APAC North, Korea, Dogma, Minseong, and Jung-Hee doing a great job with 7 kills. So, again, the aggression, they're only 8 points. They only got 1 placement point. They got taken out early. C9, 3 points, but they're going to be more than okay after great performances in Game 1 and 2.
Back-to-back Team Empire actually getting 11th place, even making the composition swap. No matter what, they still got us 11th place here, unfortunately not wrapping up any KP in the process. I believe game number 1, they actually fell in 13th place. So Team Empire maybe experimenting a little too hard, maybe getting a little too comfortable after their performance in the group stages.
The game of peekaboo I was just playing with the chat right there. Yeah. You know, I was dropping my water ball, actually, is what I was actually doing. But no, you're spot on. Overall, gosh, this has been such an interesting start. The first 3 games, we had so many kind of big stories going into this entire match series. But of course, going into game number 3, we said APAC North, where you at? And they showed up. Luminosity, where you at? They showed up. First place finish for them. Significant amount of points. And Optic Gaming needed a big game. TSM needed a big game. So a lot of these teams that you had a microscope on coming into this competition performed in game 3. And at the end of the day, it's still anyone's series. And that's the crazy thing. Top 10 is wide open right now. And for those that don't know the stakes at home, again, just want to keep explaining this format here. Top 10 teams from this winner's bracket match punch their ticket to the finals tomorrow. Match point finals. And in terms of seeding, the first place team will start with 10 points, which means they have a 10-point lead going into that 50-point threshold for match point. If you've never seen a match point final in Apex Legends before, get ready for a treat. It is the best Battle Royale Grand Finals format I have ever seen. It is so hyped. You can do unlock match point with 50 points before you can win, which is just awesome. But hey, there's a lot to talk about. We are not the best to do it. You know who are the people on the panel over there? We got none other than Rain Day, Genome, Kate, and the desk. Let's go ahead and throw it over to James Bardoff and co. Kate, take it away.
Thank you so much for bringing the hype and, of course, casting that chaotic game number 3. Let's talk a little bit, jump right in here, Rain Day. Game number 1, we started off with a bang. And I gotta say, I'm looking at this going, you'd be forgiven if you thought Alliance had it in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing was, we saw North America wake up a little bit.
There it is.
Cloud9 coming in strong and being able to, go head toe-to-toe with really a team that we felt Alliance was pushing in. They were able to take away TSM's kind of rotation. They ended up, I think, fighting Team Liquid as well. But it's this kind of pace that we're seeing North America build to now. And I see it with NRG a little bit in Game 3. But Cloud9 have kind of set that standard. And they were involved in Game 2 as well.
They were indeed. As we take a look at the highlights from match number 1, Bardoff, Reignite, certainly a threat here in this lobby, along with the rest of our APAC region.
Absolutely. 7 kills for Reignite in this first game, but indeed to touch on Cloud9 once again, a spatial awareness with the stand-in as well, making sure their 6 was covered. We heard their comms and they are very, very focused today and having great success, maybe feeling a little free, and it's different. It's interesting from team to team. We saw NRG with some nice plays, but some struggles as well. So I think there's big pressure on some, less pressure on others. But match 1 went the way of Cloud9. Alliance had 10 kills though, so in second place they started this day really, really well. But Cloud9 really did go for a good run in that first game.
And I want to stick with you for right now, Bardoff, for match number 2, because we know how you feel about Team Empire, and we know that they brought in a new team comp as we take a look at these Luminosity Reject highlights.
Indeed, they are bringing the spice from game to game, bringing out the sear in this one. But it was about 100 seasoned Cloud9, who, if I'm not mistaken, got 10 kills apiece. So they were really putting in work. And these are big numbers. And you start to wonder, maybe with a sub, you kind of wrote off Cloud9 to some degree in terms of, how far they can go. But it appears that there is no ceiling for this squad if they can keep up these kind of performances.
Yeah, just to piggyback off that real quick, 100 Thieves really in this duel with Cloud9, if they don't push them from the high ground, Cloud9 probably wins 2 games in a row. That's how good they're playing.
And there it is, exactly. And we talk about Bardoff. Actually, Evan, I'll stick with you for a second. We talk about those kills versus wins here. Luminosity definitely bringing in the W on game number 3.
Yeah.
But listen, let's talk about TSM getting getting 11 kills here. Nothing to shake a stick at, and certainly will make all the difference in a match point scenario.
Yeah, you can tell John was hyping him up. Vicky Kitty was getting hype as well. It was a great cast, and it really showcased how NRG, how TSM were building, and that momentum has definitely started in North America. But just a little bit to the south of that, in South America, Luminosity Gaming taking the win. Honestly, these guys are incredible. They were late on their flight to get picked up, last people to arrive before rehearsal day at the airport, so I had a chance to catch up with them, and specifically talk about how Nizel is playing so well with Ganjamin, one of our high performers, third in damage overall behind the Alliance boys in terms of keeping up with the Joneses, and he's 18, and they have so much pride being brought to Mexico. This is a team that I think people have to watch out for in any situation you let them go.
Absolutely, and Bardoff, we talked about this for a second. Luminosity did really well in the scrims right before we started off in that group stage.
Yeah, and the online portion of the event as well. Before we got here to Stockholm, they were always Gunjamin was always sticking out. He just appeared one day, and we were just saying Gunjamin.
Why are we saying Gunjamin so much?
I know. We're like, yeah, what are we going to do with this? But he's just doing damage constantly, and hopefully we're going to see a little more of him in the games to come. But Kate, I almost forgot. Game 2.
What?
Imperial Howl and Hardeki both picking up Caustic.
Woo! Stink.
I was excited, putting it mildly. But that was quite something. But it's quite interesting, you know, there is a mutual respect between those two players. They both made that change at the same time. I think it's fascinating to see how we might see more changes from them as the day continues.
Let that be a lesson to all of us. And Genome, we're going to take a look at these leaderboards here because math doesn't lie. And as we know, we are going for the top 10 in this round. This is our winner's bracket. Genome, talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing here. I see Reignite. I see AD Raccoon. I see, and I'm going to put this out there, number 10 is a big story.
Absolutely. You know, we've got, again, good representation across the board. I must say, North America doing very well today. I mean, look at that on the left side of your screen there. Those guys, I mean, I love seeing some of those, the rivalries, you know, Optic coming off the back and ending that big streak of TSM in Game 3. You know, those rivalries coming through into LAN as well. But yeah, then, you know, the fact that we've got Cloud9 and Reignite, 2 teams with subs sitting here in the top 10 out of 40 teams at LAN, that's baller.
That is indeed for sure. As we take a look at our second page, remember, winner's bracket, the top 10 head off to Sunday. They're going playoffs, they're going grand finals. It's this page that everybody should be looking at. And Rain, you are not in your head. You know what this means for the second page of the graphic.
Well, that's for those watching today going to be the theme. Top 10, top 10, top 10. Because if you stop getting in that top 10, especially after this bracket, you're going home. And that is a scary thought for all of these teams to contemplate. Currently, it's these 10 teams here as well who are going to have to change this up heading into the next round. If they don't do it in the next 3 games, still plenty of chances. Empire was my pick. They performed top of the group yesterday, and now they're the exact bottom. Not just a little close to the bottom. They're the bottom. They got to step it up, guys.
And 2 of our 3 teams to watch are in the bottom 5 right now.
Yeah.
And you said they were bringing the spice, right? But, like, I don't know. It's like there's some salt and pepper right now. Where's the rest of the meal, man?
Yeah,
I mean, 5
seriously.
points, come on.
We brought spice, no food. That's our problem.
Well, speaking of spice, Game 1 certainly had it here, Genome, and I know there was a particular tete-a-tete that got a little heated that I want to make sure you had a chance to break down. Talk to us about it.
All right, so this is it's a tale of 2 teams we've got over here. We've got Reignite and we've got Element 6. So this was the first game we had. You can see Reignite, they're down over here playing their favorite spot. They've made the early rotate. It's one of the most southern zones you get in World's Edge, and it just continues to pull down and down and down into Dome. Now they think they've got their favorite spot. Everything's fine. Ooh, do you know about that? We've got 4-7 up here, and as we saw just before, they run into each other, and if they win the fight, sure, but they lose a member. They've got Sharky. So in the best spot, nope, they have to make the rotation all the way up here just to get a res because there's so much congestion down here. It's never going to happen. Unfortunately, as soon as it does, we're seeing yet another problem here. Element 6 rotating in at just the wrong time. So they run in. So Sharky's just been respawned, by the way, and you can see, unfortunately, his teammates kind of just have to leave him for dead. Zero and JMW at this point. He's a little bit too far behind. He'll get taken out by Element 6 here. But luckily, you know, Zero's still alive. The Valkyrie, he's slippery. He gets away, takes JMW with him. And you'll see that Element 6, they've come down again, and Zero goes back for the banner. Has to go for a second respawn in the zone up here at Lava Siphon. Now, at this point, the zone's extremely congested. You're like, what can these guys do? And Element 6, the team who has just taken down Sharky, all of a sudden, they run into them again. A great spot there. They find them in the open. Bubble has to get committed here by Rig, and you think, oh, they've got this. But no, a good trade coming back from Reignite. And as you'll see in this next moment, both of the teams Valk ulting out at exactly the same time. Their fates are intertwined in this game. So they make exactly the same rotation here, except this time we've got Element 6. Unfortunately, they try and play outside. Too much crossfire coming in from every direction. Rig somehow make it inside the building. They're safe at this point. Element 6 eliminated, and despite the travails that we've seen for Reignite up until this point, they make it out into this circle. Unfortunately, the only spot they can find over here, they've got zero cover. The bubble from Gibby is all that they have to work with, and I can tell you, once that goes down, unfortunately, Team Liquid is on the other side of this, and you see 1, 2, 3, they're gone. So a 4th place for Reignite, but damn if that wasn't a good effort considering everything they went through in that game.
I mean, well done, Juno. That was excellent. And I will also say, well done to Reignite. Just kind of, you know, you're trying to delete them, trying to get them off the map, and boy, they make it hard. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the resilience from them to come back at a double respawn game.
That was crazy as well, where Element 6 landed. They landed on the roof, but they landed just after a team inside got crypto ulted, and I thought, what better time to try and storm your way in, get a dome down, and force your way, and they ended up getting absolutely wrecked on the outside. They lasted about 5 seconds after that, so potentially an opportunity missed there.
And Rig actually killed Empire, who were in the building when they landed there, so that also hurt my pick. Good job, Rig.
And there it is, indeed. Well, something to help your pick. If your pick is a Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop, head to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion for your chance to win that Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop. We're going to be giving that away on Sunday during our grand finals. Yet another reason to join us on Sunday. We got a lot going on, maybe an announcement or two. That's one more teaser.
One of those, Kate.
Uh-oh, what's that?
Kate,
well,
what's the info?
that's for me to know and you all to find out Sunday during grand finals. Either way, we are going to be back on Storm Point, match number 4 right after this. So stick around. This is the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Playoffs split number 2.
Only 3 games remaining here for the winners bracket, day 2 for the ALGS playoffs. It's do or die at this point, Jordan. If you want to get straight into the finals, only 3 games remaining.
Yeah, 3 games deep, and it has been North American domination so far. That's kind of the story that is being written by the North American teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in this lobby currently are all North American teams. You do have a good, solid squad coming through there from the North American region, and everyone else needs to step up.
Things can change very quickly, though, especially in just 3 games. We saw that really with our first 3 games, how many points can really be accumulated in a short amount of time. Cloud9 really leading the way with that charge. A couple of teams down the bottom can very much replicate that if they can actually find a bit of form heading over to Storm Point.
Yeah, look, I mean, it is interesting having a look back at how the results went yesterday and how they're coming into today as well. For the most part, I feel like the teams that were really performing yesterday toward the top end are more or less being able to come through and do very well again today. I'm looking at OG, I'm looking at 100 Thieves, I'm looking at Alliance, Team Liquid. These teams are all up fairly solidly inside of the top 10 at the moment. They'll be feeling comfortable. But what actually interests me more about this lobby, especially now that we've only got those 3 games remaining, is that sort of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 kind of position. Those teams that are really jostling for the cutoff at the moment. And there's a lot of APAC South teams around in that area. There is a couple of APAC North teams there as well. So it sort of feels like we have got ourselves a really, really interesting prospect heading into these last 3 games.
And I'm glad you mentioned that cutoff as well. So important. Obviously, top 10, that's what matters, whether you finished 1st or 10th. Really doesn't matter all that much, especially in the next 3 games. So 16 points at the moment, Team Burger in that 10th place position. So if you look at sort of last place right now, which is Empire, 5 points, that's only 11 points short. That's not a whole lot, right? With 3 games to go, we're in a position where the prospect is anyone can still make top 10.
I mean, it's kind of crazy, though, the way that it has sort of shifted up for Empire in particular, sitting at the bottom of the table. I mean, even looking at players, they didn't start too well. They had 2 20th places in a row. They did manage to sort of bring it back with the second last game, but they didn't actually manage to get any kills in that game. So they're really not putting those points on the board at the moment. The fortunes of a lot of these teams that performed well yesterday do seem to be shifting in some cases. Obviously, some are doing well still consistently. Some are struggling, and they don't have too much time left to catch up, Xenox. But like you said, it is still possible for pretty much anyone to get inside of that top 10, but you're going to have to do it here and now.
Certainly so. Let's head into match number 4. Over to Storm Point we go for the winners bracket. 3 games remaining. Top 10 will move to the finals tomorrow. The bottom 10, of course, will then play in the losers bracket, and what will end up being a potential long day. Let's get underway though, Storm Point. We've had enough of World's Edge. Let's move on.
Indeed, and well, obviously for some teams, they're going to be hoping that a change in map is going to be bringing a change in performance as well. Anyone inside of that bottom 10 really going to be looking at Storm Point to hopefully buffer their numbers up. And I can say, I know there's a couple of teams here that do prefer Storm Point over World's Edge, just in terms of their historical performances within Pro League, within their respective regions. So we may still be seeing a bit of moving and shaking when it does come to that scoreboard. But I've got to say, super impressed with North America so far.
Yeah, most definitely. I think in terms of moving and shaking, though, maybe some of the teams down at the bottom that I've got kind of my eyes on, one of them being 4-7, who had such a tremendous day yesterday, really leading the way almost for APAC North, a team that even for myself, you know, from that region, I wasn't expecting them to really bring that much. But while they've started a little slow, they did start to pick things up. But back in match number 3, 9th place, they were starting to at least find a little bit more ground. That's a team to keep an eye on. You know, the likes of NRG, Players, Empire, just so many top teams here in the winners bracket. It's going to be very difficult to really guess who's going to be able to make it into the top 10. What you can say, though, is for those that started well, they don't have to do all that much.
You're right. But you do want to make sure that you're not resting on your laurels, so to speak. And I dare say Optic Gaming, a team which has been performing phenomenally over the first couple of days of competition, will not be doing that. They've been really, really solid. A little bit of a contest going on, though, for the mill between Players and Optic Gaming. And this could really bring with it some problems for Players who desperately need points heading into Storm Point. Already having lost that first one, you need to trade it back on in. It's a 1-for-1 so far in this engagement. Optic Gaming have the advantage in terms of the armors, Xenox. But Elevate is also lurking around looking for a third party. And I know Sutaraiku dropped down in C-Note Cave. Couple of kills come through there for Duplex. Players look like they're in trouble.
Only PK, MK left standing for players, and I'm glad you mentioned sort of for 4 players as well. Only on the 9 points at the moment through the first 3 matches. They cannot afford many more games where they're not picking up points. And Optic, you know, in the top 4, they've already been able to establish themselves a decent position back on World's Edge, and so far looks like maybe a good start could be on the cards. But Noct does eventually go down as we pan over top of Elevate. You can see there's a couple of teams really brewing in this area, so it's not going to be a clean exit for Optic. They do lose Noct, but they did pick up a couple of kills for it.
Yeah, look, I mean, I was going to say, I think it's quite interesting how you see players testing when they're so far down the scoreboard. It could really just be what forces them straight down into the lower bracket. TSM continuing where they left off. A lot of damage in onto that Trident. The team in there cracked for the most part. But TSM not going to push off back of it just yet. They're more interested in the long-term play. Rotate coming through, but Team Empire close by, maybe a little too far to cancel the ultimate, and TSM finding the needle in the haystack with that timing, to be honest, because if they go half a second later, if you know how the Valkyrie ultimate works, the Skyward Dive, when you're boosting in the air, you can't be cancelled. Obviously, you can be killed, but when you're still just hovering before you've actually left-click to go up, you can get cancelled by even a tickle of damage, and that would have been pretty bad news for TSM.
Elevate and NRG now also getting involved early on. Stormpoint in the past, especially over the course of yesterday, was not all that fast going. We had some slow games on Stormpoint, but this one right now very much heating up from the get-go. You like to see that, especially when you've got some teams maybe on the lower end of the bracket here in the winners bracket, like NRG, like players getting involved early. This is where they can really turn the tide. Of course, it didn't quite go the way that players would have liked. We have a look at Team Empire, and we'll see what they can do here on Stormpoint. That's going to be a team to really keep an eye on.
Great shots through there from Cleve with the wingman. Not enough to find a knock, but enough to find Flash, and continued to put pressure on the team inside of that orange. And clear out the spiders as well, find themselves a bit more loot. And of course, once again, continuing to run the Bloodhound, this time with a Wraith and a Valkyrie. So Team Empire, they have been nothing if not interesting to watch with their team compositions.
Yeah, I mean, how many times did we see them switch up on day number 1 yesterday, where they were so impressive? Okay, a little bit of a slow start right now, but you know what this team is capable of. You do not want to be writing them off at all, especially with these last 3 games. If they find a little bit of form, they can really pick up points in a quick manner, in a hurry, and that's what you're probably going to start to expect from them.
Well,
let's say, yeah, I was going to say, let's go and have a little look in and a listen in with Team Liquid.
Honestly, we want all of it. I have so many arcs. Need that in my life.
I'm 1-4, by the way.
Gibby with no shotgun.
1-4. I'm 210. Here's 2 more cells. Brennan, come here.
I'll hold both of that for you. Just ask me when you need it.
Yep. Yeah. 1-6, 1 arc star. I still need a wang. I have one. What do you got? An R3. Fuck it, I'll take it. Okay.
I just stole 4 cells from Spider Cave. They're constantly dropping attachments over there.
Here's the 2x.
Knock, how many arcs do you have?
1. That Bloodhound scan is
ominous.
Yes.
Crypto drone from southwest?
They're outside
team
right
here.
here.
There's a team all the way out there.
Yeah. They're on edge right. I hear Valkyrie. Northwest, on ping.
Well, not a whole lot really going on for Team Liquid at the moment. Jordan just sitting inside of that orange on the south side of the circle. Not too much close by to them, and honestly, not much we'll be expecting from them. But we do go over to Element 6 that have a bit of a fight here with They Were United. They lose one, now two. Nags is the only one left standing in a very quick manner. It's Dewa that have been able to win this fight so far. But hello, another APAC South team arrives.
Yeah, what about Sutaraiku looking for that third party, putting damage in. Element 6 eliminated. Dewa United eliminated as well. So both the teams, as we like to say, Xenox, mutually assured destruction for one another, and Sutaraiku just moves in, takes up residence and says thank you very much for the circle positioning, the loot, a bit of KP in there as well for them, I'm sure. So it's not worked out too well for Element 6 today. I had really high hopes for them. I really did think they played fantastically yesterday, and so far today, sitting in 19th place coming into this game, I don't know that they're going to be getting much further up off of that result. So Element 6, not much time left to make it into the top 10, 2 games left.
Yeah, 2 games. Of course, still not the biggest gap per se to get into the top 10, but it will be increased off the back of this game that will get played out. So they'll have a little bit of work to do in the last 2 matches if they can move on to the finals here. We have a look over towards Reignite now. AD Raccoon, who had some issues unfortunately yesterday. Hopefully for their sake they can find some fortunes maybe actually with their setup. So they unfortunately were playing with basically 2 players yesterday, Jordan, and they still made it into the winners bracket. This is a team that's so strong from APAC North.
Really good games, didn't they? They were really, really impressive in that initial lobby that we got to watch. Things did sort of slow down a little bit for AD Raccoon, but they did enough to get themselves inside of the top 20, and now they're hoping to get themselves inside the top 10. Just sitting on the cusp at the moment. You can see in 11th place, 17 points. They're not too far away, and as long as they keep that scoreboard ticking over, then they're going to keep themselves in that discussion. They've got a good spot here, high ground, easy to defend. Not a whole lot going on headed in their direction. They're mostly the aggressors in this situation. So they're feeling comfortable at the moment. They'd love to just upgrade those 2 sets of blue armors to purples ideally before they really have to take a fight. But at the moment, it's looking pretty good for AD Raccoon, I have to say.
Certainly agree with you, and I think right now for most teams actually, I mean we've got what, 17 squads halfway through round number 2, most of them playing on the edge of these circles, which has become a very big trend that we've seen here for the ALGS playoffs. Is really not a whole lot of center play. Most teams just preferring to play around the edge, not forcing their way in if they don't have to. If they can find a spot, sure, go for it. I mean, we saw Team Liquid before in a very, very good position, center of this circle, a little bit maybe towards the south, but things will open up eventually as this game does continue to progress. And when you look at AD Raccoon's position up above, you've got the crypto, you can use that drone, get more information, and really scout out around. You do back them in from this spot.
Indeed. Got a drone flying around. Probably multiple drones flying around, quite frankly. Information being gathered.
I mean, account 5 in the minimap alone.
There you go.
So
that'll do it.
Cryptos are definitely making an impact here at the playoffs.
You know, it's funny you say that because it's not something that I'm really used to doing, to be honest.
Right,
we don't really see them in APAC South all that much.
I've been in a situation where I've seen about like 14 or 15 drones all up at once. And at that point, you just wonder, is anyone really gaining much information if everyone is gaining information?
Well, if everyone has information, no one has. That's how the saying goes there. 4-7 definitely need to be putting in some work at the moment. They've struggled today. They had a fantastic day yesterday and now find themselves in an engagement with the zone at their backs. Not an easy situation to be in. Taiwan having already found a knock or 2, and 4-7 eliminated with absolute force from Empire. That was clean as a whistle.
Yeah, and unfortunately for 4-7, you know, the sort of form that we saw from them yesterday, the great plays that just haven't really been able to find their footing here in the winners bracket. Of course, a very, very difficult portion of this event when you've got basically the best 20 performing team from day one playing here in the winners bracket. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Now let's go and have another quick little listen in here with Team Burger.
This weekend we'll be playing Valk Giddy Caustic, which we've just played since Split 1 of Pro League, and we'll be sticking with what we know. I think it's just the most versatile comp in the game. Valk allows you to rotate anywhere.
Well, that was a bit of poor timing there for Team Burger, unfortunately, Jordan. So I've done your boys a little bit of misjustice there. They go out relatively early here in match 4. Over to Reject. Still Triple Blue on the move. Only the 1 kill to their name at the moment, but a team that, again, like AD Raccoon before, on the cusp at the moment. 13th position. A couple of points as well to their name already from the first couple of matches. And a team that is really, really solid. Again, you know, I touched on this yesterday, but this is the former Fennel career team that won a championship back in 2021. Really, really good team when it comes to winning. They know how to do it.
You know what I think is crazy about this is there are so many teams that we can talk about in that kind of capacity. This is such a strong team. X or Y is such a strong team, and you're sort of clashing them all together, and we finally get to find out which region maybe is going to be the top dogs. At the moment, it's kind of looking like it's going to be NA, but there's so many exciting storylines from all over the world when it comes to the Split 2 playoffs. And of course, APAC North, I feel like they've been struggling a little bit today, Xenox, so you'll be hoping to see maybe Reject getting on the board here on Storm Point. TSM definitely having picked up where they left off. They've been doing a lot of damage, and they've set themselves up inside the orange with Team Liquid.
Yeah, they've moved in. They're neighbours. They're just like going to share this space for now. TSM and Team Liquid have got a little bit of a stalemate here and are happy to just maybe put rivalries on hold. One above, one down below. It's a really good position. This orange, of course, south side of the circle, very much in. You're expecting it to probably stay in for a little bit longer as well. So both teams happy with the current situation. The question is, at some point, one of the two teams will have to make a move, and you want to be the first team or the second team. All you don't want to do is get third-partied here.
For sure, for sure. Although I'd actually have to make the argument right now that TSM and Team Liquid are feeling pretty comfortable. Circle shifting in their direction. It's going south, and generally speaking, when it does that, it will continue to head in that kind of a direction. So they might be anticipating that pool to continue to head southward. Not going to be the case, though, as we can see on the minimap now on our screens. It's actually kind of pulled into no man's land. No one is expected to go in that direction. There's not a whole lot of cover out there. And so, well, everyone actually is going to have to.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anyone any sort of favors. Now, Duplex goes down, remembering, they've already lost Knock, so now it's only Skittlecakes as the solo player. We know Skittle can do big things from that solo position, but with so much time, with so many squads, with so much at stake here, I don't know if he's going to be able to replicate some of the heroics we saw from yesterday for the Green Wall, but down at least under the bridge for now, at least gets off that shield bat and can maybe find a position to ride out the rest of this game.
That's a 6-man EMP that goes down on top of Team Liquid and TSM. So whoever's fired that one in has picked up a whole lot of Evo. Don't know who it was, but certainly going to be happy with what they've invested there. Empire on, I would say, the rougher side of the zone now, because they have to move across. There's, again, like I said, not a whole lot of cover. You're basically running through the water, right? So there's just a couple of rocks here and there, maybe a building every now and then. But
you say that, but this is the thing. There's already such a large congestion of teams down towards the south, towards these areas. You've got Alliance, you've got Reignite, you've got Eddie Raccoon, Luminosity. I mean, the list kind of goes on, right? So if they could be one of the last teams pushing in there, Jordan, they might be in a position where they could look to really clean up.
That's a good point. Playing Edge definitely has its benefits. NRG are looking good at the moment. 2 sets of reds. They've been getting some damage down. Sweet, sure, not too far away either. And they're going to use the ultimate to get on top of the orange. The phase breach in from Ash.
Well, let's have a quick little listen in as well with NRG as they take this fight.
Nading your cloud, nading the roof. Peek. Another team is not folded. They're not in roof at all. I have roof, Backs below me. There's 60. Give me speaking bottom. Give me crack, give me one. Back is one as well. Give me one.
I'm jumping.
Kill foot. Crack. Last guy's one. Don't go down if you can. Dead.
Chill. Where's Lars?
I'm batting. Another team.
I'm ulting. Contact.
I'm batting 4.
I ulted.
He's peeking the top. I died. I'm trying to run to the cannon.
We can win this, I think.
Can you come to me? Back is flash.
Down.
There's a swamp on my box. Stuck one.
I died. Not low.
Hold your knock.
Hop on the purple box.
I have a bat.
Another
team. I didn't get the kill. No, man.
Really nice comps coming through from NRG there, but unfortunately not enough to get them the victory overall. Sutaraiku have been an annoying pest for a bunch of teams so far in this game as they come through for yet another third party. 100 Thieves also being eliminated. I did love listening to NRG there though. Very calm comms coming through, telling what box exactly had the armor swap, how much HP exactly certain players had, and it looked like they might actually be able to pull that one off. In the end, not the case. Still some good points out of that though.
Yeah.
Decent KP coming through.
Well, and also decent positioning coming out for Sutaraiku too. Northern side, yes, northern side of the circle, but they can really wrap in on that northern side, pushing over to Cloud9 later on. And we mentioned the circle shift and the way that it pulled before, Jordan, not really doing any team kind of any favors, especially those towards the south. So if you're Sutaraiku, you're up north and there's no one really around you, that could play into your hands in the late game.
Well, one thing I wanted to actually say at the start of this game, and I sort of did refer to it loosely was that there are some teams that do prefer Storm Point, and I will say Sutoraiku is one of those teams that tends to get a lot more points on Storm Point than what they do on World's Edge, so they might have started this lobby relatively slow, but expect that to pick up in these final 3 games of the day. And maybe they can still make their way into that top 10. Did see a Kraber out for a moment there as well, so keep your heads down.
Yeah, and while there are some teams looking to play Edge, Empire have elected to actually just send it straight in onto the island and go for a center position and try and hold out. Now, the downsides to this, Jordan, is obviously then there can be a lot of eyes on their position, so they're going to be having their hands full for quite a little while here.
Yeah, certainly. This is one of those positions which can work, but there's a lot of angles that can see into it, so it can be a little difficult to play. Luminosity, on the other hand, are out of the zone for the moment. There's a nice little cubbyhole to play in to heal up, but doesn't give you a whole lot of room to work with. The Kraber, once again, is going to continue to put in some work, and unfortunately for Team Empire, starting to lose players, and they've now lost all 3. Empire eliminated in 12.
It's a double-edged sword. You push early, you want position, but then there's so much pressure that comes with that, and Team Empire do go out in 12th position, so again, another game where they've just not been able to accumulate a lot of points.
And now, actually, Sutoraiku moves into that position. They've got 5 KP, and I'd actually argue that the position looks a little better now that the zone is starting to come in. You're not going to be collapsed upon from multiple angles. You're really only going to have to deal with what's in front of you, as opposed to what Team Empire had to deal with, which was pretty much everywhere. That said, also, Bullet gets himself another Kraber. We've seen him with it a couple of times so far in this competition, and he's going to hope to put it in good use. Let's have a listen in with Sutoraiku, see how they're feeling.
Okay, bridge team.
Cosmic flash.
All you guys, all you guys.
Cosmic one. Kill him,
Oh,
kill him.
yes.
Nice, good knock, good fucking knock, dude.
Someone swap and hold bridge. Fussy, you swap and hold bridge.
Yeah, alright.
I need a Kraber with these guys.
I've almost got Gibby back. I've almost got Gibby back.
One down.
Gibby?
I'm waiting to kill these guys. Over here, Walty as well.
The Gibby's flash.
We're here.
Yeah, here.
If he peeks. Dead.
Nice,
Good
good
call.
fucking knock. They're like fighting bridge.
Okay, bridge. Can we fight bridge? Maybe is
bridge fighting?
No,
Not
we
really.
got time. We
They're
got time.
just
We chill.
Nice. Do you want to set up
play?
swaps?
You can even play back on me.
No, again, we want to play this fucking backside because it's him. We do not want to fucking play in the middle.
Yeah, I'm sitting back here right now.
I'm gonna move swaps to the backside, dude.
I'm setting my drone up in the tree. It's just gonna give us wall hacks the whole time.
I'm setting up swaps. Give me a sec.
You're holding right, yeah, Fussy?
Yep.
Walt's playing flex. I've got left at the moment.
I've got Gibby all back, by the way.
He's setting up swaps on the tree on the rock. Okay, Fussy, check where they are.
Yeah, they're here. They're just on the thing. Bridge team. I got him. I got Gibby all back. Keep that in mind. I got 3 swaps here. I'm gonna probably set up some fucking nades and shit too, and some
Is there a gun swap?
No. I don't have a gun swap for you.
I dropped it. I'm gonna grab one.
Gavel. It's fine. They're too far to do anything. Don't worry.
Yeah, I got a gun swap now.
I'm dropping some nades here. Bridge has fuck all to play, by the way. There's arc stars here. There's arc stars here.
Yeah, beautiful. One in the middle. 1K in the middle. Oh, Garrett grabbing you.
76 Eddie. Can you?
Yeah, I'm waiting for him.
I cracked him.
No,
Can you tag him?
No, I missed.
It's fine. We burned his bob. Early.
Yeah,
It's
nice.
fine.
Good job.
Popping about. Call for Gibby ult.
Is there? Yeah. We just need to focus left, I think, Walty.
Yeah, left.
They're wrapping left.
Left's gonna fucking die here. Yeah, Gibby ult EMP. Is that in?
Not yet.
Wait.
90%.
We can Gibby ult EMP and they will all fucking die on that
Yeah,
cannon.
on the cannon. Yeah. Play here.
What's Bridge doing, Fussy? They're just chilling. I have Gibby ult, so
Bridge
I
is
need to
almost
do it.
in. Right here. Down.
Do you want me to give you all this?
Look here, Walty.
Yeah, you can give me out. Wait, you give me out and EMP these kids. You give me out and EMP these kids.
Yeah.
EMP them.
I'm taking my drone now. Going now.
Tagging.
I'm going now.
They're in the corner. They're cracked in the corner. All cracked in the corner. They're dying. They're all dying. Flash.
I'm not using EMP.
Yeah, don't. You're good. They're all fucking weak. Fuck, dude. I want to
There's 2 teams on the bridge still.
I'm sorry.
They're all dead.
We missed out on kills, but it's fine.
It's alright. I'm just chilling.
Can we kill Bridge?
No. There's 2 teams. One top, one low. We just chill. They fight each other.
Yeah,
all we have to do is hold.
I need a gun swap. Switching to a wing. It's fine.
Grab nades.
We just can't let them fucking walk up for free.
Get rid of most of yourselves and just grab nades. Wait, I hear one in the water. Careful. You know what? I'm gonna set up my drone. I'm gonna set up my drone in the tree.
I'm fine. Don't
and
worry.
it'll just scan through.
I'm just trying to I'm trying to get one of the teams like underneath in the open.
Yeah. All good.
Having a cell. I got nades. I got 4 arc stars and a fucking thermite. You have EMP?
Yeah, I do.
When they rotate, I think we just EMP. It's empty. It's pretty much empty. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the spitting.
Any nades? Any nades?
Someone took the arc stars. Ah, good. Zone's closing. You've got EMP, right?
Yeah, I do.
They're like playing here. They're gonna get shot in the back.
Yeah. They're right here. Try and put pressure on them. Yeah, good nade. Good nade. They're right here. They're
gonna EMP them.
EMP now. Don't go too deep here.
It's fine.
In the corner. Spam nades.
Burning.
Spam nades.
Valk's dead. Give me dead.
Valk in the air. Valk dead.
Oh my
We're just so much better, dude. Let's go.
Got so many fucking kills, cunt.
Let's go.
And what a way to win it for Sutaraiku. Wonderful listening all the way from the mid stages of that game into the victory. Sutaraiku put their name up in lights once again, and I think that might actually mean they are the team with the most wins at this competition so far.
That is incredible. That is a stat that I didn't think possible for those boys, but hey, they've proved me wrong, Jordan. What a result. And look, they were outside of the top 10 coming into this game to find victory there, and a big one, a lot of kills as well. That's going to do them a world of good with 2 matches to go.
I'm not going to lie, I kind of have goosebumps listening to that. You know, obviously that's my region. They're Aussies as well. We're both Aussies, and it feels like it's all coming together here at the LAN playoffs for Sutaraiku. They're feeling good, and I have to say, listening to them, the way that they were communicating, the way they were talking, it sounded fantastic. You know, I've listened to a lot of their play. I've watched them scrim and that kind of thing, and sometimes they get a bit down, sometimes things not going their way, but it feels like they're confident, feels like they're happy. There was a lot of good vibes coming through there, which seems like a great sign, in my opinion, that Sutaraiku is really feeling good about how this is playing out for them here at the LAN playoffs. They're feeling happy. They're saying, you know, good shot, great stuff, 100%. nice EMP, blah, blah, blah. Excellent comms coming through. And what I also really enjoyed listening to and actually watching play out was the fact that, you know, it was exactly as Waltzy said in the interview yesterday night, that Crypto comes through for Bullet. He just sort of sits up in the air, makes comms, tells the controller players what to do, and they execute. So he's kind of like the puppet master pulling the strings for his little minions, and the minions did a bit of work there. But obviously, a very favorable pull for Sutaraiku as well. Very beneficial.
They had 15 points, Jordan. 15 points coming into this match number 4, and they've just gone and got 25. So that's going to do them absolutely a world of good going into the final 2 matches.
Well, what did I say? Storm Point, that's where they play the best.
Honestly, that's why we pay you the big bucks, Jordan. But other teams, of course, also soaking up points. You can see how top-heavy it was this game. Cloud9, Team Liquid, even AD Raccoon, all being able to get double digits. From there, it drops off quite massively.
Indeed, indeed. Well, I have to say, there's still a lot of time left for some of the teams, but those that are really towards the bottom end of the table now are probably starting to run out of time, right? 2 games, it feels like a lot when you're already in the discussion, but if you're 4-7, Element 6, for example, they were United, these teams that are really sitting at the bottom of the table, not only in this game, but overall for the 4 games that we've played, have you run out of time now?
Well, and also teams that did so well on day 1, 4-7, and you know, and Empire, I think were 2 teams that I had my eye on coming into the winners bracket, and I thought, can they continue the form that they had on day 1, bring it to the winners bracket, get to the finals, and get a bit of rest, right? Because if you do make it to the finals after these next 2 matches, you're not playing again until tomorrow. So that's a pretty big boon in itself. That's what you want.
Especially with the format that we've had.
They're long days. They're long days.
But,
obviously, there's still 2 games to go, and as we've already mentioned before, you know, ultimately, the 10th place position is still achievable for even the teams down the very bottom.
Absolutely. Let's take a look, though, at how things shaped up for Sutaraiku. As expected, you're really going to probably be seeing Waltzy and Fussy doing the lion's share of the damage, because Bullet, a lot of the time, he's spending inside of that Crypto drone, just getting the info. He's getting a lot of assists, obviously, there as well. But for the most part, it's really just going to be those 2 controller players rolling through the competition. Really, really solid stuff. I think Fussy and Waltzy have been super, super impressive. I mean, yesterday I did give a shout out to Waltzy on the analyst desk. I will reiterate that. It's his first LAN in Apex Legends, you know, coming overseas, playing phenomenally well and really, really stepping up. You combine that with the fact that Bullet is someone who has played at both of the major LANs we've had in Apex Legends as well.
True.
He was at X Games, he was at Poland. He, you know, obviously didn't perform super amazingly in either of those. It was a bit of a different era. There was, you know, a much different kind of a vibe from the APAC scene, from the ANZ scene back then. There wasn't really one, to be honest. But Bullet was one of the standout players back then, and he's back to back to back now in terms of international international
That's a lot of
events.
backs,
And
mate. That's a lot of backs.
There's not a lot of players that have done that, quite frankly, and it's super impressive that someone from ANZ, by the way, an unsigned team, one of the 2 unsigned teams in this entire competition, has been able to do that.
Absolute tragedy that they haven't got representation, but who knows, maybe after this it could come their way. Right now, though, Cloud9 still leading the way in the winners bracket with 2 matches to go. You could probably, Jordan, in fact, you can definitely put a big tick next to them in terms of going to the finals, and you could probably even then say that for a couple of these teams, especially those on the top 5 positions, so Sudaraku, Luminosity, Team Liquid, Optic. I cannot imagine a world in which 30 points sees you in the bottom 10, right? So while you don't want to rest on your laurels with 2 matches to go, you want to continue to build form and momentum going into the finals, they can feel a little bit more confident and comfortable.
Well, what I want to see here as well is what is the rest of the pack looking like? You know, is 23 a solid cutoff? Is it a solid lead? And actually, it kind of is. I mean, 7 points, it's not huge, but when you've only got a couple of games to haul that back, then it starts to become a little bit more problematic. Maybe if you have one stumble here, if you're Burger, Dewa, players, you come down to one game and you have to overhaul like 7 to 10 points, and that kind of doesn't happen every time. So
is there any teams here that you think can get the job done, 2 matches to go, to overturn their fortunes that we've seen from them in the first 4 matches and make their way into the top 10?
I mean, for me, 100% you have to be looking at players and saying they're underperforming at the moment. This is a phenomenal squad. They did really well yesterday, but they're going to need to step it up here today. So we'll have to wait and see as Xenox, because we do have a couple of games left to play with. That was game 4, done and dusted. 2 more here on Stormpoint to decide which 10 teams will go through to the finals. Don't go anywhere. We're taking a break, but we'll be back in just a sec.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
wins overall for Sudoraiko here at the ALGS playoffs. They are exceeding expectations. Currently second place now in the winners bracket, only behind Cloud9. You could probably say both of those two teams will be going to the finals, Jordan. It's a matter as to who's going to join them.
It's a big question, isn't it? There's a lot of teams still sitting on that precipice. It's not a massive lead right now for Reignite, who's sitting in 10th place at the moment. It's maybe enough to feel comfortable, but if you don't get anything done in this next game coming up, then it starts to become a little bit more of a question mark. So it's still imperative that you keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Most definitely. Obviously, the cutoff now, 10th place, 23 points or so for Reignite. They're the gatekeepers of the bottom 10.
True.
2 matches to go, Jordan. Now, this is it. It's do or die. If you've been struggling a little bit, this is where you need to get those points if you want to go straight to the finals.
Yeah, I was looking at the split of teams that we managed to get into the top 10 after the halfway point. It was 6 for North America, 2 for APAC South, 1 for EMEA, and 1 for APAC North. South America.
Gatal-gatal mengganggu.
How that continues to change heading into the later stages of this lobby, I feel like it is going to start to slowly shift a little bit, particularly if, for example, Sudoraiko really locks their position in. They were one of the teams that was in the bottom 10, and now they're in the top 10, quite substantially so.
40 points, I think that's probably going to be enough. The question is, what will actually be enough, Jordan? Do you think it's above 30 points? Would you put the cutoff around that position? Because if you did, then that's the top 6 maybe locked in.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to say.
It's so difficult to predict, isn't it?
Especially with the way that the games have been so wishy-washy of late in this competition, right? You've had teams that have just done kind of nothing and then walked away with a win. Like I'm looking at yesterday, I'm looking at teams like CLG and GMT, for example, who basically, you know, really struggled for the vast majority of the day, and then they would find a win out of nowhere. And that's the kind of thing that if you do that in this game right here, in this lobby, with only 6 games to play, it actually makes a much bigger difference than what it would over what was effectively an 18-game series.
And the best part about the winners bracket is those in the bottom 10 are all certainly very capable of finishing strong, finding wins. You know, you say maybe out of nowhere, I would even say that. I think all it takes is just maybe a little bit of luck, a little bit of that confidence to go your way, and having the inner belief that turn things around. It's only 2 matches. It's not the largest of point differentials. The cutoff is certainly manageable. Doesn't matter if your team Unite down in bottom place, 4-7, Empire. It doesn't matter where you're at right now, because if you finish strong, you find a win or 2, you're definitely then going to the finals. So you can really have that inner belief that your team can still make it.
Yeah, well, what I will say heading into this 5th game is that it hasn't actually changed too much in terms of the split between regions. Still 6 North American, still 2 APAC South, still 1 EMEA, and still 1 APAC North team inside of the top 10. The teams have changed a little bit. Obviously, Sudoraiko, as I said, was not inside the top 10. They sort of trade places in a sense with Burger, who now fall outside of the top 10. But for the most part, not a whole lot of moving and shaking from game 4 and 5.
What's crazy for me is the team sort of knocking on the door, a Burger, and Doha United.
Correct,
so
yeah.
it's just APAC South, APAC South, APAC South. Maybe a region many underestimated that have really come to play here for the ALGS playoffs. Let's head back into Storm Point now for match number 5. It is the penultimate game of the winners bracket, Jordan. It's do or die now.
Indeed it is, and while we're watching Sudoraiko, I will mention they've actually moved away from their traditional drop on this map. Normally they are a team that also likes to head toward Mill in APAC South, and they're virtually uncontested for that. I think it's a fantastic choice, by the way, in this competition, because you don't really want to be contesting against players or Optic Gaming, let alone both of them at the same time. Let these guys have their brawl and see who walks out on top, who walks away happier. I'd have to imagine neither team really is going to be particularly happy with the situation they found themselves in here.
Well, if players can find a bit of a clean sweeping win over Optic Gaming, then they'll be very happy. But unfortunately, Leo goes down to knock, so you're losing 1. Now it's 1-for-1 as well. Optic Gaming in a much better position in the upper echelon of the winners bracket, whereas players, you know, they're, what, 14th position, 13 points. They need things to go their way. They, cannot afford to be losing players, losing fights, and losing games.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Optic do lose a player as well, so it seems to be a 1-for-1 exchange thus far. Good cracks coming through. Mastiff, it never fails to impress. And, of course, puts a bit of a pressure back on the players' roster. Do have Skittle and Nox trying to work in unison, playing around together. High ground attempt from the Valkyrie there is a good choice. Hardeki down low, doesn't have much HP to play with, but at least has the blue shields. You know, looking a little worse for wear, still hasn't been able to upgrade that armor. So in this 2-on-2 engagement, it does seem favorable for Optic Gaming. I get the feeling though that players is trying to get out of here. I think it might just be happy that maybe I've been proving correct though, because there is going to be that Horizon Q coming coming through. Skittle takes. He might have gone a bit too aggressive on his own. He's been isolated, and now it's a 2-on-1 that needs to be punched out for Optic Gaming. Knocked. He's going to have to do it himself. Swaps out onto the white armor and tries to get it done for his squad.
But this is exactly what players need, though, right? They need to find a resurgence. They need to be able to win a fight, get confidence, move forward with a couple of kills and points to their name. Now, yes, they lost Legacy, bring him back. Now giving a Skittle as well. So gaming, and he has to make a decision here. Do you just go and get those banners and get out of here and try and bring your teammates back later, or do you just, I don't know, just try and hide for a little bit?
I mean, he's already got one of the banners, luckily. I mean, Duplex was the one that got knocked a little more on the piece, so he can actually do a little bit of rapid playstyle here. Play it slow, wait, 60 seconds here, a minute or so, and then maybe try to go back in and get Skittles' banner and potentially work from there. We saw Genome obviously with that great Telestrator segment where he showed us that Reignite managed to get themselves two Rezes in the same game. It's not out of the realms of possibility, especially this early on in the piece when the lobby is so spread out that you could potentially get both of these guys back into the game and feel comfortable. But you're going to need to do it intelligently because anyone sees that ship flying through the air, they're looking in that direction. They see two players jumping out of the ship. All of a sudden, I mean, they're thinking that's like a
big window for players, Jordan. They needed that from the gaming. You can see on the sort of live standings there. Position 31 points. They're doing fine. They're having a great time of things in the winners bracket. For players, though, the same cannot be said. So that is big for them to regain some confidence moving forward into the last two games. If they can really build off that, know that they are a team capable of getting into the top 10. As we have a look over towards NRG, what can they muster up as well? Because to be completely honest, they're in the same predicament as players. They're 15th position, 11 points. They need to finish strong here.
Look, they haven't done enough, have they? 11 points is just not going to be enough to cut the nuts to the bone. Obviously, they have a second attempt. Should they falter, they can go down into that double back and still make it work. A lot of window drones flying around in the air above NRG. It seems like a pretty hot spot of the map that they found themselves in. 100 Thieves here. Liquid, now you can see Burger flying their way in with Valkyrie on the Skyward Dive, just landing inside of those trenches. And this is, I think, somewhere that's going to start to heat up pretty damn quickly. This is not an area of the map that can hold this many teams, surely not. Team Burger, it's not going too well for them. They've landed on top of NRG Devotion, or rather Rampage going to work there for Nathan. MT, the last alive. Just a little bit overzealous, maybe they're not getting that scouting, they're not getting that information through, and they're rotating, they're sending it, and unfortunately they've landed on top of the team. NRG's going to punish you for that.
Yeah, NRG obviously are not going to allow you to make a mistake and get away with it. They will punish you, as you said. So big win, big result there for NRG. So really nice to see some of these teams, Jordan, that need to do well in these last two games. Players NRG starting well here in match 5. So this is really going to spice things up, especially going into match 6. If they can really accumulate some points here, it will make it very difficult. There's only 10 spots. You can't fit all 20 teams.
Correct. It's just the nature of the beast, isn't it? That's competition. You feel so bad for the teams that have come all this way to Sweden to try to compete, and they're maybe just not quite going to get it over the line, but that is just how it is. That's how the champions are crowned, and you know, if someone's going to be crowned a champion, someone is going to have to walk away the loser as well. That's just how it is. Unfortunate for those towards the bottom end, but of course, glory awaiting for the teams that do make it through to the top 10 today. They'll get their way through the finals, and then I'd say the real job begins.
Bit of a long rotation here for Cloud9, just north of Launchpad at the moment, and while they need to get over towards Northpad on the other side of Storm Point, so they'll be getting a bit of a wriggle on. They have Luminosity just south below them as well, actually at Launchpad, but I think both of these two teams, of course, not in a hurry either, Jordan. They're doing very, very well at the moment in the winners bracket, so feeling very confident and comfortable as we switch over to TSM, who find the knock and the elimination onto Drungi. Now, Wanty also makes his way in for Sudoraiku, so TSM suddenly only have the Holst that's left standing. Arkstar thrown behind him, just trying to play behind those knockdown shields, and he is running out of space and time. TSM obliterated.
I mean, just look at the confidence that Sudoraiku is playing with at the moment. They're not shying away from fights. They dislodge Reject as well. So two teams in the blink of an eye fall at the hands of the ANZ squad. Sudoraiku, they picked up a win already here on Storm Point, and they are hoping to go back-to-back once again. Hey, they've done it before, Xenox.
Yeah,
they might do it again.
They certainly have. Now, quickly though, TSM, 27 points. Go.
Dewa, mana Dewa United.
Cuma gue nggak tahu. Satu tim yang di kita mana ya?
Atau gue ngeliat
Cabut
bawah
ke
kayak,
rumah
bawah.
depan, ke rumah depan sini.
Masa nggak ada? Dekat
Tadi gue lihat Brad kaki ke sana, Bas. Cuman nggak tahu kemana lagi. Drone.
Gak lihat orang gua di sini. Di bawah, tim bawah tuh. Itu tim bawah tuh. Ramai banget Norman. Ada di belakang bis.
Ya.
Belakang kiri.
Goodbye energi.
Orang pada epic semua nih coy.
Mau cek ring nggak? Iya kita nyetek.
Boleh. Tuh.
Awas ada drone ya.
Jangan telat bubble lagi bis.
Ya.
Miskin healing salah.
Gua langsung bubble lah anjing.
Bubble langsung.
Kan lu tahu tadi musuh ada di kiri. Iya. Sabar. Bubble dulu. Iya. Bubble langsung. Salah gua satu soalnya.
Tadi gua drop gua Bob diambil habis tuh. Aneh sekali kan sana drop di gua aja kali.
Oh, ada
di gua aja kali Bob.
Di ulti
kali. Masuk dalam dulu. Sini gua liatin kok.
Ke bawah aja lepis, lihat belakang. Bisa nggak? Sabar. Waduh, masih kena dong. Gua turun ya.
Dia mau nge-push nih, cepet deh. Enggak ada balik.
Dia kayaknya bakalan paket kita deh. Gua nggak ada baterai. Gua ada 2. Lu kenapa pada ngapa banget sih? Gua satu doang lo sih, Sel.
Ya, gua udah drop tadi 2.
Mana?
Diambil
Sabar di gua.
Ambil habis gua dari tadi gua drop. Ini Bob 2 gua kasih lu. Gua drop.
Nih.
Gua 4 sekarang. Tadi 6 kan gua drop 2.
Nih, gua drop 3 sama baterai 1 nih.
Daerahnya apa aja info dong?
Oh, dia ada Valkyrie GB, nggak tahu satunya. Valkyrie GB, ya.
Urat nih. Valkyrie sini tadi gua lihat. Uratnya mulai wap tuh. Di web sini nih, Bob.
Iya, lihat.
Siapa tadi? Situ, siapa tuh Valkyrie ya? Sana ya.
Biru uratnya.
Kena big net juga, bater gua.
Iya. Valkyrie sini, Valkyrie tanda gua. Tanda gua Valkyrie.
Tekot kau lu krek.
Mana gibi urat?
Gak tau nih, saya lagi nih.
Gua bisa ada ulti, cari gibi urat dah. Gua ada ulti nih.
Urat di kanan. Gibi-nya di sini nih. Di ulti. Uratnya portal bawah.
100 watt.
Siapa ya?
Urat. Mati gak gue ya?
Gimana dia?
Mati gua. Nah ulti gibi. Nemek. Uratnya 100 di Bob.
Gua Bob, sabar Bob.
Chill.
Stress.
Stress habis. Gibi di gua.
Pecah dia. Valkyrie pecah itu.
No. Sudah dewa.
Pakai chill. Kami tingkat di atas. Pakai di atas.
No.
Chill Bob. 7.
Bagus.
Nyantai pis.
Santai. Nice.
Korek.
Santai Mas.
2 crack boy. Ah no.
Waduh.
No.
Apa?
No.
Course of this competition, 2.4 average kills there for Algs. Coming through at a level like this, right? You look at that and say 2 kills a game. I can drop 20 in my clubs, but you're not playing against the best players in the world, all right? So these two lads really popping the numbers up quite nicely. 12k damage, 750 respectively. Again, really acceptable And they both picked up a couple of wins as well, so very solid stuff from both those teams.
I guess you give Hackers the win because of the extra damage.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, yeah.
Just a little bit of an edge there over Knox, but still a very magnificent for Alliance. Of course, still, well, holding on to a top 10 position, 9th currently, 27 points. So job not done just yet, but you finish strong here in match 5 if you're a team like Alliance, and you probably can wrap it up before you then have to get points in match 6. Sudaraka, of course, well, they kind of did that in match 4.
I want to say Sudaraka played this ring relatively well once again. They're on the safer side of the ring. This is going to be the side that's obviously pulling in that direction, and they're feeling really comfortable with the position that they've locked down. They've got 3 sets of purple armor, they've got heaps of ammo, they've got lots of grenades. You can see 3 arc stars there for Waltzy. So they're in a really good spot right now, and it's way too early to call, but for Sudaraiku, this should be another fairly high placing to once again solidify their placing in this lobby in general. 100 Thieves, we've been seeing them put in some good work today. Let's hear from them as they take out this fight.
Underneath here! Can we look at this? Walk up a bit?
I hit 25 blue.
He's entrenched, still entrenched,
We need to be
right
careful
here.
of this team.
We can kill this Watson, dog.
45, down. Yeah, look at her. Crypto's dead. I'm on red, but the team in the trench is looking at us too.
Okay.
Like the Loba team from the left.
Where's the Crypto?
Down underneath me. No one's watching back here.
I'm looking left right now.
I'm gonna go back here and watch right back. I finished Crypto? It's just
Is there
one.
Watson?
It's just one.
I'm coming. We clear her. Kill her.
There's a Valk here.
Grab your armor.
This team, I can hear them here. You get shot in the back too. This team's gonna be an issue on the right.
we gotta look behind us first. We gotta push this Loba team away.
We're in between 2 teams that are looking to like creep towards us. We are. I'm gonna look on the right then. We just need to keep them off us for the zone and we'll be fine.
I broke the drone.
Specifically this Loba team, because they have to move. This team over here doesn't.
Yeah, they're still looking for us. The Loba team. Is this a spot where we could potentially
I think they're gonna play the other trench, no? Over here?
Yeah, I think so. Is this a time that we potentially Valcult or not?
No, because we could just play here.
Okay, sure. I was just seeing what you thought.
We do have to split hold though.
Yeah. I mean, I can hold up a little bit more.
This team's like in the room still. We might be able to just hold them out. Hit the give me 90.
The Valk's torch. Team flying for the trench, I think.
No, they can't. I'm playing the edge right now. Yep. Be careful of the trench here. I don't know where this Loba team is.
Yeah, I'm in on me too. Team flying right above us.
You see the anchor, Lux?
I'm gonna hold across here.
Is this rock good?
Yes,
yes.
You can play the rock. I'm gonna hold across here.
They're gonna attack the valve. There's someone right here. Is this clear? Did you clear that?
It is. Yeah, that our trench is clear. The other one is not.
There's a valve here.
Well, big listen in there with 100 Thieves as we are starting to really, I guess, see the game unfold, Jordan. It's been a bit of a lull, a little bit of an eye of the storm moment, but 14 squad, yeah, we're into the 4th round now. We're not going to have too much more space for these teams, expecting it to really kick off here.
Luminosity certainly trying to make it kick off. They're trying to take control of this position that Sudaraiku has been holding. It feels like they're caught a little bit, but defensive bombardment will be invested in a defensive fashion. Therefore, Fussy to keep them at bay, allow some room for Sudaraiku to get some bats off, and already Waltzy gets a crack, he gets a knock, he gets a finish even as well. Fussy finishing that one off, and it's an ill-fated push from Luminosity Gaming. They thought they had the advantage, but they certainly did not. No one is getting the better of Sudaraiku at the moment. They've just cleaned them up. That said, those end up Cloud9 win for the third party. Can Sutaraiku deal with multiple teams at once, having already lost Bullet?
Yeah, Walter can't even get off that bat. He goes down as well, so it's only Foxy. Bubble goes out and Stay Naughty up on top. That was a clean third party from Cloud9, and they take the position as well. They got the circle pull too from this spot and all those death boxes. Cloud9, top of the winners bracket at the moment.
That is about the best third party you could expect to get as Cloud9. Not only do you get those KP, not only do you get a very powerful position to play from, but you also knock out your closest competitor for the top of this lobby, for the 10 points going into finals. They took out Sutaraiku. What could be better?
And are those 10 points going to be the difference maker come finals? We know Cloud9's going to be there now. It's just a matter as to maybe how many points they will have. Now, as we launch up and away with Optic Gaming, let's have a listen in.
They're bubbled up right here.
Alright, just call something.
I think
We
they
can
land
play right here, yeah.
Yeah, go. This is a great spot.
They're,
This is a
they're
great
on the
spot.
roof. They're on the roof.
It's fine. We're in an amazing spot. Just focus this roof team for now. I'm shooting this roof team.
Yep.
Somebody watch our right. Somebody watch our right.
I'm
watching right.
I'm looking.
They're aping each other. This is free kills. I'm ulting it. I'm ulting. Let's clean this up.
Alright, I'm coming.
I'm ulting
On the roof,
too.
on the roof.
On the roof. I ulted. Queuing us up.
Yep. I think he dropped it. I think he dropped it.
He's really weak.
He's one.
I got him.
Nice.
Stay together. Make sure we're not getting mirrored.
We're good for now.
Somebody take the rock back. Nah, go take the rock. I'm looting
Got
for it. Bull. Actually, take the bull. I'll take the rock. Come get that bull.
Okay.
I'll hold the rock. Just loot shit up. I'm popping ultic cells, dude.
There's still like rat or something around us.
Yeah, there is. We have to clear it.
There's a guy right here.
Worry about clearing our side. Yeah, I'm holding this right.
I'm clearing.
I'm looking. He's not inside. He might be behind this. I'm gonna queue it in a
Dude,
second.
think about what we're playing next zone for me.
I think we can play this rock. That's okay.
I just fucking double headed guy down here. I'm fucking these dudes up.
Looking for ultic cells. I'm ultic selling.
I'm playing with Skittles right now.
We can play like right here.
I found the right. He's beaming me though. He's a giving.
Wait, help dude. Help dude.
50-50.
Okay, I'm gonna bat first.
We need this point.
Yeah, I'm ultic selling.
On me.
It's all you. I'm coming. I'll be there in 1 second.
Left. One.
Stay alive.
Grab that swap.
That's close.
You grab it. I'm batting. We have to hold our right. Dude, somebody could swing right. There's shots over there. Shots on the right.
Yeah,
shots on the right.
I'm looking.
I'm walking up with you, dude.
There's a bubble over here.
I'm gonna fly up in a second. Give me
We
a
have
second.
the best spot in the lobby.
Yep, give me a second.
This seems
Yeah. Give me right here. One shot. Give me.
Okay.
I got him.
Nice. They have no dome
That's
over here. They have no
reignite. That's
dome.
good.
Dude, I have ultic cells. Do you need them?
I need one.
Far right with no dome.
Come back. Just hold that for 5 more seconds.
Here, take it.
Oh, this guy's one shot.
Valve low ground over here. Crypto team on the left. On this package.
I'm getting to you guys. I'm playing on you.
Careful right.
I have to bat.
Bat up.
Bat up.
This Valky's a rat. This Valky's a rat. There's 2 full teams. One just Valk ulted.
Where are we in at?
Right on the rock is in still. That Valk is a rat. There's a team on the pills here.
I have to mech here.
The other 2 full teams are fighting. Wait, no. I lied. There's a full team on the right. I killed the rat.
They're swinging left.
We have that spot. We just can't.
Okay, they're swinging left though. Over here.
Wait, let's stay down here.
They're not playing the height. They're playing the trenches. I stunned one. He has blue armor. They're crypto.
This team's gonna play the trench on the right over here.
Yeah,
We just gotta hold this right here.
Both teams are playing
I only have
trenches.
60 heavy knock.
I have a lot. I have 230.
I'm trying to destroy their drone.
Thank you. I just need
Recalled it. They still have a drone.
Alright. Save Bub for EMP, dude. Force another team's Bub with your Gibby all on the zone. Not right now, obviously, but when zone moves in, we have to force the team on the right's Bub with Gibby all, and they'll EMP him for us.
Yep.
And I can Horizon ult the team on the left.
Everyone has crazy
them out whenever you want.
They're just right here.
I'm putting Moby down for cover.
They're pushing left. Let them walk.
Yeah.
Right team walk.
Yep.
Angle him.
Don't let the left team see you.
Yep. I'm moving back.
I'm full healing.
We have best spot in our trend.
I'm gonna give you ult them.
Yeah, give you ult them. They should get EMP'd now.
I'm gonna let them EMP.
They're not EMPing. I'm arcing it. I'm gonna horizon ult them.
Okay, I have an arc.
I got a bat. I arced them. Cracked one, cracked three. I got Gibby.
Nice.
I'm queuing up.
I'm with Skittles.
Valk's
That
up in the
Valk is
bat.
one, she's one. She's gonna get a battle.
We can't let them get a reset. Valk's pushing in the open. Full kill dash on the right. I do not have my ult.
It's
Last team.
They're one knock.
Get the full.
I thirst it.
On my right.
Do you have bubble?
I'm batting, Duke. I'm batting. Bub up top if you can. I'm bubbing you. 2 players. I'm batting two.
I'm with you, Skittles.
He's flash. He's so weak. The Valk's super weak. Just crypto.
He's not picking me.
Watch out. Let's go,
Good
boys.
shit, boys.
Fuck yes.
Let's fucking
Good
go.
shit.
Well, a massive win for Optic Gaming, and with that, you'd have to say they locked themselves inside of the top 10. The question now becomes, how far up can they go? Can they maybe even take first in this lobby if Cloud9 starts to slow down? 1 game remaining, still lots yet to answer. The other thing we noticed in that one, Xenox, obviously 4-7 taking second, and that's a massive result for them because they were in desperate need of some points, and finally they've got some.
You know where they were? Last place, so big for 4-7. But, you know, touching on Optic here for a brief second, Jordan, remember back to the start of the game, they lost 2 players. Remember, at the very beginning, at the hands of players, they were able to get those banners and get them back into the game. What did they do? They went 1 from there.
I love watching that from Optic Gaming's perspective as well, by the way, just because of the way they played that one out. Again, it sort of felt very similar to Sutaraiku. They see an opportunity, they're going to push it on it. They were saying, we have a great position, we can shoot these guys on the roof, and then once the guys on the roof were fighting, there was no hesitation. The ulti came through from the horizon, and then the send came through as well.
Backed themselves in.
They took control of that position. They moved back to safety once they'd cleared it all out and continued to roll on through the map.
23 points gained for the Green Wall. That will see them through to the finals, you would have to imagine. I mean, it's not 100% locked in, Jordan. You don't want to really do any of that, but it should be job done. 4-7, 15 points, 15 massive points for a team that was at the bottom. Now going into match 6 puts them in a position where they can still get top 10. 17 points or 100 Thieves as well. We didn't listen too much from them. Of course, we were keeping our eye on Optic Gaming, but still a big game from them too. Liquid finishing strong on 10 points as well.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be enough for 4-7. I think a lot of that is going to come down to what happens in the next game. Elevate rather, chiming in with 5 points. Again, you know, maybe not quite enough given the position they have on the standing, but anything is important at the moment. Sutaraiku, they did well enough. I mean, 7 points there. I think they're already locked in. The big, unfortunate losers in that game would have been, in my opinion, Team Burger and They Were United. They were in 11th and 12th respectively. Maybe you can throw players into that discussion as well. That team was in 13th, and all 3 of those teams don't really manage to get a whole lot done. Reject in 14th, get 1 point, so they just haven't, unfortunately, done enough to really solidify a position, but around the top 10 even.
It spices things up going into the last game, and that's really what we want. We want that action, we want those storylines. Match 6, of course, Jordan, that's going to be last opportunity for some of these teams. You know, even the likes of TSM, you know, only 2 points from that match. They're going to have to be fighting it out going into the last game, just as we saw from Optic Gaming, our champion squad from match number 5. Pretty decent spread of damage. I mean, knocked with the kills, 5 in fact. Of course, they started off the game against players, and from there, yes, it wasn't the best team fight. They lost 2 players, they got them back in, but from that position onwards, they were able to be dominant.
I mean, let's just have another look at Nox, right? He has been performing so well, Skittle as well. These 2 individuals sitting towards the top of the damage charts, sitting towards the top of the kill charts for the competition as a whole. And it's a fantastic sign heading into tomorrow, especially if Optic Gaming are going to continue to have performances like this. So the individuals, they need to be firing. Everything needs to be going perfectly for you heading into day 3, heading into finals, if you ultimately want to walk away with the lion's share of that $1 million prize pool, 250k for first place. And to be fair, at the moment, Optic Gaming, they might be one of those teams that really is in the discussion for that first place at the moment. You have to say, like, Alliance obviously played really well yesterday. Optics played really well over the course of 2 days. Cloud9 having a really good day today. Sutaraiku, the team that's picked up the most individual wins, and of course, how important are wins tomorrow more than ever. So maybe they're another one of those to throw in, a dark horse perhaps.
That's a big talking point though, Jordan, right? Being able to find wins, that's where it's going to matter, obviously, on the day for finals. So yes, it's one thing if you're collecting points, but you do need to be capable of being able to get those wins. For now though, it's all about getting inside of the top 10, which these teams are. So 28 points though for 10th place, reignite. The big question is that going to be enough to keep you in the top 10? Probably not.
Well, I'll say they've been holding on to 10th place for a little
They
while
have,
now.
they
So,
certainly have,
you know, it may not be enough, but maybe they'll just eke out enough points to do it in Game 6.
4-7, up to 23 points. Of course, they picked up 15 there from match 5. That's got them into 11th, up and over the likes of They Were United and Team Burger. So they're well within a shot. They don't have to have like a super massive like win and kill kind of game. As long as they can go and pick up 10 plus points, that could see them into the top 10.
Was it 28? The cutoff there? For
Yes, 28, yeah. So they're 5 points behind at the moment for 4-7. But for everyone else, you know, the likes of Team Empire, NRG, Elevate, Reject, all of those teams, it probably feels like win and big game if they are to get into the top 10.
Look, that's the thing. I think that's the beauty of this kind of competition as well, is that anyone can still make it. I'm looking down at Element 6, 10 points. They're the kind of team that can pull out 18 plus in the game and jump all the way up to the top 10. So, that is something we're going to have to wait and see whether or not it will happen. We've got one more game remaining to get yourself into the top 10. 10 teams looking for glory going through to finals tomorrow, and one game will decide it all.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Anjing, hoki goblok. DSM.
I do not have my ult. I do not have my ult.
It's
Last team.
They're one.
Get the full. Get the full.
I thirsted.
On my right. On my right.
Do you have bubble?
I'm batting, Dupe. I'm batting. Bub up top if you can. I'm bumming you. 2 players. I'm batting two.
I'm with you, Skittles.
He's flash. He's so weak. The Valk's super weak. Just crypto.
He's not picking me.
Watch out. Let's go.
Boys.
Yes.
Let's go. Good, man.
Qualled, boys.
Good call.
We qualled. Good, boys. Let's get this first.
Optic not just settling for qualifying for the finals. They want first place. They got eyes on Cloud9. We'll see if they're going to be able to achieve that. For other teams though, Jordan, well, I think eyes need to be just on getting into the top 10. For those obviously in the bottom 10, this is their final game. It's match 6.
Eyes on the prize. You don't want to be going ahead and having to play later on today. It's going to make your job a lot more difficult. You're not going to catch up on as much sleep as the teams inside of the top 10, and obviously you're not going to be walking into finals with, you know, even 1 point, right? That could be a massive difference. I've seen watching match point formats, teams get 2 wins in a row to get to 49 points, and then unfortunately they're not able to get any more wins beyond that fact, and they still don't manage to get into the match point format. So unfortunate how that plays out, but again, every single point can make a difference when we go into tomorrow. So that's what Optic is talking about. That's why they're saying we want to get the win, even though we've qualified already. Let's take first place. Let's take the 10 points into tomorrow.
Well, they are in second place at the moment, so that's 9 points. So, and it's only a 12-point gap to Cloud9, so it's certainly achievable. It is a very achievable aspiration for Optic going into the final game. But like I said, I mean, yes, they'll have that little battle at the top, but the real battle is going to be for the, you know, positions like 8, 9, and 10. Currently, those positions being occupied by TSM, Alliance, Reignite, 29, 29, and 28 points respectively. Now, the only team really knocking on the door, Jordan, is probably 4-7 on 23 points. As we head once again to Storm Point, match 6, our final game of the winners bracket. Who is going to the finals and who has to make the run through the losers bracket?
Well, you know what I'm actually looking for is not for teams knocking on the door, Xenox. I'm looking for teams walking up, rocking up with a battering ram and smashing down the door, because that's what it's going to require for a lot of the teams remaining in this lobby. If you're Element 6 or one of those teams sitting down towards the bottom, you are going to need to have a massive game right here and now. I'm talking 20 plus points, 25 plus points maybe, to solidify yourself inside of that top 10. It's very much possible, but of course, one game to do it in, it doesn't leave you with many opportunities to do so.
Certainly, and for those teams that maybe have a decent game, but then it's not enough, they'll be kicking themselves that maybe they could have got a little bit more from those earlier matches, our first 5 matches. Of course, now though, it is the final match of the winners bracket as we sort of follow Optic Gaming down below, fresh off of their win, into the top 2. They were pretty comfortable for the most part after really match 4, so going into the last 2 games, not a lot of pressure on Optic, and yet they performed anyway. Big win, their first win of the winners bracket.
Well, what we wanted to see was whether or not there's going to be a contest here on Mill, and I believe there is. Optic Gaming, they're probably going to have to deal once again with players. I thought I saw them landing over to the left. That said, Optic got control of the middle bins, and those middle bins are absolutely massive. You can see what's come out of them. 2 blue armors and a purple armor, and often I've seen the discussion around the contest on Mill. If you get control of those middle bins, you basically win the contest because you just get absolutely charged up with loot.
Close by, but no real direct engagement, and you're right to bring that up. We thought about it really at the conclusion of the fight between players and Optic at the start of match 5, which, you know, in the end ended up being relatively a draw for the most part. I mean, players picked up a couple of kills, but Optic, of course, they got their team back up, and from there were able to go and win the game. So what a big turnaround for them. But yet, no engagement. It looks as if Optic and players will be able to sort of separate from each other despite both landing over towards the mill.
Working in harmony, I suppose, but players do have to, again, sort of walk away with the lesser loot, I suppose. You still got 1 armor there for PKMK, and they're starting to move away from the mill itself. So just looting out the smaller compounds around the area, it's not going to have as much loot. It's certainly not going to have as much in a small vicinity, so it'll take you a little bit longer to hoover up what you need to. Obviously a couple of flyers around, but maybe a bit too far away to really result in a whole lot there. So Circle Shift has gone off in a different direction this time. We've had a couple of interesting ones, and I think we're probably going to have a pretty cool one to finish things off once again. It's up towards Thunderwatch, Stormcatcher, around that area of the map. Not somewhere that we see a lot of finishes, and certainly going to be a difficult one to play for those teams down toward the mill, the ones that we've been seeing really having some decent performances. Optic Gaming, Sutaraiku, two of the teams to make a big note of. We'll have a massive rotate to make.
Yeah, and just taking a quick look at sort of teams around Thunderwatch and Stormcatcher already, the biggest one that stands out for me, Jordan, is probably Team Burger in and amongst it early on. Yes, it's only the first circle, but ultimately you do want to be in a good position, especially when you are that close. They're only about 11 points behind the top 10 at the moment. They were in the top 10 for a fair amount of games as well. So Team Burger, you know, they kind of started off well, but in the last two games, 16th with no kills, 14th with no kills. They'll need to turn that around here in match 6 as we go towards Reject, a team that unfortunately has not really been able to do a whole lot thus far, but Navy to turn things around, down to two MVPs. Now Dogman going down 2 though, so 1 for 1, not too bad, at least for Dewa United to maybe bring this one back, but they lost Bastion, so now it's only a 1 versus 2 in favor of Reject.
He just going absolutely crazy with the Peacekeeper right there. Good R99 spray out from him as well. He's got the car in hand now, but as you said, a 2-on-1. Still potentially winnable. Junkie has no shields to play with. Dinseong very low on the HP. No push coming through from the remaining Dewa member though, and Easy Flash, I mean, I guess I can see he doesn't have a whole lot to play with either, but the gold armor, that might be giving him enough of a benefit in this engagement if he continues to take these pokey kinds of trades and heal up a little faster than his opponents.
No more real utility though, and yeah, obviously for Easy Flash needs to continue to be aggressive so that Dogma can't get brought back up. Then it's a 1 versus 3, then it's very much impossible to think from there. Jungi watching the backside and does a good job of that. The Guardian there for Reject keeps them alive, keeps them with a chance of getting into the top 10. The same cannot be said now. With United,
they're done.
They're done. Another team that's done as well is Team Unite. So they both are out of the winners bracket, out of the finals for now, down to the losers bracket for the rest of the day.
Indeed, they've got a lot of thinking to do. They will be able to take a bit of a break. Obviously, the next lobby that we'll get to watch is the initial losers bracket. The one that these teams are going to be dropping into is the second loser bracket, and so that gives them some time to prep and get ready, but it's not a good feeling to have to play again today knowing you've got more work to do and your tournament life is still going to be on the line. Good Thermite tossed in there by 100 Thief. They are back with a vengeance once again, 4th at the moment inside of the lobby, but looking to improve upon that result and give Alliance a bit of a headache. There's an EMP landing in on top of it as well. A scramble for the bubble to try and find some relative safety. Alliance are for the moment surviving.
And if they do go out here though, more than a headache in terms of points, they're not really that far away from maybe dropping outside of the top 10, 7th at the moment, 32 points, not too shabby, but now Hackers goes down to Onmu, and if they do go out relatively early, is there a chance a team could maybe overtake them, leap over them into the top 10 and send them out? Ryan's trying to get off that med kit, but no, goes down. Defensive bombardment from Scurry, and I think this might be the demise of Alliance unless one gets away. Not happening, not at all, not on 100 Thieves watch.
No chance there at all. The EMP, it slowed that fight down a little bit. It was a good one from Alliance. It sent 100 Thieves back down the hill, but ultimately Alliance was just not in a position to take that engagement after copping so much damage from the utility. The grenades, the thermites, they got tossed in, and 100 Thieves, they knew they had the advantage. They played it really smart. They played it respectfully as well, and they're able to overwhelm their opponents, picking up 3 KP and elevating their standing to 3rd. So they've gone from 4th to 3rd in the space of one fight. How much further can they push the issue is going to be the big question mark for them. Not so much the case for Team Burger, who absolutely need a big game here to ensure a top 10 placing. That's a good spray, and Pricey gets the knock on to stay naughty. Cloud9, I dare say, will not be walking away with the top of the lobby if they drop right here, and it's looking like they will in just a second. Burger gets the better of the North American org, and now really opens the door for everyone toward the top end to take first in the lobby.
Yeah, and Burger there with a little bit of help there from 4-7, the sort of cousins from APAC North, and they take down Cloud9 combined. For Burger, of course, it means a little bit more, but also for 4-7 too. So both of those two teams, of course, on the precipice, 11th and 12th coming into this game. So they both get a little bit of that pie of taking down Cloud9. And like you mentioned, of course, Optic Gaming, they're in 2nd place, they're still alive. They've got now that opportunity to get all 10 points and make Cloud9 drop down into that 2nd place.
most definitely. Lots to think about. I mean, there's so many storylines in a lobby like this. It's who's going to take the maximum points out of the lobby, who's going to be able to make it inside the top 10 itself. So you're almost still looking at the entire lobby with a degree of interest, which is actually fantastic. I love this format. It keeps it interesting. Burger are setting themselves up nicely inside of this building as well, by the way, just dropping all of those armor swaps onto the ground to make it a little bit easier to pick up when needed.
Let's go and have a hear from Team Burger.
This weekend we'll be playing Valk Gibby Caustic, which we've just played since Split 1 of Pro League, and we'll be sticking with what we know. I think it's just the most versatile comp in the game. Valk allows you to rotate anywhere. Gibby gives you a safety net, and Caustic makes it so teams can't push you, and the Gibby ult and Caustic ult give you so much offensive capability. Just because it's LAN, we're still planning to play exactly how we know how to play, not changing anything. We think the way we play will work no matter how good the lobby is. I'd say right now Storm Point is our strongest map, because we are a fast rotate team that plays end zone, and the zones are a lot more reliable on Storm Points. We're able to read them and get into the end zone more consistently.
Nice words there from MT, who is the well, one of the storied players actually from the APAC South region. He did play in the preseason invitational as well. Had a little bit of a go at an international tournament already, so a fairly experienced individual actually in this kind of a competition. Finished 35th, which was actually not a bad shout considering how many teams were at the preseason invitational. And of course, combining forces with Jaro and Price. A very solid squad through from APAC South.
What I find very interesting though, Jordan, and don't hate me for this one, but he said Storm Point is a map that they feel like they can find more success on. So far that has not been the case. 16th and 14th. It was actually World's Edge that got them into the top 10 early on.
See, I would actually kind of disagree with him there in a sense, having looked at the stats. I think from what I saw from Split 2 Pro League, Team Burger was actually a little bit more 50-50, right? They seemed to perform relatively equally on both of the maps. So, you know, that's one thing, but obviously the way they feel also has an impact on, you know, maybe they're seeing things that we're not as casters, which definitely makes a lot of sense. Either way, we'll move away from that discussion for a moment because there's a bunch of other teams that we still need to touch on, and Elevate certainly is one of those. 17 points at the moment. They're sitting 14th for this lobby overall, Xenox. And they're one of those teams that we're talking about that really needs to get the battering ram going. They're maybe putting the pieces together, but it hasn't quite been built yet.
And it feels like there's been a couple of those teams so far. I know it's very early days, and you don't want to get too excited, but you want to be in a position at the end of this game where you maybe have a couple of teams here as they spot out Grompu. He's not going to be able to survive, and that's AD Raccoon being eliminated. Now, they too, kind of, you know, like Alliance, don't really have a whole lot of points, around 32 points or so. Is that going to be enough to keep them inside of the top 10? Now, all they can do is sit back and wait.
It's a big question mark. Elevate just going to be chilling as well. Not a whole lot of moving and shaking needs to be done at this point in time. The zone really hasn't shifted in just yet. Still got a lot of time to work with, but they know they're on the southern side of the circle. They know that they're going to have to move inevitably, and that's where they're going to start to try and sweep out through the eastern side of the map. And actually, you know, it's not the worst of places to be honest. It's quite a relaxed rotate in until they actually get inside of that next zone, where 100 Thieves and TSM have already holed up inside of buildings. But at least for now, for Elevate, they're doing okay.
So the short term's nice. The long term maybe won't be as nice. Pushing into TSM, 100 Thieves.
Short term gain, long term pain, maybe.
Exactly.
Is the way to think about it.
Doesn't sound like the best prospect as Sweet finds the kill onto Farsi. NRG, you can see it, don't have to spell it out. 18th position currently in this game. But I mean, as we said before, all of these teams are capable of finding wins, capable of big games. This could be the one for NRGs. They look to push forward now. A little bit of a high ground here for Sweet. Doesn't really elect to take any shots just yet. There's actually one directly below him and goes up. This could be dangerous for NRG. Rocket has no health. Needs to get that syringe off. Maybe a medkit if he has one. The bat as well for Nathan, and Sweet just gets called out. Element 6 come and say hello to NRG, who cannot find any fortunes here in the winner's bracket. It's only Nathan left alive. It looks like loser's bracket is awaiting NRG.
So, I mean, you have to say it's pretty much over for NRG now here in this lobby. Nathan, I mean, look as good as he is. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to clutch this one out and get the amount of points required on his own. Rez at this stage of the game as well, probably going to be pretty difficult with the zone having shifted in. Team Burger continue to lock down their building.
Players gone as well, so they are out. That's another team down towards the second losers bracket. Just hasn't quite clicked for players, unfortunately, here in the winners bracket. Down to 14 squads remaining. So while we've had a couple of teams now eliminated, Jordan, heading over to that second losers bracket, there's still quite a few that are fighting and have started well.
14 teams remaining, 4 KP here, 14 Burger, so they are putting together a much better game than what we saw from them in the previous. If they would have done this last game, you know, we'd probably be talking about them in a different kind of a context where they don't need to have a really solid game, they just need to have an average game. Here, though, they actually need a pretty high placing, they need some KP, they're getting it done at the moment, but things can go wrong so quickly in a game like Apex Legends.
About 10 points behind the likes of AD Raccoon, the likes of Alliance. That's sort of the task at hand for Team Burger. At 4-7 as well, in a very similar position in terms of that points tally, about 23 coming into this particular game. So right now, while we've had a couple of teams in the bottom 10 bow out, the teams that we think maybe have the best chance of getting into the top 10 are starting well, are playing well. The likes of 4-7, the likes of Team Burger.
Here's that leaderboard that you're talking about. The teams going through to the winners bracket inside of the top 10 at the moment. The bottom 10, however, are going to go down to the second at losers bracket. 4-7 versus Reignite is the cutoff for now, and there's not too many points in it. We haven't really been seeing much from Reignite so far this game. Same really can be said for TSM. 1 KP as a team right now. And of course, Alliance already knocked out. They're not going to be putting any more on their tally.
Exactly. 32 points is the cutoff. The way you sort of look at it, I know that Reignite's on 29 and TSM's on 31, but they're still alive. They can still get more points. So kind of looking at Alliance, AD Raccoon at the moment, and Scurry landing a few shots. Now, what can 100 Thieves do as well to maybe up the points? Try and see, can they get into that second place? Can they also overtake Cloud9?
Yeah, 100 Thieves just looking for a bit of information there with the Skyward Dive, sending the Falcon to the air solo to get those scans and suss out where all of their opponents are hiding. Team Empire. They've got a long way to go at the moment, don't they?
Need a big one.
They are far from the circle, far from the top 10. This is indeed going to have to be a big game, and they're going to have to do what Empire does best, pull off something pretty special. We've really been seeing them rotate through compositions, have some fun games. We've seen really cool stuff from Team Empire, but it hasn't come together today. And with one game to go, out on the edge, they're really just going to have to take those fights to all the teams on the edge, and they're going to have to win every single one of them.
From top 4 in the group stage for Team Empire, finding themselves in a tricky predicament in the bracket stage, in the winners bracket portion currently. Do they move forward to the finals, or do they go down to the loser bracket? We'll have to wait and see. For NRG, well, they're all back up and alive, so they maybe still have a chance. And we saw from Optic Gaming before them, and from a couple of teams so far at this event, if you get that second chance, we've seen them really make it count.
Well, Reject just jumping off the top of the cliff. Check behind them as they go across past that tunnel. They don't see anyone. NRG was sort of sussing out that tunnel as Reject dropped off the top. So it's sort of a situation where ships are past one another without seeing one another. And Reject, the big benefactors of that, have actually worked their way into the circle now. NRG is going to have to push their way against Reject. Although it looks like Reject's giving them a little bit of space to play with from this bird's eye POV.
So I'm counting about almost 5 to 6 teams basically in that bird's eye POV. Very congested currently in that position. 13 squads, so just about almost half the lobby really on your screens right now. Reject, Optic, NRG, Empire, TSM. You can almost also see Luminosity Gaming as well further back on the other side. They're coming in through that choke point, which they were close by to Elevate, who have rotated in and away from that choke point. So it's Luminosity who does control the southern choke point at the moment, but really no teams pushing in from that position anyway. So really not too much to worry about there. For Optic Gaming though, 55 points. Of course, Cloud9, they've been taken out this game, so they've got a chance, a pretty decent chance as well for that top spot.
That said, this is one of those awkward positions to play with. When you're outside of this building, there are a lot of angles. There's obviously high ground all over the place here as well. There's a massive hill that you have to keep an eye on. Anyone could be really anywhere, so unless you're on top of or inside of this building, you're probably feeling a little bit exposed. And now having seen that rotation going back again up toward the northeastern side of the circle, it means again you're going to have to make a move. So the job doesn't get any easier for Reject, for Optic Gaming, for any of the teams that are sitting in this current position. And not to mention that, but the fact that they're going to have to fight each other on the way up. Yep. I can foresee some disaster. I can foresee some pain, potentially for a team like Reject. Obviously, Optic is in a great spot already. They're going through, so they're not going to be too concerned. But for NRG, for Reject, it's a sad state of affairs.
Looking for 7 on the minimap as it is expanded. Decent position moving forward. They're kind of north above all of that congestion of teams, a little south of them. You know, likes of TSM, Burger, 100 Thieves, Luminosity, right? But then all the way to the other side, of the circle is Reject, NRG, Empire, Optic as well. This is kind of what we're looking at right now, so they do need to finish this and get a move on.
We did just see Elevate get eliminated as well, so they're going to be confirmed to go through to the losers bracket as well. Reject, when do they make their move? How do they make their move? They don't have a Valkyrie. They've got a Wraith, a Crypto, and a Gibraltar, so you can get a rotate off with the Wraith portal. That is possible, of course, but it's not going to take you as far as the Valkyrie is. It'll do it maybe, arguably, a little bit safer, but I don't know if it's going to get them into the zone with a circle shift like this.
We have a look, though, now back out towards the eastern side of the circle. 100 Thieves, what can they find here? Now, Scurry gets back full armor with that bat. At the moment, 51 points, trying to maybe see if they can overtake Cloud9. They will be going to the finals tomorrow. That's a given, that's locked in, but it's about seeing how many points they can take with them. Close by to Luminosity Gaming, who they themselves should also pretty comfortable. 40 points, I think they'll be fine too.
They certainly will, and they won't want to be taking that fight against 100 Thieves unless they can win it, because that's a team they're vying for position with inside of that top 10. Speaking of the rotation for Reject, they're on the move right now. You can see that portal has been invested, but it hasn't got them all the way inside of the zone. Big fight over the orange right now, and all of a sudden Element 6 come into the picture, and another one of those teams we were hoping to see have a massive pop-off performance. It's been slow so far. We haven't seen much from them, but this is where they have to step up against NRG. Some points on offer for both of these squads. Incredibly crucial points as well. And Element 6 coming away with the better of it. Nax finishing off Rocker and Nathan. Those are two massive points for Element 6, but they need so much more.
And Team Liquid's there as well. We've just seen Reject as well. Takeo out too. So they, another team, down to the second losers bracket. Empire just trying to hold on here. Ranchers can't even heal up. The pressure is too much. Team Empire 2 down to the losers bracket. Luminosity Gaming in a pretty decent position now too, although the pressure mounting on them out in the open. Back to the rock. So you go for those death boxes.
I'm just watching the kill feed right there, and I saw Sharpie get knocks onto two Burger members, and that all of a sudden starts to make it look a little precarious for Burger as well. NRG has also been eliminated, so again, down toward the second losers bracket. There are still a couple of teams in the mix for the discussion to work their way into the top 10. 4-7 definitely is one of them. I think Burger might have one player still alive. TSM struggling maybe to hold on to their position, but they've got 3 players alive, and maybe they've got enough to get it done right here and right now and make it through to the top 10, make it through to finals. And the other team to throw in that discussion, of course, Reignite, also trying to hold on to a top 10 position. Team Burger eliminated. I don't think they've done enough enough.
No, they definitely haven't. 25 points will not see them into the top 10. It feels like 4-7 might be the last team we have that could still find a way into the top 10. We do still have Element 6 though as well. They're not really in the best of positions currently. They've got Team Liquid right on top of them. So we kind of shift our attention to Optic Gaming now. They edge closer and closer to Cloud9's position at the top of the winners bracket, looking for those 10 points.
Yeah, they're looking really solid, aren't they? A set of red armor, a purple, and a gold. They're really well set up. Oh, the phase breach right on top, right into the waiting arms of Optic Gaming. 100 Thieves, why have you done that? It's not going well for them at all on move. And Scurry already eliminated, down on the floor. And for Optic Gaming, they'll say thank you very much. 100 Thieves, mail order delivery. 3 points on the board for them.
Only about 6 points away now from Cloud9 for Optic Gaming, but feeling a bit of pressure now too as well with that defensive bombardment. Team Liquid, of course, they've got the points, but can they maybe deny Element 6? A bit of a story tale finish here, because Element 6 towards the bottom, if they can push forward, no, not happening at all. They only had the 2 players, they too also down to the losers bracket. Now the pressure on to Team Liquid, but it's 4-7 that we probably want to see later on as well. Can they make it in? Now only 2 points away from that cutoff position. Luminosity Gaming get the down onto fun for Team Liquid. They're in a great spot too. Where's 4-7 though? They're getting so much closer, Jordan, to a top 10 finish. TSM, the pressure on them too. Rectis down, but Holmes has lost all of that armor inside of the toxic gas. Luminosity, they're the ones losing the players and now losing the fight.
Well, they're not going to make it into the top 3, Luminosity, but they should have secured themselves inside the top 10. They'll be happy with their performances today. The same, obviously, looks like it can be said for TSM, but they're still on the precipice. Have they done enough? We'll have to find out, because they're eliminated now. They're top 7. No one else can really take over them, I'd say. Even if they do, they probably still survive. Reignite still looking to take control of their position, and 4-7. I think those are the 2 big teams to look at the moment. Team Liquid and 100 Thieves. the other two to kind of keep an eye on.
Reignite though, 35 points. That will see them overtake the likes of Alliance, the likes of AD Raccoon, so that should see them as well confirmed into the top 10. They were the gatekeepers. They were the team in 10th place, and they've been able to get points too.
Well, it might be Alliance and AD Raccoon that also do end up missing out. We'll have to wait and see. Optic Gaming, the big storyline for them is whether or not they can take first in this lobby. With Cloud9 out of the picture, it's not so much of a discussion of what Cloud9 can do now. Rather, can Optic Gaming get enough points? 65 is the break point, I think, for Cloud9 at the moment. So only a couple left there for Optic Gaming to get, but they're in a rough spot.
The big one right now is 4-7 are on 31 points, so they're just 1 point short of the cutoff, and you can see them on the northern side of your screen there. Reignite, they've got 35, they're fine. With 4 squads left, I think what we need to see for 4-7 now is probably one more team get eliminated. Now, might that just be Team Liquid here as Nocturnal makes his way back down to earth? He loses his life. Now it's just Gilderson. Does he fall, or does 4-7? He's just going to stay alive for a little bit longer. Can they do it? No! 4-7 eliminated just mere moments before Team Liquid.
Top 2 right now, it's Reignite looking to stay in control. Optic Gaming, have they done enough? I saw a number 1 on the left there. Optic Gaming, I think, topped the lobby. And Reignite, of course, with the win right at the 11th hour, will secure their place inside of the top 10, meaning, of course, they go through to finals.
I don't know the results, Jordan. I'm trying to keep track. I don't know. We don't have it in front of us just yet. 4-7. Did they make it? Were they 1 point short? We'll have to find out very shortly. But for Reignite, a big, big win. Of course, they were 10th place coming into this final game of the winners bracket, Jordan. And boy, well, they got that battering ram from you, and they knocked the door right down.
That's what I was saying. I wasn't necessarily referring to Reignite with that whole discussion. More so the teams right at the bottom of the table. But hey, no better time to bring out the battering ram than right then for Reignite. Their first win here at the Split 2 playoffs as well, and what a time to build up a bit of momentum, obviously heading into tomorrow. They'll be much happier with the position they find themselves in now. Games 4 and 5, where they were really looking like, or who knows what's really going to happen here. Maybe we're going to get enough points, maybe we're not. A win, unequivocally, is going to be enough there for Reignite.
That's another win for APAC South, Jordan. What are you feeding those guys down under?
Weet-Bix.
Yeah, Weet-Bix. A lot of them. Massive result for them. Massive result again for APAC South, another team. A couple of teams now into the top 10, into the finals. There's a lot of teams that have made their way into the finals. A couple of calls that unfortunately will have to go down to the second losers bracket. That'll be later on today. But I mean, at the end of the day, Jordan, what a result. What a way to finish off. 4-7. Have they done it? We'll have to wait and see. Not 100% sure just yet. They had 11 points. Reignite 17 from that game. They were in a bit of a different spot though. In that 10th place position, not as much pressure, but hey, they still got the win anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for Reignite, what they kind of had to do there was put on 5 or 10 points just to get enough done to survive. Obviously, they've just gone through and smashed it out of the park and got 17, so that'll be plenty. Optic Gaming did manage to grab 15, which should be enough to put them up into the first place position overall. Very happy with my prediction, by the way, today. Just want to shout that one out. I did say yesterday was a warm-up. Today was the real deal, so I'll give myself that one pat on the back. Thank you very much, Selfish Guy. Well done. Team Liquid, very, very good stuff across the board inside of this lobby as well. They take 12 points out of that game. 4-7, as you mentioned, maybe did enough, maybe didn't do enough. TSM looks pretty good. Down here on the bottom end of the table, I think we can look towards teams like Dewa, Team Unite, Players, Elevate, Reject, Empire, unfortunately not having really done enough.
And the other part of the conversation for 4-7, have they not, is who and has fallen out of the top 10. So that's the other part of the coin that soon we'll find out, of course. Now, look, at the end of the day, for these teams, by the way, Jordan, in the bottom 10, it's not like this is event over by any means. They can still bounce back in that second losers bracket later on today. They can still get to the finals. Obviously, they won't take any points with them because you only get the points by coming through the winners bracket, but they still have then a chance later on, maybe tomorrow. We'll see how that all plays out later today, because those teams in the first losers bracket, of course, they'll be playing after this, and they'll be hungry.
Yeah, look, a lot of the teams are going to be probably a bit happier about today. Not as many games to play, but if you're down in that losers bracket, it's an even higher stakes situation, so maybe the mental aspect of it is going to be a little harder than yesterday. Having a look at this, that is a massive damage number coming through from JMW, especially for only 2 kills. It's done 2.3k damage. He's got 2 kills out of it. End of the day, though, it doesn't really matter how those kills come about, as long as you're getting them over the line, getting those points up. A very, very good game coming through from Reignite. Great damage numbers, and very well played in the end game.
I remember at the start of the day, we had a very, very small discussion in the green room. Have they exceeded expectations? You know, obviously Jem Burton's not here, and we thought maybe that might see Reignite maybe not live up to expectations, maybe not play to their full potential. But JMW has been amazing so far, Jordan, and they've done so well.
Certainly indeed, and obviously our thoughts are all important more so, so I'd love to pat myself on the back. But I tell you what, we've got some more important people to hear from. Let's jump back over to the panel and see what they think about that first lobby.
Well, thank you, gents. Well done. Thanks so much for getting us here to our final game of our winners bracket. Joining me on the desk, of course, once again, Bardoff and Genome. And as we take a look at and really categorize games 4, 5, and 6, I want to ask you, Bardoff, game number 4. And I knew I was going to get this wrong. Sutaraku. We got to know the name. You have to know the name. Rehearse it if you need to, because they have shown they are here to stay.
Yeah, they had a huge game, 13 kills in that one, and that's not the first one they won. They put in work yesterday as well, so you really wonder how far they can go. And yeah, the match 4 was definitely a wake-up call for a lot of people. Shout out to Cloud9 who came second place with 7 kills. Team Liquid as well, 7 kills. It was like the top 5 did work from top to bottom in that little quarter, but again, Sutaraku was 13 kills. They were all over this lobby, and you know, coming into this once again, we're always talking about these big brands, but they are making a brand of themselves today.
They absolutely are, and of course, all numbers lead to 10. Gino, we're going to take a look. And actually, this is a fitting moment here. Crypto being in that final circle.
Oh, it was a killer moment, right? I mean, they timed it so well. I think we had the listen in at that point as well, and you saw them just waiting. Bamboo near Barometer is honestly one of the hardest spots to play from. I swear every time I see someone go in there, they just get deleted. I call it the Bermuda Triangle because you've just got angles coming in from everywhere, and it feels like no one ever comes out of it. But the way they used the Crypto there, waiting for just the right time to get both bubbles, do a ton of damage. We saw grenades raining in after that. It was just impossible for those other two teams to come out. Strike, who just had it in the bag.
The Bamboo Triangle, if you will, as we take a look at match number 5. Bardoff, Dreamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. This has to be said for OG.
Yeah, and this really was a game of 2 halves, because TSM went out in 20th place, NRG in 17th place. Again, 2 teams that have had inconsistencies at best in many of these games. But of course, at the top, you've got Optic there with 11 kills. 4-7 with 6 kills in this one in 2nd place as well. 100 Thieves, though, really racking up the points with 10 kills in 3rd place in that 5th game. So again, it was we're seeing beauty and brightness at the top, but darkness at the bottom as well.
Much like myself. Either way, Genome, game number 6. We're going to take a look at the boys from Rig, who of course pulled out that W just when they needed.
Oh, incredible stuff from them. It was a pretty tense end game there, but in the end, Rig showing that even without Jimbert, they are still a force to be reckoned with. I mean, sure, only 5 kills, you know, kind of striking at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. Indeed. We're doing some math here on, I can see everybody's sort of going.
You thought, no, I'm doing maths in my head. I was trying to remember stuff.
There's so much to remember, certainly. But of course, the one thing we all have to remember is how to count to 10. Because as we know, winners bracket top 10 heads to Sunday. They say 1 game and we're good today. And of course, those bottom 10, Bardoff, well, they're going to play one more time for all the marbles.
Yeah, they're going to have more work to do, and there's a lot of there were a few teams around that 10-11 mark who were fighting. And I know 4-7 were one of those teams. They had a good placement in that last game as well. Of course, we mentioned in game 5 their placement there was important as well. The 6 kills in 2nd place, and that last game they came in 4th place, got 6 kills, and they were in the danger zone. So I'm very curious to see if they made it through or not.
Well, let's quench your curiosity with that danger zone and take a look at our leaderboards. Talk to me here, Bardoff. Looks like OG really showcasing what they can do, but Alliance coming in and sticking at that 10 spot.
Yeah, they're squeezing in the back door. TSM making it into the top 10 as well. So they're struggling, but they are delivering enough to keep moving forward. That is important. And we do have some names who are missing from this top half. We'll get to them later. But have a look at this from Cloud9. 2nd place, 64 points. Just 4 points away from top place with a stand-in as well. They are having a hell of a time.
And I will say this, Genome, I know what you're going to say. We're going to take a look at the regionality here, and I'm seeing that there is quite the balance.
Yeah, we've got a couple, 4-7, as you said, sneaking in there. Alliance on a tiebreaker. Actually, I think managing to sneak through there. And yes, exactly, Rig 4-7, as well as Sudraiku getting in there from some of the lesser known regions. But I guess the other thing I just want to touch on quickly about that top 10 and what we're seeing here is that, sure, these guys are going to have to play another match now for their tournament lives, but you would expect them to be some of the favored teams to go in, right? So the teams who performed well in this lobby, you know, this could be what we see on Sunday. So performing against these kind of teams, extremely important as an indicator of success.
Absolutely, and just another chance for us to take a look at the likes of NRG and, of course, E6 there, Bardolph. Certainly a lot of teams that made it to winner's bracket.
Yeah, and we have to, one team we didn't mention in the top half there was Luminosity. We didn't see all of their action earlier on. We definitely saw a bit more of it in the recent games. Ganjumen, always a man whose name is on our lips. But moving into the second half, again, you've got Empire. We have some great highlights from them, some great legend selections. However, after the 15th place, I'm telling you,
but after today, now I'm a little bit less sure. Maybe, you know, they're just struggling to find what works for them and struggling to decide on something and get enough reps in on that until, you know, they can make it work, get that top 10, and eventually, if they manage to get into Sunday, walk away with the bigger part of the prize pool.
Honestly, maybe Team Empire just wants to be on camera a little bit more, but that's okay. We love them for it. Speaking of on camera, our own Fallout is with somebody you know and love, and you'll see again very soon. Fallout, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kate. Yes, that is right. As we zoom out, you will see I am live with the man himself, King Dupe of North America of Optic Gaming, after dominating the Winners Bracket Finals, #1 in that series. They punched their ticket to the finals. First things first, right now, how are you feeling?
I feel amazing. We got the extra 10 points going into the finals. We feel confident that, you know, we could take the dub.
You shaved the mustache, which is a shame. The people love the mustache. Is it going to make a return tomorrow? Is it going to grow overnight?
I don't think it'll grow overnight.
My man, the infamous mustache. Well, hey, congratulations to y'all. I guess I want to start by asking, in the grand scheme of things, you guys have been dominating. You guys dominated with Verholst as your third. You pick up Noct, you pick up right where you left off for the last really 8 months online. A lot of speculation, a lot of conversation. You guys are online warriors. You're not going to perform on LAN. Any messages, any words for those people?
They're just a bunch of haters. Hopefully this clears up all the speculation and prove it on the wise. Skittle Kicks is the best player in the world.
You're number 2.
And I'm number 2. Best IGL.
There you go. I was like, hey, he's really humble. Best Gibby as well. There you go. I love that, man. That's awesome. Well, talk to me about your performance so far this weekend. Obviously, you guys get, I think, 2nd place overall in group stages, right? #1 in NA. Congratulations on that. Alliance above you. Then you come in, dominate Alliance, you dominate every other team. How are you guys gelling so far, and what's working for you on LAN so far?
We're gelling very well on LAN. It's amazing. They're amazing people to meet in person and, you know, in the game. We gel very well as well. Don't have to micromanage as much. They know what to do. I make a call. They do. They min-max it. They do what they need to be needs to be done. So
that's amazing. You guys obviously online had the back and forth with Sentinels for the mill. This time you play against players. What was that matchup like against players on Stormpoint?
I expected more, but you know, it just proves that, you know, we love contesting. We're the contest kings. This proves why we're the best at it. If the #1 spot doesn't prove it.
I love it. 2 more questions for you. One, talk about you expected more from Hardeki. He's arguably the CEO of EU. They say Hal's the CEO of NA. Who's the new CEO, the new king of Apex?
I just might have to take over.
CEO himself. One last question for you. We're going into the finals here. You guys punched your ticket into the finals for the $1 million tournament, the chance to be and prove that you are the best team in Apex. What's the mentality like going to the finals? What's your game plan going to be like? And any teams in particular you really want to be there so you can beat them?
We're just going to play it how we normally do, so nothing special. We're not going to treat any team special in the finals. We're just going to play our own game. There's no one really to look out for. I have full confidence in my team that, you know, we could take home the dub.
Amazing. Well, what a story it is, from competing on Xbox with the controller just a year, 2 years ago, to switching to keyboard and mouse, playing Apex, one of the top-ranked World of Warcraft players, played in Halo back in the day, now arguably the best player, the CEO, the new king of Apex Legends. They still got to prove it, though. You still got a championship final, so best of luck to y'all. Any final words to the Green Wall for the first time here?
I appreciate playing for Optic. I'm excited for this opportunity. I love representing Optic at our first LAN ever. So, #Greenwall. Thank you for the support, everybody. Fucking Greenwall, baby.
My man Dupe, King Dupe himself, Optic Gaming, Greenwall, looking to take home 2 championships this weekend on 2 LANs. That's it for us. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to the desk.
Well, thank you very much. I guess we'll call him CEOG at that rate. And again, you know, Genome, he...
Mike, bro.
It's me. I'm sorry.
You doing the grapefruit technique or what?
Go for this tonight? Yeah, I think I got it.
Good.
Getting inside.
Start off with. So just a little bonus. And I got to say, I really love Dupe putting the hostile takeover there for the CEO.
Listen, I got something to say.
Oh boy,
All
here
right.
we go. Quick,
there's
someone
only one CEO, and it's Hal. Okay, Duplex could be the chairman. Could go for the chairman. There's plenty of other positions. All right, you can lord over. You can be the overlord. You can be the underboss. You can be whatever you like. Okay, but there's only one CEO. So let's just leave that one alone.
Ooh.
Number 2. Bring back the dumpster emote on Duplex's Twitch, because that was fire, and that was just filling the Apex chat. There was nothing. There's no typing going on. It was just Duplex dumpster all day. Number 3, that man goes hard in the streets, man. They call him Dupe in the streets, you know.
Oh.
So you got to pay your respects. He can be the chairman, but leave the CEO alone, please.
Oh boy, shots fired, and I'm very, very excited. Speaking of things I'm excited for, let's talk about what's coming up next. We had our winners bracket here, round 1. Round 2, Gino. Participating teams, this is who we have to look at. This are who is going to have the top 10 of the losers round 1.
Yeah, look, you came to the end of that, the winners bracket we just saw, and people, you know, maybe they weren't too worried. There's more matches to play, right? Not the case here. It is on the line. Their tournament lives. The bottom 10 will be going home. They have to take the dub here.
Do indeed. And Bardoff, I'm looking at this and going, there's a lot of teams we expected a lot more from.
If they're not playing Watson, I don't really care. And we know that Vega are going to be bringing Watson out, so that's good. But of course, you've got names like Space Station, G2, GMT, and plenty more who have to get delivering now. It's time to get their skates on. We don't have any more waiting around. If they're not in that bottom 10, then we may be saying goodbye to those guys. So it is time to really put some respect on their name.
Absolutely. Well, something you can do between now and tomorrow, that is head to LenovoLegion.com, because Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop, it is going to be given away tomorrow. So one more reason for you to come back to this very stream. You could be that winner, and we will be excited for you if you do. And now is the time we talk talent predictions. I was excited yesterday, but guess what? Okay, I'm gonna, this is, no wonder Fallout was so excited to do that interview, gang. No wonder.
All right, I've got to give them their props. They picked the best team in the world, and they did the best. So congratulations to Fallout Vicky and Elfish Guy. I had a nightmare with Element 6. That was really hard to watch, man. That was really, really rough day at the office for them.
I mean, to be fair, I think that's the first time that's happened where we've had that favorite actually come out on top and deliver the points in these predictions. So, I mean, I actually was kind of staying away from it from that reason, but finally, someone with some consistency, Optic showing up.
Yeah, I like to pick some colourful. I think we all like to pick. You know, you and I, Kate, for sure.
We do.
Like to get some flavour in there, but I think that everybody thought someone else was going to pick Alliance.
Yeah.
So no one picked Alliance.
Yeah.
So that was kind of crazy. But don't think we've lost our minds. We haven't completely lost our minds. It's just that. You know, we can't always just go for the easy pick and everybody pick the same thing.
No,
but you can get some nice flavor in there and surprise everybody.
We're the Giga Brains. Like, I mean, you know, Optic, Team Liquid, a lot of those picks were higher than Alliance finished in the end. So, you know, it's all in here.
Yeah, they scraped it eventually.
Yeah, remind me not to pick someone who contests with G. Anyway, this is now the time where you get a moment to break yourself, because we are going to be right back with our losers round 1. So stick around. This is the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Playoffs.
That's the guy who's replacing me?
You're really quitting?
It's time. My brother's gone. Without Jackson, I've got nothing else left to fight for here.
So you just run away. So much for all that bravado.
I need to get back to my family. Whatever's left of them.
You built a family here. Forget it.
First time? I've been at this a while, young buck. Stay behind me. I'll keep you safe.
Keep me safe. Wait, didn't it take you like 40 tries to get in the
You
game?
two shut up and focus. This is my last match. I'm not going home without a win.
Something's coming. Come on, what now? Whoa. Okay.
That thing must have triggered some kind of security protocol.
Nothing good can come from this place.
Huh?
Hey, that shield just for show?
Stay behind me. You know, some of us have actually been doing this for a while.
Now we're talking.
Wait!
What's your problem?
Whenever you're ready.
The hell is that thing?
This isn't good. We need to stop it.
With pleasure. Come on, mate. I was just kidding.
Come on, I've got you. Hey, with me! Advance together! All right, let's finish this.
This is awesome.
Checkmate.
You good?
Yeah. Thank you.
Arm is a little banged up, but I'll be all right.
Good. Because you've got a lot to answer for. Jackson.
Wow. Clean up on aisle 9, am I right? You know, you get it? It's like a...
I have returned! This armor may have a few dents in it, but the battle is for...
0. Not one symptom, dude. Not one. And the day after, I was so tired yesterday. I woke up at the middle of the night or whatever. Dude, I was so tired, man. I had to take a nap halfway through the day. It was too hard. And I was talking with Filika yesterday and we were watching the games together. And I was like, I'm tired, I gotta go nap. And she was like, oh, it's okay. I go, and I'll be back in an hour. 3 hours. 3 hours I was gone. I was straight up gone for 3 hours. I was fucking I insta gift. You still sick? I have a little bit with my throat and my nose, but no fever or nothing. I don't feel bad. But yeah, it's whatever. So yeah. Yo, Flametown, thing on the Prime. Utin, thing on the Tier 1. Joel, thing on the Prime for 10 months. Maya's Mint, thing on the Prime for 3 months. Loxon, Tier 1 for 2 months. Yenny, Tier 1 for 10 months. Pete's, Tier 1 for 10 months. Pikachu Baby, thing on the Tier 1 for 2 months. Thing for the 500 bits already. 10 gifted subs like Crocs. And 5 gifted for most likely. Hey man.
Manned point.
Thank you, dude. Yeah. Binary Blade, him and John. I'm doing good. I like it. There's nothing. Yeah, Ivan, it sucks. The worst, you know what annoys me the most, or it's just annoying? Fuck me, it's 5. It's like I stayed.
Kota demi bertemu sanak keluarga. Namun tidak semua orang dapat mudik. Salah satunya karena harus bertugas, seperti para jurnalis Kompas TV yang melakukan proses peliputan. Kita lihat jurnalis Kompas TV ini Putu Trisnanda yang justru bertemu dengan kedua orang tuanya yang akan mudik ke Solo, Jawa Tengah di titik peliputan.
Halo sahabat Kompas TV, saya ini Putu Trisnanda, salah satu reporter yang bertugas pada Mudik 2022. Nah, jadi tahun ini saya berkesempatan untuk bisa meliput dan juga melaporkan secara langsung bagaimana kondisi lalu lintas yang ada di Gerbang Tol Palimanan, tepatnya di Kabupaten Cirebon di KM 188. Tapi terlepas dari semua proses liputan yang saya lakukan, ternyata hari ini ada hal yang mengejutkan. Ternyata bukan hanya warga Indonesia saja yang saya liput dan menjadi bagian dari para pemudik, tapi ada keluarga saya juga yang ikut mudik di tahun 2022 ini.
Assalamualaikum.
Halo dong, halo dong.
Halo. Selamat siang.
Oke, nih Pak, namanya siapa Pak?
Nama saya Iwayan Bapak
Ya, Bapak saya sendiri ya, Anda ya. Oke, Pak tadi berangkat dari jam berapa nih?
Saya dari Bandung, dari Padalarang, berangkat jam 10.
Jam 10 dan sampai ke Palimanan Cirebon ini jam?
Sekarang jam
2 siang.
Jam 3-an lah.
Oke, jam 3-an. Tadi cerita dong sama sahabat Kompas TV, perjalanannya gimana, macet atau enggak, nemuin apa aja di jalanan.
Oke, kebetulan perjalanannya sangat menyenangkan. Kenapa? Kita sudah berpikiran bahwa pasti di jalan macet, ternyata lancar. Dari Padalarang, Bandung sampai ke Subang itu lancar sekali.
Nah, ini juga nih yang di belakang kayaknya sesi repot, ada ibu saya sendiri yang mau perjalanan ke Bogor. Emang kalau mudik, maksudnya ke Solo ya, ke Solo. Mau perjalanan jauh, itu persiapannya mata harus segar, perut harus terisi, pokoknya semua perlengkapan harus tersedia di dalam mobil. Coba apa aja persiapannya?
Persiapannya pasti ransum, makanan, 1 box, cemil-cemil begitu, karena kita nggak akan berhenti di jalan.
Oke, jadi ada banyak makanan-makanan ya. Selain makanan apa lagi yang dibawa?
Yeah, so if we don't get top 17, we need to get top 2 at the next EU thing to even get a spot. Rio, think with the for 7th thing, man. Riddle thing with a prime for 4th thing, man. And Dime thing with a prime for 3-month thing, dude. OG is just crazy. I was watching it earlier too. Jazz thing with tier 1 thing, man.
Bro.
Add people SC prime. What is that?
Love you, man.
Innate domination? Yeah, it's cool. But we'll see. But I think NA is better in group stages because they're more of a W key mindless gameplay. But like, I feel like the other teams are better at in finals and stuff. We'll see. I don't know. Still the original thing with time for 7 months, dude. Think man.
Big love man kiss army.
You know? So yeah, I've gotten a lot of messages and stuff from people on Twitter. Some nice ones and some not so nice ones, but it's fine. It will always happen, you know? There will always be not nice people out there. So it's whatever. That's the thing with being a large internet personality, I think.
Hey yo, dead ass G.
Dr. Caustic, prime for 3 months.
That's just what happened when you a motherfucking real ass boss, real motherfucking player.
I'm home so soon. I traveled home today. My dad picked me up in Sweden.
Hey. Wish I could have seen you and Scars play, but now chat gets off full of that sweet parasocial relationship. Love you, Mr. Streamer.
So yeah, Dude, we got made 200k 2021. Talking shit about NA. Look where we are now. Ha 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 ha. Damn. You must be fun at parties, dude. Must be one of the class clown, dude. The homie.
When you were a kid,
QF, thank you for the tier 1 for 7. Thank you, man. Damn.
Sister.
Love you, man.
Mandy is 6'5", guys.
Watch, what's in with the $3? Hey, man. Nah, it's all the frogs, dude. They're gonna come out. They're gonna come out at some point.
EA, man.
Nah, you know what? That's actually a waste of my time. I'll just ban him. That's like one of those people that we can't like turn into a good chatter. It's just GG's. No, why would I be mad at EA? It's the rules. There's nothing to be mad about. There's literally
the fact that you can pull out your drone and look at the champion banners. When you do that, it shows how many teams are near you. And a common misconception is that the 200-meter radius is around the drone and not the player. But the radius is in fact around crypto. This comes in handy if you're on the edge of zone or in the zone and you want to, for instance, craft, and you're not sure if there's teams near you that might be able to run up and shoot you while you're crafting. You just pop out your drone, you check how many teams are near you. If there's 0, you're good to go. So as you see, there is an enemy within 190 meters of us. But if we back out a little bit and to go over 200 meters, if we then look at the player banners, or champion banners, it says 0. But if we were to go back in range, it'll start saying 1. And the radius is 200 meters, and that's around crypto and not the drone. My 6th and final tip for crypto is that you should always enter the drone while crouched. Sometimes, if you really need to EMP the enemy team, you whip out the drone fast, you EMP them, but often you're in a bad position because it's very hectic. But if you just make it a habit of crouching before entering the drone, your teammates can easily punch you around and position you better. Obviously, they can't punch you around if you're not crouched, but when you are crouched, you get the extra slide effect and you'll be able to move around faster while in drone. So this was my ALGS Masters on crypto. See you in the game.
Gokil.
Welcome back, everybody, to Stockholm, Sweden, where we are live for the ALGS Split 2 $1 million playoffs. It is time for the losers bracket, which means it's go big or literally pack your bags and go home. 10 teams will qualify through to play in the losers bracket finals. 10 teams will be eliminated for the first time this tournament. Speaking of firsts, it's a pleasure to welcome for the first time to the desk, for the first time as an analyst officially. You've been doing it upstairs for some time. The one, the only Mr. Greek, my Greek brother. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, man. Doing well.
Good to have you on the desk, man. So,
Thank you for having me.
Those that don't know you, Greek, give us a quick intro, man.
My name is Greek. I'm a professional player for the Charlotte Phoenix, who unfortunately did not make it here today. We will be playing in the LCQs on May 7th, I believe it is, and looking to be at the next LAN here as a pro player.
Love to hear that. Manifest it. Blow it up in the chat right now. Let's manifest CLT in the finals. The boy Greek, who's been killing it with Wig, obviously the whole time. And real quick before I introduce these two, because they're obviously also important, I want to ask you though, how's everything going up there, man? How are you guys enjoying the vibe? What's the vibe like on the secondary stream?
Honestly, I'm super blessed to be here. It's really fun. I didn't think it was anything I'd ever be doing in my life, but I love competitive Apex. Whether I'm playing it, watching it, it's a great time, and I'm thankful to be here.
Boy, man, we're excited to get your insights. It's been awesome kind of chopping up with you and getting your perspective on all. So we'll, of course, talk through all types of pregame analysis here in a bit, but I'll also introduce Killer Pigeon and Xenox to the desk here as well. Xenox, our residential APAC North expert. That's all he does. No, just
that's it. No, that's it.
Also looks good, has beautiful eyes, etc.
It's been a bit of a rough day for APAC North, can I just say? It's all about APAC South today, isn't it? Which, you know, I've done a little bit of APAC South too. I can claim them, can't I?
Kind of from there.
Yeah, exactly. I am from there. But no, look, it's been a fascinating day. Of course, we had the winners bracket. Now we see what the losers have got.
Absolutely. Killer Pigeon, you've been doing very well in the predictions game all weekend long. I've been very impressed, but obviously now this losers bracket matchup coming up, who do you think's going to perform?
Oh, damn. This is where we really understand whether I'm good or bad at this, right? I've been kind of cracking the numbers out. I've been going really deep in this, even though I usually wouldn't. I feel like Space Station Gaming, they're going to kind of impress here. I was checking the average survival times. They are near the top, right? For teams that are knocked down right now, they're the top one. Somehow, they find a way to clutch through and last the longest out of any of these teams. The curious detail is whether they can clutch up and get the kills as well, because of course, at the end of the day, it's not just about surviving here.
That's a great point. Speaking of SSG, I know you had a chance to chat with SSG. And any perspective on, you think they're going to perform as well? You agree with KP? Any perspective there?
So I'm pretty good friends with the boys over at SSG. I know yesterday they were having a little bit of a rough day. I know that they're a very flexible team. They could play edge, they could play zone. They opted to play a lot of edge yesterday, and it didn't really work out for them, so I would be looking out for them to be playing a lot of more zone-oriented spots now.
So going from kind of playing hard edge yesterday, they're changing their play style up today, playing more zone.
Yep, that's how they usually start out. They started out as a hard zone team, and then they started for Storm Point. They were getting contested a lot. Having to split the loot at launch pad, meaning they weren't able to rotate early because they didn't have the loot, so they had to change to an edge team.
Wow. Obviously, we also have a few other teams you just saw on screen right there. We got Crazy Raccoon competing in this lobby. We have G2, another team that I know you know really, really well. We're going to have Kick representing EMEA. Game With performed well. Detonator, Fennel from Japan. It's a pretty stacked lobby here, Xenox, and I guess from the APAC region, APAC North in particular, looking out for.
Yeah, look, there's probably a couple, right? Crazy Raccoon's got to be the number one for me. I thought they would do a little bit better so far here at the playoffs, and ultimately they weren't too far off. I think it was about 10 points from getting into the winners bracket. So look, they're a team that's going to be able to do well, I think, here. I'd be very surprised if they don't make it to the second losers bracket. So I think that's my team to watch for APAC North, which I thought there'd be a couple more APAC North teams in that winner bracket, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, very surprising. That was actually the least qualified region alongside EMEA. Big surprise. A lot of people thought those were the most actually, statistically speaking, those were technically the most competitive regions in terms of the amount of teams in their pro league that were able to actually win games and show success, which means their region ran deep but didn't really show up. APAC North and EMEA, but we do have teams like Kick who we know are more than capable of performing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kick, they were just outside of making it into the winners bracket, right? And like, I kind of feel like Alliance essentially took all that European energy and
juice,
they stole it away from everyone else, right? Because they were blitzing on day one. I mean, they were close to 200 points. No one else could even match that at all. I mean, the interesting part to me, though, like to kick back to like some different regions, right, is that when it comes to Fennel, interesting detail is a lot of people were expecting GMT to do a lot better yesterday. And something I actually noticed when I looked at the map drops, Fennel it was almost like griefing. They were actually aggressing them, contesting them every single landing. And that, interestingly enough, led to Momomon on Fennel actually being in the 10th highest damage overall on average for the whole first day. Despite the fact that, although their score wasn't that good, what I was noticing is they were very much a team that was willing to take a lot of aggressive fights at the beginning of lobbies. Yeah. Curious detail, though, is are they going to keep that up, or have they reflected upon it and said that it's not really worth it in long terms, in terms of getting the best point outcomes, because, you know, you might get a few frags here or there, but placement is also key.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a key storyline. The rematch of Fennel versus GMT. They were in scrim lobbies. For those that didn't know, they were both landing and boot camping at a LAN center here in Stockholm. In scrim lobbies, handing each other candy if the other team won in that drop at wall. But both GMT thought they would not contest live at the tournament, and actually Fennel faked a two-man push to make GMT think they were fighting a 3v2, had one flank, and actually ended up winning that fight 2 out of 3 times. So that's gonna be an interesting one over at the wall on Storm Point. But to that point that Killer Pigeon just made, I'd love to get your take on that, Greek. You know, the whole kind of toss-up of being really aggressive early, which TSM was in a lot of ways doing. They were early rotating, but taking a lot of fights in kind of round 3, round 4 zones and dying and not getting the placement points. Is it worth taking those fights if you're not going to make it the placement, or should you just focus on making it to top 5?
It's really tough to go into the games with a specific playstyle because a lot of different teams, you know, you could go into a lobby and there's a lot of edge teams. You could go in, there could be a lot of zone teams. So you kind of got to feel it out. As the games go on, you start to see like, oh, I could get away with, you know, more edge fights, or I'm going to have to start playing more zone. So I feel like it all depends on the teams that are in the lobby.
You say something? Sorry.
No, I was just agreeing.
Yeah, he's
a really good valid point.
My man, just mesmerized. On a similar note, quick question for you as well on some of the North American teams, right? You've competed against.
Yeah, berdua doang.
Playing with CLG. We got G2 in this lobby. Obviously, you talked about SSG already, but
I've got everything you need.
I think G2 is going to be going in with a dominant performance. As you can see, Designful there, he looks locked in. I know after their performance yesterday, they were not happy.
Never met a problem, a dibutyl phthalate compound is powered up and ready to go.
I think they're going to go out, they're going to do what they do. They're going to craft and storm on Storm Point, they're going to get their loot, and they're going to be looking to take some fights.
And that's an interesting thing about G2. I feel like whenever they these kind of strong points, like a solid high ground to hold, they're looking pretty clutch. I remember the Bojan race, right, from out Designful. Like, he was looking like Robin Hood in one of those games late into the night. And I think that's a critical detail. I think maybe TSM kind of had the same in this. Is whenever they got rotations that enabled them to play from a strong point, and they got that kind of static play, that's when they looked solid. That's when they were able to actually not only establish a dominant foothold for the late game rings, but they also netted a lot of kills. So I think what I'm looking for G2 is early rotation to secure those critical points instead of floating around the outside of the rings for a long time.
Well, we see CLG on screen. You can see that's also a successful.
Let's go this way.
Playoffs technically, you got to steal it. Sentinel spot, hard to see the CLG spot.
I think CLG has come in here. You know, they've earned their spot. They had a lot of haters early on, and you know, they fought for their POIs. They actually in NA, they look like one of the stronger Storm Point teams. You know, they have really good loot out of C-Note Cave. They rotate, they know what they can fight
Enemy
for.
over there.
And I think they're a good squad.
Making contact with enemy.
We're starting on World.
Need to recharge my shields.
I'm taking fire, friends.
Then 3 games on the grand finals. It'll be 2, then 2, then 2, then 2. You're going to be rotating. World's Edge times 2, just Storm Point times 2.
Deploying knuckle cluster.
Enemy takes down. You like the diversity.
Personally, I enjoyed having that second map. You know, coming into competitive really late, there are a lot of spots figured out. They know the rotations. But you add in, and it basically comes to a grind aspect. Who's going to learn the rat spots? Who's going to learn the rotations? What can you play early? What can you play late? And it adds an entire new grind aspect to it. And it also is a completely different character meta than you see on World's Edge. And it allows teams to be a little more flexible than they can be on World's Edge.
It's almost like a brand new game of Monopoly. Look at what real estate, where can you drop, where can you go? And what was that like in North America at least? You know, where did CLT drop? And what was it like early on when people were really fighting to kind of earn spots?
So right before building started, you know, they announced Storm Point. It was a little tough because you had a lot of teams contesting for their spots, trying to solidify, you know, where they wanted to land. As you can see yesterday, G2, you know, they didn't get what they wanted to do. Contesting on World's Edge against Alliance. And having a
No! Why not cover me, bro?
Wait for a match and switching up your drops. Like, I know some teams kind of see it as an ego check thing. I've got to feel like I'm good enough to beat them. But surely there's got to be a point of diminishing returns, right? Where something will change.
So when it comes to the drop spots, so going through, I'm sure not every team knows where every team is going to land. So you go in, you might lose a contest or two. You know, you have to spend the entire game. But at the end of the day, that is the drop spot they've chosen. They know that drop spot the best, so if they win their contest, they know how to rotate from it and loot. And it's a whole different ballgame because at the end of the day, if you leave that drop spot, you're most likely going to have to contest somewhere else, and that's got to be a little more uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're almost starting from scratch, right? People think it's just a drop spot. No, it's not just a drop spot. It's not being comfortable with familiar fight, familiar rotation after that. The amount of practice that goes into the zone, based on which zone, how you rotate. It's a little deeper of kind of the meta than people realize. Any insights there?
Yeah, I mean, you see sometimes, for example, Alliance yesterday, they were contesting G2. Certain teams run a different character loadout when they're contesting versus when they don't. A lot of times you see teams run Horizon when they're 50-50. For example,
Hostile close.
Having Horizon 50-50, you actually get the
The thing about drops as well is also when the fact that it's only 6 games, you've got to be absolutely perfect. Otherwise, if you lose, say, the first 2 games, where you're protecting, that will probably be make or break for anything.
Having enemy down. Every point matters, whether you squeeze in, you know, getting an extra knock when you just got to the party. Points matter so much.
Listen, let's move here.
No!
Well, obviously every point does matter. 7 teams yesterday in the leaderboards, game with Kick and G2 teams that comparison between Yarka from EU on the Kick Esports roster and Resulta. Look how neck and neck their stats are. Average kills, very, very similar. Average damage, well, Resulta has the advantage. Only 419 damage per game for Resulta in G2 compared to a lot of people we've seen. But a big part of that is because they are getting contested and they're dying early. Thoughts on this kind of Gibby comparison and where Resulta ranks as one of the best Gibraltars in the world?
Resulta for me is definitely up there. Top 5 in my opinion. Hyarka, also a very, very good player. I honestly think that Kick and G2 are very, very similar in playstyle. I played ranked with both teams, and they like to fight. Boys at Kick are very, very aggressive, and they love to fight.
That's interesting. Do you feel like they've been living up to that standard here? Because they were another one of those teams that had surprisingly high survival stats, despite the kills maybe not actually adding up to it. Well, I think they're making kind of little breaks because they're getting a feel for everyone else in the field. Of course, with different regions being seen for the first time.
Taking damage.
Yeah, you know, a lot of times
Recharging my shields.
Build up. How everybody's going to play, because a lot of the times the string lock launching me off stop. Recharging shield. Add up.
No!
How is APAC North kind of stacked up how they play the game compared to others? Now that you're watching NA and you have really cast
Not so much APAC North, but almost how everyone else has adapted and picked up things like crypto has become so prevalent here in the playoffs, where maybe in other regions, because obviously it is so prevalent in APAC North. And you know, a team, for example, off the top of my head is Sudoraku from APAC South. We see a lot of crypto there, and we're seeing Bullet literally pick it up and play it for the first time ever. So he's learning it on the fly because they're just seeing it be that valuable. So I think that's one thing to sort of take note of. The other thing as well is, you know, locally there was a lot more Watson, right? Back on day one, that was the talk of the town, the Watson, the fences, etc. A lot of those.
James Bardoff only, let's be clear. James was so excited about the Watson.
A lot of those teams, of course, didn't quite make it here, the ones that do play the Watson, because the best APAC North teams, they have really solid Gibraltars, Obli, Maney, for example, from the two Raccoon teams. So Gibraltar is still very much the play. So when you're looking at some of the compositions, I think Valkyrie and also Caustic has also been another one we've seen really ramp up the pick rate here at the playoffs too. So Valkyrie, Gibraltar, Caustic, you almost look at those three, and then there's the Crypto, right? So those are probably the four, and you've got the graphic here that basically says that, which I think have been the most, you know, prominent and most prevalent.
I think a really interesting thing to bring up as well is a fantastic point Greek made around like heroes like Horizon being really good for when you want to contest. I think the reason we haven't seen so much for is because all these people are a little bit fragile at the start. They're kind of like, they dip their toe in, they want to see how it is. They maybe only have so much data they've been able to research, especially from game to game. So I think maybe as this goes on and more data is collected and we start to get a feel for a common meta, I think we're going to see contest on landing type legends like Horizon actually boost up the hit rates.
Interesting. One thing that's been very intriguing is chat with Invictus Gaming, right? They're a team that has 2 or 3 different team comps that they will run. They had in their back pocket, ready to run. They had a big team comp with Caustic and Gibraltar, which has become more popular. I'd love to get your take on that here in a bit, Greek, how North America
If you're with me,
that team
I'm
comp. They
with
also
you.
have a crypto team comp that they run. They are ready for a variety of playstyles. They haven't performed necessarily. Teams like Invictus Gaming, GMT, Ascent, Reply Totem, are in that upper echelon of top India teams, but they're very disappointing in their performance so far. I think all eyes are on them in this losers bracket final. I mean, was it the right decision to drop Blasts when you were a top 4, top 3 team and you needed to pick up an unproven player in Urban? He's a god, he's so talented, but is that the right call?
I think the other thing to remember though as well is you've got 40 really good teams here. So if you're even just 5-10% off on the day, yeah, maybe it's going to look like you're not playing at your best, because maybe you're not. And if you're not playing at your best at this kind of event, you're not really going to be able to get the results. My biggest thing though is when you see teams that have been changing up their compositions on the fly. I think on day one we saw Team Empire changing it like every round. Is that something that you're a bit surprised to see, teams really moving away from a sort of solidified choice?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the good teams are flexible in their comps. Because like I said earlier, how certain teams are playing and how certain comps are prevalent in your lobby, it also kind of dictates how you play. For example, in NA, you don't see a lot of Watson, you don't see a lot of Crypto. So a lot of teams get away with playing a
style and have gotten taken advantage
What the
of.
fuck they doing, bro?
What else from NA?
So through the games today, I saw NRG, you know, primarily they play a lot of Edge in NA. I don't think they were able to get the fights that they wanted. So they were playing early rotate today, and they were getting out LOS'd in multiple different god spots. I saw them die on World's Edge twice in a very, very good game-winning position, but they had taken it a little early, which I haven't seen from them in a while. On the other hand, we saw TSM today. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw Austin, and they ended up running that on the which I actually liked the pick from them, because they weren't really getting too much value out of Wraith.
What do you think of, you know, legends like Caustic, Crypto? Let's take a couple of
team, that Caustic team is going to shine because they have really nothing that can counter it. There's a lot of different characters that counter each other, but they have to match up. So if you have 5 Caustics in the lobby, you know, all 5 of those teams are going to be pulling down the buildings together. You have 5 Cryptos, you're going to see a lot more teams running Cryptos. 5 Horizons, everybody's going to start running Horizons because if you have a Horizon team going against a team that doesn't have one, they automatically have the ability spam to just win the fight.
On that note, too, in case you're just waking up in North America and didn't have a chance to watch the Winners Bracket Finals, Optic Gaming dominated that. We started talking about teams like TSM. Wanted to give an update. TSM qualifies through. Alliance qualifies through an inch and tied with 32.8 ranked from APAC North, the #1 team in APAC North. And Alliance wins the tiebreaker in that one because they had a second place finish for Sadie Raccoon's third place. That said, our top 10 teams watching and waiting, invigorating, if you will, as they're getting ready to see who the final 10 teams will be. It's Luminosity Gaming, Mexico representing right, representing APAC South, and Australia. Also Reignite, Jen Burton at home. Four players really, really well. Obviously, it's a tragedy he's not playing.
So I've never got to play with him. I really wanted to be here. He was very, very excited to get to showcase his skill on, you know, native ping, being on low ping. He wanted to play so bad, and I think it's a big story that Reignite still was able to qualify with JMW. I'm also a good friend with him, and he's a very good player as well, so I'm happy to see them still performing.
I think the biggest thing is the fact as to how strong the APAC South teams have performed, how strong Reignite has also performed even without Jen Burton, for example, right? So it almost does feel like there's a little bit more that we could have actually seen from them. Sudarako's been good, same with Team Burger. So, you know, ultimately, it's a region that plays on ping predominantly. It just has to do that. It's just the nature of being in Australia, where, you know, 10,000 miles away, that's just life. But when you get these opportunities, when you get these events, playoffs, it's not sometimes about the money. It's sometimes not even about the points. It's being able to play with the best in the world on land, not on ping, and not have to have that hindrance.
That's a great point. I knew they were the truth when I watched Lulu Lovely's throwdown on high ping. It was 0-10 flicks, and Jen Burton still plays like top 3 and absolute frag out with like 200 plus ping. Insanely talented, those 3, and it's awesome to see them continue to perform. Just got word that we are less than 2 minutes out. Apologies for the slight delay, y'all. It was a technical issue, but no worries. Gameplay's around the corner. Less than 2 minutes. We'll be throwing a catch, just getting gameplay started. With that said, it is time here in a second for predictions. I'd love to get the prediction screen on screen. It's been a fun game we've been playing all weekend long, and I'd love to start jumping into discussion here. And here we go. We got G2 ×4. I actually said SSG or G2. Sebastian, my producer, I said pick for me. I can't pick. It's too tough. And we got KP, the solo SSG pick.
I'm a believer. Like, I talked about it already, right? This team knows how to survive the late game. It's just a matter of whether they can follow through. And, you know, after what Greek gave us in the analysis, I'm a little bit more confident about my pick. The big question mark, I've got to throw him under the bus. I know he's not here to defend himself, but Genome, let's talk about Zen a little bit, because they, after the Greek standings, they were the lowest. Singularity with 2 players ranked higher than them. This is a very bold pick from Genome. He could be the most godly person we've ever met if he comes through this. But
yeah, I don't know if bold's the right word. I'm going to say suspect. I'm going to say idiocracy. No, I'm just kidding.
Did they offer him the flag, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it was. Yeah, the Brazilian flag. They say, hey, you will have an entire country, Brazil, the most passionate esports fans behind you, if you pick Zen, who got 40th place behind Singularity playing with 2 players. Hey, I respect the bold prediction from a man. You know, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Obviously, you're drafting on screen there because you're just joining us for the first time. Who do you think is going to take it?
I am also on the SSG wave. That team has a lot of experience. Frex and Dropped have been to many lands before. They know what they need to do. Yesterday, they tried out a couple of things, and I think they've got it down packed now. So now, very mechanically gifted player as well. So I'll be looking for SSG to make some.
Gotta take that prediction. If he says SSG, I want to follow his. I'm changing my prediction to SSG. Let it be known. Right now, Sebastian Meyer says no, not allowed. I'm sticking to this here, but hey, one time on the desk. Welcome, of course. Big thanks to my man, Mr. joining us for the first time ever on the desk. Man, it's all such great insights, analysis. But guess what? Gameplay is around the corner. Again, apologies for the slight delay there, y'all. It is win or go home. 10 teams will prevail to the winner of the finals. 10 teams will pack their bags. This game ascend. Pick GMT, perform India on the map. Will NA continue to dominate with G2, CLG, and SSG? We will find out.
No.
Gameplay is ready. Go ahead and throw it over for Aussie boys, the casters, for the gameplay. Take it away, guys.
Well, you thought that the winners bracket final was going to be a big deal. This is where it gets even spicier, as Fallout and the guys on the desk have been explaining. It's elimination time. There is no more opportunities past this one. You drop out 1 of 10 of this lobby, you're done, you're out, you're going home. Sweden says goodbye, and unfortunately, your run would be at an end. Pretty early on in the piece as well. That would be bottom 30. You know,
Let's explore this way.
We haven't done too much today, and yesterday it's 40. But of course,
Round 2.
there are going to be 10 teams top spots to go into the losers bracket number 2 to give themselves an opportunity to go through finals.
I mean, honestly, I think the organizers have been pretty lenient. You know, they had a whole day where their lives weren't on the line. Elvish, and now they are. And you know, complacent. We just
got some material.
Look,
broken enemy shield.
Today is the day that we're going to be
Reloading.
seeing the back of you. And look, let's not downplay it, right? I mean, these guys are mainly in their region. They're all over the world. They dominated the local competition.
Under fire.
Completely different levels, completely different stakes. I mean, if you're might be 30,000 in some of the bigger regions after taking out split 2 and in the number 1 place. But what is it? For first place here in the land, so the stakes so much higher, tenfold.
Yeah, obviously those points going through the champions as well. That's going to be something that a lot of the teams are thinking about. It's not even necessarily just the top 20 that get involved there. I think they do actually get paid out, in a sense, quote-unquote paid out, down to all the way down to 40 based on where their placement is. Anyway, we'll get that one.
Let's go this way.
Tomorrow is going to be a bigger discussion rather than today. Today is all about survival. Tomorrow is more about what the reputation of this entire tournament are going to be, who's going to walk away as the best team in the world when it comes to Apex Legends. Is there going to be a discussion around the best region in the world, you know, who's there at the moment. Looks like we're still working through but obviously a lot of interesting storylines coming into this one. We were getting roasted a little bit on the desk with the old Z prediction, so do you want to tell me what that was about?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure the hostile is like, which team has scored person?
Taking shots.
Okay, no, it's not Yep.
So anyway, I guess maybe you're correct in that one, but we'll see whether I think it is a bold one for us, and for me,
contact with hostile.
And to be honest, a lot of the South American teams are going to have to be teams to step up. I know it's going to be a similarity, in particular, just playing a couple, but the only South American team to make it through
using a Phoenix kit
was Elevate, making it through the top 10 losers bracket round number 2. And for the rest of the South American teams right here, losers bracket for 1, they need to get the job done to make it through to lower bracket 2.
Yeah, well, we're having that regional discussion, right? I mean, you can look at the top end and you can look at the bottom end to give you some sort of indication of what's going on there. I mean, with who's getting through the top 10, a couple of Apex South teams, you know, the NA, the EU, it's all happening there. But then, yeah, who's getting eliminated first is kind of giving you the other half of that story. So if you do end up seeing a couple of those South American teams go out here, say, you know, Zen and Odding, they fall into that bottom 10, then, you know, it does kind of start to give us a sense of the strength of the 5 regions throughout the ALGS.
Yeah, definitely something that I think we can
making contact with enemy
toward at the end of today, rather than right here and right now. There is still a little bit of opportunity to prove yourself, some opportunity to put your name up in line. The big thing for me as well that we've been seeing over the course of this tournament is sometimes the previous results aren't necessarily indicative of what you're going to see today or what you're going to see in the next level or something like that. CLG is a perfect example of that while we've got them on the camera. They had 2 awful games to start off yesterday, and then they came through in the third lobby and did really, really well. They did incredibly well, and they almost actually so you kind of see this consistency from a couple of teams that in some aspects that
I'm taking shots.
You know, you can consistently have that might just be
We didn't know what to expect. It's been a while where we understood groups A through D, and the teams were able to look at that and sort of work out where they're going to be dropping today. They didn't have any idea, and that might be causing some ruckus.
Yeah, certainly. Vatro and Jay Savage are going to be the ones that we'll be taking a look at here. in the player comparison, and I think for me, it's pretty easy to say on the desk, but every single one of these players is going to have to step up their individual play, because today is the final day that you might be playing here at the Split 2 playoffs. So for these two, decent stuff, especially yesterday from Batro right towards the end. We did see Reply Totem finishing with a win the very last day of yesterday as well, so they definitely had their moments. But I'm looking at this and saying, look, yesterday's performance from literally every team in this bottom 20, not good enough. They need to step up. They need to do more.
And that's why we see in those stats, I mean, throughout the day we've been, throughout the weekend really so far, we've been highlighting all of the real stars, the standouts from these amazing 40 teams. But obviously some of them haven't performed as well. That's why they find themselves here in the losers bracket round 1, and that's why those numbers we're seeing, less than 1 average kill per game, right? We're expecting those to rise here.
Yeah, looks like we've got a little bit of time before we jump into the game, ladies and gentlemen. A few minutes, I'm told. Things are getting sorted out. So we're going to keep chatting here and have a bit of a discussion around, what teams have been performing, what teams haven't been performing. We've got the top damage chance from this season playoffs so far, and Alliance right at the top.
Yeah, and I was talking about this on the desk earlier, right? I mean, it was Yuki and it was Huckers who were #1 and #2 in damage, so it's no surprise at all that they're all the way up there at top. Huckers himself actually was, I think, several thousand above the next closest. It was like a couple sitting there on 18k per person. Huckers had, I think, maybe 21?
You know what's crazy to me is to see players there in the top 5 when they had such a difficult time in the winners bracket lobby. So they were certainly getting the damage out.
Time to win. I was rounding off to 21,000, I guess. But yeah, as you can see, Gunjaman with 17k. I mean, yeah, look, Bartol's been vocal about what an interesting and a player he's been so far, and just how well he's been performing. And then you go down to players like Hideki, some of them considered by many as the best player in the world, and then Gilderson, who really kind of just came out of nowhere. A big pickup, the scouting from TL, immaculate.
Yeah, he was certainly a player as well when we were talking about that monster MVP yesterday. We were having to choose right at the end of the day, if you remember.
Time to wipe the floor with their
I think for me, Gilderson definitely was a player that I considered as well, running up on the desk. Ultimately he didn't end up making the cut for my choice, but he was definitely someone I think that might be in the discussion tomorrow, particularly if teams can kind of continue the performances that we've seen from them over the first 2 days. Really impressive stuff from them, and in general for the North American region. Like if we're going back to that discussion, it kind of feels like the North American teams as a general have been maybe the best performing. APAC South perhaps close second. It's kind of hard. You have to blur the lines a little bit because APAC South has so it's kind of a little bit of watching there, but OG, Optic Gaming rather, Cloud9, I'm going to well up there.
And what's up with that, right? I mean, I think we need to go straight to the finish after this Elfish and have a chat about that, because man, those Apex South teams have been performing. And when I keep talking, even one of the things that comes up how players are, so that you come to land, the one thing.
Bro, where are you going, bro?
That's why we had teams like Revenant at times, and they were united largely throughout that first day, really running away with a lot of games and racking up large numbers of kills. And sure, there might be some macro aspects of the game. They've got time that hopefully before the championship we can get to see them there. But it's the micro aspects that they're definitely excelling at, showing the rest of the world how good we are at those.
Well, I want to hone in again on this topic that we're about to watch. Here as well. Important to focus on. I know you mentioned this game when we were having a chat a little bit earlier. High hopes for that roster going into yesterday, and ultimately, I guess they didn't really perform to the level which you would expected or wanted from them. I think they probably wanted more from themselves as well. And again, we were talking about it yesterday, saying, look, this is not do or die anymore at that point, but now it's kind of now or never.
Get him, let's go.
A solid performance is going to have to happen now. It's going to have to happen over these next 6 weeks.
And I think the format actually might be working a little bit against them here in that way, Elfish, because this is a team that's not necessarily like, say, your G2 or your Revenant, teams that like to get aggressive and push in. I don't think they're necessarily in that sort of bracket. They're
Stick
a
together,
more
bro.
reserved team. You might see them get a little bit more on the side of placement points, and that's not necessarily what is going to get you through this losers bracket round 1 match. And it makes me, because I mean, look, EMEF, the coach of IG, he's been a friend to many of the past, always really helpful, giving good time as well. And so, with that kind of Let's do it. Let's do it, IG.
Nice.
At least place top 10 in this lobby, go through to the next, the second losers bracket round, go through top 10 there again, maybe into the finals tomorrow. And then once you're in the finals tomorrow, look, it's not exactly an even playing field because the top 10 get themselves those 3 points coming through from the winners bracket. That's fair enough. But it's not impossible to win from 0 points in a winners bracket format like that. It is completely possible, completely doable, and of course, that is still on offer for literally every single team playing in this competition right now. We haven't eliminated anyone just yet.
Not just yet. Noises and Kashira here, seeing how many people they've eliminated throughout the tournament. Again, like the other comparison we saw just before. Not as many as perhaps they might like, but Ascent and Kashira certainly ahead on those stakes at the moment. I mean, I guess another thing, looking at that leaderboard again and just sort of thinking through this is have some and I now wonder, how is that learning process going? How fit those players into your team? Some of these guys, let's say Scars, maybe yesterday it was sort of, there was some teething issues that they had to work. Maybe they've gone away and now today come back and show a more chill,
there is very much a world where you can make
One day Salvo will be free, and the next day, the Syndicate will be
it's very even if you're playing with the sub. Obviously for Cloud9, and the same for Reignite, all these teams are playing with the sub.
They're about to win.
Well, but
It's time for a little mass murder.
They're obviously still in the top 20 though, so there's a discussion around that. I think you can still get it done with the sub, and I mean at this point, right, you've probably been playing with them, hopefully, for obviously the last 2 days, maybe a little bit prior to that if you've been lucky to get that information a little bit earlier. Not so much in the case of some of the teams like Reignite, quite late, but it's still very much doable and it's still very much possible to...
Let's go boys, let's go boys.
At this point in time, I don't think this necessarily becomes a conversation around sub or not sub anymore. This is the team you've got. This is what you've got to play with. And you have to make it happen here today with what you've got. So that's how it is.
Yeah, and I guess from the other side, if you talk about the winners bracket, like this is like the lobby we get on Sunday, right? But then for the lower bracket, then you've got to think about
Gonna show you up.
the lower bracket matches actually finding their way into the final.
I have been down.
It is. All right. Well, there are a lot of questions that we still have yet to answer. It's going to take a little while before we get in there. Though. So take a few minutes today. I'm going to go back to 5 minutes or so, and we'll be back.
I'm going to give you 5 tips to multitask. So from our Valkyrie is just as good for horizontal movement as she is vertical movement.
and the next day,
So
the Syndicate
she's
will be
especially good
dead.
at like turning corners very quickly, almost like tap strafing. So on Valkyrie, you can do it efficiently with the jetpack momentum. So every time you trigger your jetpack, you get a small boost of momentum in any direction you want to. So this is like basically the closest thing you can get to tap strafing for controller players. It's very, very good at like running away from people or closing the gap on somebody while using cover. Alright guys, so for my second Valkyrie tip, you can use Valk's ability to fly to use otherwise unusable cover, such as high cliff sides or the sides of buildings. So when he starts shooting at me here, I can jump off onto the side of the building to stall for a little bit of time, which would give me time for my teammates to come help me or a third party to come, and I can fly back up. And you couldn't do that on any other character, so that's really good to do on Valkyrie. Alright guys, so for my third tip, you can use Valk's jetpack to fly directly over someone's head to make it much harder for them to shoot you. This is especially useful when you run into somebody that maybe you weren't expecting, or you're just in a tight situation, maybe like in a big building and you're just trying to not get shot at. So, for example, let's say I'm climbing up this building and I don't know there's a guy up here. I climb up and I see he's camping here. I can just fly straight over his head and keep going back and forth over his head. And it's very hard for him to shoot me because he has to do complete 180s every time I fly over his head. It's very, very hard for him to shoot you. Like at most, he'll crack your shield unless he has maybe like a Spitfire or something. And so it's very, very good to like make people waste their ammo and just stay alive for a little bit longer. Alright guys, so for my fourth tip, this is a pretty simple one, but it's very useful, very underrated. So if you accidentally pull your rockets out, but you don't want to shoot them, you can use your jetpack to cancel your rockets. And I do this all the time, and a lot of people don't know that you can cancel your rockets. And that is how you do it. You just pop your jetpack once, and it cancels your rockets. Alrighty guys, for tip number 5, you can use Valkyrie's rockets to blow off doors. This is especially useful when guys are sitting behind doors and holding them and healing, and you want to quickly stop their heal or just kill them. You can blow off doors with rockets. And the best way to do this, usually, is to align the second row of missiles right in front of the door, and the third row of missiles on top of the door. And that's usually the best way to blow them off in one volley of missiles. And it's not consistent. It takes some practice. Even I can't do it every time. But yeah, you can blow off doors with Valkyrie's missiles.
Waiting on top of the train station. But look at those shots coming in for Verholz. The Volt is hitting hard.
So this was my ALGS Masters on Valkyrie. I'll see you in the game.
Well, thank you very much for the tips, Verholz, but we won't see you in this game. He's already managed to make his way through to the top 10, through to the finals. TSM having a good day today. What we're here to find out, though, is which 10 teams we are going to be saying goodbye to. It's an unfortunate reality, isn't it, Genome? But we are at that point in the tournament now where we do have to say goodbye to a few teams.
Yep, it had to happen at some point, Elfish. You can only fit 20 teams in a lobby, and that means the final day you can only fit half of the teams that have made their way over here to Sweden. We'll make those cuts in 2 lobbies in succession, so this is the first one of those, which will, as you said, you know, we'll see teams 31 down to 40 getting placed.
Yep, indeed, indeed. All right. Well, I know you guys have been waiting very patiently at home for the game to get underway. It looks like it's going to be very, very soon. As I'm told, we're ready to go into the lobby in just a second. So very much appreciate your patience sticking with us as well, of course. I know there's plenty of you watching along at home supporting what is really a massive celebration of Apex Legends this weekend, isn't it? You know, it's been so long since we had a LAN event. So long since we got to see all of these teams from all over the world competing against one another. So it'll be fantastic to see which of those are going to be able to put their name up in lights.
I was just on the couch last time. I hadn't cast a game of Apex Legends.
True, me too.
The last time we had a LAN for this game, it was that long ago.
I mean, the last time there was a LAN on this game, it was Kings Canyon.
Yeah.
So that just goes to show how far away it was. There was like, I think it was Wraith, Pathfinder, and Watson was the meta comp, and
you didn't start. You didn't drop out of the dropship with shields.
Yeah.
Elfish. You know, the crate weapons were yellow.
Yep.
There's so many differences between the game back then and the game that we have here now. There was an extra round. You know, you could you had the Wraith heal-offs at the end of it. We changed a lot of the circles to make those finishes more exciting. So many improvements to the game have happened since then.
Yeah, buffs, nerfs, etc. as well, changing things up. What I really love about the changes that have obviously come through over the years is that we now have such a diverse roster of compositions that are actually playable. I think that's something that this weekend really has highlighted very, very nicely. And you've even seen teams experimenting right here on LAN for the first time with new Legends because they've seen it getting played by another region. They've thought, you know what, actually that looks pretty good. Let's give it a crack and see how it goes. And in some cases, this worked out very, very well. Sutharaku there, literally for the first time, I was talking to Bullet in the dining room, and he was saying he had never basically played Crypto before. He literally learned by doing on the biggest stage.
He's a phenom. It's crazy. I mean, even looking at some of the teams who might have been here last time, or not here, but you know, in the LAN competition last time it happened around. We've got SSG in that in this lobby. Frex playing for them. You know what else has changed? He was playing keyboard and mouse last time he played on LAN. Now he switched over to the controller player, and there's a lot more of them around this time as well, Elfish. We actually did the maths at one point, and out of the 240 players that were at Krakow for the Poland preseason invitational, 3 of them were controller players. One of them is on the B stream right now, holding a watch party and checking us out. That's Nice Wig. He was one of them. Frex, the other, and of course, Sniped Down. So it was roughly 1% of the players who were on control last time. You fast forward now to Stockholm, and we have roughly 30% of the players on controller. It's been very interesting to watch that aspect of competitive Apex, you know, really evolve over these years.
And I have to commend the game as well for really making that possible. I think it's quite difficult to have that sort of balance struck well between mouse and keyboard and controller. Traditionally, those are 2 separate sort of entities.
I've never seen it before.
And yeah, it doesn't get put together as seamlessly as it does.
La caca officielle.
We have arguments about aim assist and whatnot, but like, let's be real. I mean, it's fantastic. It just opens up the pool of players, in my opinion. I'd love to see that. Like, I think it's great that you know, you get everyone involved. Your queue times go faster, etc. When there's more players to play with. So I'm all for it, and I think it's really impressive the way that the control players, to be honest, are actually able to compete at this level. Because you know, I get my hands on a controller, and I'm like holding a stick of butter with warm hands. It's just no good, right?
And there's so many stars we have here that we wouldn't get to see if that wasn't the case. For Holst on TSM, he wouldn't be in these lobbies. Waltzy, we had that interview yesterday with Strike, they've made it through to that top 10, you know, off the back of 2 of their controller players. Yeah, it's just incredible to see how many people have made their way from console to you know, well, admittedly, most of them use a PC when they're connecting to play online through the ALGS, and certainly here in Stockholm as well. But you know, the input, of course, is still that controller. And look, speaking of controllers, we've definitely got a couple of them here in our elimination lobby. You know, SSG, as we just mentioned, have
G2.
some. G2 are probably the most notable one out of these teams. They are a triple controller team. You often hear some discussion about, you know, what's the optimal setup between the split on your team? Like, is it better to just have the absolute beamage that we sometimes see out of, you know, the controller players, or is it good to have a mix? You know, you've got your bullet in there for Straiku, let's say, to dance around with his tap strafes or wall bounces that you can't necessarily do quite as effectively on the roller.
Yeah, certainly an argument, I suppose, a discussion to be had, and maybe whichever team walks away with the victory right here in the Split 2 playoffs is going to influence or shape the way people think about that discussion. You know, there's also some really interesting storylines around certain players that have played at X Games and at the preseason invitational. There's 9 players right here that have played at all 3 major Apex Legends LANs, and I think that's really impressive and really quite interesting to sort of highlight. A few of them have already made their way into the top 10, Bullet definitely being one of them, Albralele and Reps and Hal, of course, all making their way through to the top 10, already confirming themselves into the finals. But a couple of other LANs, Kashira, Postskill, Vibes, I think might have managed to get through there as well. Sweet and Frexes are still trying to make sure that they can get into the top 20 and inevitably into the finals.
Yeah, you know, they've got that LAN experience on their side. Did you mention Bullet as well there?
Yep.
Yeah, of course, because, you know, playing on that the roster that went to X Games as well. I think there was only, it might have been just one team, I think, from our you know, our native region in APAC South that actually got through there. They were playing under Atletico at the time. It was petty times in the Apex region. You know, you had I think they might have actually qualified via kill race to come and play.
Yeah, and that's another one that you can kind of go back and throw and say, and you know, like how long ago was the last Apex Legends LANs, or not necessarily the last, but one of the last 2. Well, it was when people were still doing kill races to try to qualify for things, and thank God it's not like that anymore.
Yeah, I think both us and the viewers are pretty happy about that. I remember some 24-hour marathons with people, you know, running through, trying to grab those respawns and get as many as they could. The kill damage, the kill, you know, world records and stuff. People were chasing after them instead of ALGS points.
Indeed. Anyway, look, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I did lie to you a little bit earlier when I said the game was going to be ready to go. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case, so we are unfortunately going to have to head to another short break. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back as soon as possible with the games.
Now LCB, what you see in the feed, Outsiders loses 2 players there really quickly, just like that. 2 squads left here. Just Caddy, I think, versus now 1 player that's going to be from the GSD side. We'll have to see exactly if that's the case. Actually, I think GSD, based on the feed now, is going to go down. So actually going to be a Lava City Boys versus Outsiders. Maybe here, 1v1 moment, a little bit of shield guarding now between these two. Going to play it out. Look at this. Back and forth, a 1v1 battle to close this out. Massive is out. Can he fly in now? Caddy, can he land a second shot here? Yes, he does with decisive finish.
É, então uma vez um perdido, né, mas foi por muito pouco tempo. O Arkham Harvard. Opa,
Isso, parou, hein? Já foi o primeiro, o Gibraltar caiu. O Gibraltar já cai. Menos um jogador ainda assim, apenas ele, 1 contra 3 ainda assim, fazendo essa situação. Tentou o spot, brilhou, deixou. Caiu!
Nossa.
Ele levou! Ele leva 3 jogadores.
Flavor of the month. They know this could be their moment as another player is going to be challenging. Flavor of the month, deal with it, and now the entire lobby is trying to jump on these 3 players who are so close to calling themselves the Winter Circuit Playoff Champions.
Well, a short break is a good break. That's what I always say. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs here in Stockholm, Sweden. It is a fantastic time to be around because now the game is ready to go. The players have been cheering behind us. They've been getting ready. They've been pumping themselves up because this is a very important time for all of the players inside of this lobby. 60 players with their opportunities of making it all the way to the finals. On the line right here, right now, you need to stay inside of that top 10. Otherwise, it's elimination.
I mean, it's a dream to be here already, isn't it, Elfish? But there's levels to that. You know, just making it here, that's fantastic. Being in the top 5 or 10 from your region, that's fantastic. But making it through to Championship Sunday, where they have everything to play for, that is another level.
All right, so we're in the legend pick, I'm told right now, so it should be moments away if all things go to plan. I'd be interested on your thoughts, actually, Genome. If you were playing in a team right now, what's your ideal composition? What do you reckon?
Ooh.
I'm definitely a Valk, 100% Valk, GB. I'm on that hype train, but what's your third?
Right, so you're on the Valk. We're getting someone else to play the Gibby because I just don't want to be trusted with that bubble. It's just too damn important.
Sure.
Yeah, look, I actually don't mind running the Mad Maggie at the moment, honestly. It's fun to just drill
Team
people.
Empire vibes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see how that one goes, whether or not any of the teams have picked that one up. Of course, that all aside, it's time for match number 1 of the losers bracket. And it has never been more important than this. We have not seen so far over the course of this competition an elimination match just yet, but these 6 rounds are going to be the ones that decide which 10 teams go home first and most disappointed.
There we go, we can see them dropping in, getting into game. It's World's Edge, as you can see, nice little tree popping up over the side there. And well, I guess we'll get to see whether these teams have really sorted this all out. You know, and think about how many contests we're going to get between them. FC Destroy, certainly a team that we're expecting to take, you know, if not contesting someone at their drop location, someone else.
Yeah, almost definitely. I mean, Reply Totem, their day didn't start very well yesterday, and it looks like that's going to continue into day number 2 as well. Odic on the other side of this engagement with that Arcstar you mentioned already, finding themselves a way to get a knock. Jay Savage, I'm sure he's done. There's no way he'll be getting picked up right now. SHRP and Amaz just trying to escape with their own lives. Massive has to come out. Good shots in. One worse, he might have just gone a little bit too over eager on his own, isolated the fight against 2, and now all of a sudden it's back into the 2-on-2. Maybe winnable for Reply Totem, down to just SHRP, and unfortunately he cannot get it done. So we'll say goodbye to our first team in our very first game. Reply Totem out in 20th, and Odic with 3 points on the board.
Draw your guns, pistols at dawn. We had the RE45 versus the P2020 there. Interesting start. And as we look over to the map now, we can see that this is very likely, I think, going to be a Skyhook ring. Not many people, however. It looks like actually dropping over there to start with.
Yeah, what's interesting about it is that yesterday we saw so many contests on Skyhook. And I think for the most part, a lot of those teams actually made it into the top lobbies.
Yes, we did, because then we were seeing that situation where you had a Team Skyhook East, a Team Skyhook West, as well as a Team Trials. And, you know, Team Liquid seeming to be happily just playing their PvE to start with. You know, we didn't get the vision right from the start, but I think maybe GMT might have started Landslide there. And, you know, it'll be interesting to get confirmation about that, because obviously they're a Loba team. And we know from, you know, watching Apex South that we had a Loba team actually who liked to start Landslide purely because you get your ult up straight away. It's one of the closest POIs to a vault, and you can immediately nick one of those gold items straight out of there.
Yeah, hoover up all the loot as you do. Obviously, a lot of teams dropping down toward the southern side of the map. Revenant is there at the tree. You've got Fennel down towards launch site, and Phoenix at the dome. And those 3 teams are going to really have a long way to travel. They're going to take their time to get up into Skyhook, and by the time they get up there, maybe all of the real estate is going to be locked up, so they'll be looking to probably play Edge for the rest of this game. Space Station on your screens right now. That was a favorite amongst the talent predictions. Didn't really have an amazing day yesterday, and that's why they found themselves here, but we know what kind of potential they've got. Probably the same could be said for CLG. They showed flashes of brilliance yesterday. It was just more of a consistency thing for this North American squad.
Yeah, and now they're looking to try and gatekeep some of the other teams pushing in. It seems like IG is one of them. They do get the high ground to start with, Elfish, and that's a hard one to get them off. Urban, of course, is going to be popping that missile swarm on cooldown because they don't have a roof over their head, and it can be a good way to start pumping in some damage, especially if they haven't managed to get too many meds at this early point in the game.
Yeah, it looks like CLG is just going to get on the move, and I think that's probably a pretty wise decision. No need to get locked down in a fight in Landslide of all places. Here we go, back over towards Skyhook, and this is probably where we will be spending quite a lot of time. These early fights are really important in locking down positions, which could ultimately lead you to the win in the end game. Hasn't gone very well there for V3 Vega. Have already lost a player, another one knocked down on the floor, so maybe a swift end for them as well.
And it's very much the opposite of what we expect to see with the Skyhook circle. There's so much cover, there are so many opportunities, especially in the first 3 rings, and you expect them to be able to make those rotations very cleanly. So V3 Vega, honestly, a little bit disappointing that they've found themselves in boxes so quickly.
Yeah, most definitely.
Oh, die.
One player just going to get eliminated there. I think that might have
been full
ended
squad.
up being V3 Vega taken out of the picture. Mia K from Detonator going to be able to pick up some of the loot there. We'll take a look back over towards Tree. It's G2, and I want to say maybe Revenant. Indeed it is, as Lahim gets knocked inside of the black hole. Not a whole lot that he could have really done about that one. Isolated away from his team by the looks of things, and G2 has just found the perfect time to strike onto Revenant. The team from the APAC South region, they had a couple of moments of brilliance yesterday, didn't they, Gino? But it doesn't look like they're going to be starting the day off here with any of those.
Yeah, they did. It's, unfortunately, they are going to go down, it looks like, to G2 here. That said, we've got some other people in the vicinity trying to hunt. Belkin does manage to get away, but Zen now pushing up, wondering, after hearing the shots, if they can get back in off the back of this. I don't know if I'd recommend the fight, though.
Yeah, look, I mean, G2, we definitely expected more from them yesterday, and They also picked up a lot of the talent predictions. They got my prediction for this lobby as well. I think they're really going to pop off today. I think this is definitely a lobby that they're going to look to dominate and really get some momentum going into tomorrow. And the way they've started off as well is a good indication of that. Trying to take that aggressive fight against Revenant. They're also not shying away from Zen either. Even though Zen was the team to get the drop on them, it looks like G2 have actually got the benefit in this fight. They have the high ground. They won't quite be able to cancel the Valve ultimate. Can they land the shot? That's the real question. Just not quite in the end, and Zen will get out to safety.
Nope, so spinning around does enough to hide them from the aim of G2. Belkin has been lurking though. He's going to try and go back and get those banners eventually. You know, one of the interesting things about Revenant in this entire competition, Elfish, is that you look at the drop spots that they played during their splits in their respective regions. I think the Revenant were the only uncontested team. They were the only team out of all 40 that actually played Tree on World's Edge. So they're one of the only teams that has that comfort pick in their back pocket to know how to play that POI.
Well, we're looking at IG International at the moment. We've been having a big discussion around them as well, and I'd love to hear what they think about how things have been going for them so far and coming into the competition. So let's hear from Noises.
Within the NA scene, you have very heavy hitters, so the NRGs, the TSMs, the G2s, and then you have a lot of other teams who are coming up. And basically what that means is that you tend to have these very intense fights where the good teams sort of get momentum. In Apex, once you get momentum, you just keep gaining momentum. And so the NA teams tend to be very, very aggressive. They tend to take everything from you and give nothing back. And in EU, it's very different because the skill gap in EU is quite small. And basically what that means is that nobody really gives anybody that much aggression because everyone has a lot of respect for each other. And basically it means that within EU, everyone is kind of playing a lot safer, with playing a lot more strategic.
Wow, look, he's not wrong about the respect. I mean, we saw that in the interview with Dupe earlier, right? The NA teams definitely at loggerheads compared perhaps to some of these EU teams. And, well, IG just going to be sitting there all the way in the zone. But then if we go very much out of it, we have seen Revenant get back into this. They've managed to get the revives there. Belkun has managed to respawn the teammates.
With that said, you still have G2 and Fennel kind of hanging around inside of the zone. We can see actually on our screen right here, G2 up by the tree still, and Fennel obviously toward Lava Siphon a little bit more so. It's G2 doing a bit of crafting on the replicator. I mean, fair enough, but this is starting to get pretty extreme, right? They're quite far out in the zone now.
Yeah, they are, but it's still only zone 2, Elfish. So you're taking, I think it's maybe 2 or 3 damage at that point, right? So, you know, as long as you're crafting a couple of med kits, there's really no issue with that. You can stay alive, I don't know, maybe like a minute or something, you know, before that's going to take you down, even if you had 0 meds. So plenty of time to rotate into the circle. At least that's what Revenant is hoping. That said, there's a couple of other teams, as we pointed out, that could be in front of them. There are some of them. We've got Fennel and G2.
Indeed. Obviously still really early days for this lobby. I don't think that we can really be getting a great indication of how anyone is playing at the moment off of what we've seen thus far. We'll have to sort of go a bit deeper into game number 1 to really start to figure things out. But I kind of like the way G2 have gone about things early on in the piece. They've been aggressive, they've been decisive as well in their calls, and they haven't shied away from fights. But I am just wondering whether it's going to be a little difficult